Nerdrotic.com.
Late applause on that one. Thank you. Thank you, fake audience. You are beautiful and lovely. And so is the real audience. And welcome to the Nerdrotic Nooner. My name is Gary Beekler, and I come to you live from San Diego County, California. Oppressive California. 2020 is almost over. And that's a good thing, unless it's just a continuation. So who do we have here in our lovely, beautiful audience? We've got Problem Being, a lovely person, and his wrench. Thank you very much. Chris Persia, the Canadian wrench. We got Larry. We got Rex Hutchinson. How's it going? I got to get this thing moving. Rebecca Gold. What's up, Ian? How are you? Is Father Christopher Miller in there? I'll try to prevent myself from saying the Lord's name in vain more than a few times. Vigilante Williamson, what's up, man? Bashy Washy, hello, hi. Nicholas Horton, just another red shirt. You're not just another red shirt to me. Eric K, the master Modrotic there. There's Father Christopher Miller. Stephen W, Kyle Johnson, and Lord Thoth. The gang's all here. What's up, Grandpappy Fisk? Hail the Fandom Menace. Wow. The Fandom Menace never went away. It's a hashtag people like to use. A loose group of individuals united in the principle of respecting the fan, respecting lore, but it seems to be a little sexy again all of a sudden. It seems like there's a little reawakening because a certain YouTuber was attacked by Pablo Hidalgo. And it was, listen, I'm glad. I mean, it made Variety and we'll Lady Greymaster, if you're out there, could you put the Variety article in the notes if you haven't already? And I can't see. So it made Variety. What was it? Late 2020. I mean, I would say welcome to the party. And I've made this analogy before. Welcome to the party now that everybody's pretty much left, and the only people hanging around are the people screwing in the jacuzzi, the cokehead in the bathroom who hasn't left for 3 hours. He might be dead. And the kid whose parents own the house who passed out in the first hour because somebody like mollied up his drink or something. And the parents are going to be home in about 2 hours. That's how late you are to this party, but welcome to it anyway. Pablo Hidalgo hates Star Wars fans. And he is indicative of creatives everywhere. Now, Lucasfilm, as bad as they look and as bad as they have looked, they are nothing compared to Marvel Comics. That is light fare when it comes to Marvel Comics as far as treatment of fans and how much they freaking hate them. But it's good to see. It's good to have awareness out there, and maybe that's what it took, and that's fine. No matter how you get there, and that's a good thing. But it's nothing new. And none of us have ever played this woe is me shit. We like to repeat this for an example because it's not cool with some people, right? So when my face gets photoshopped onto a Yahtzee with Doomcock, I just laugh because it's the internet. That's the way things are. But there are real consequences to this stuff, especially over the past year when you saw people being literally attacked for their political beliefs because of this narrative is out there. And it's all been connected, folks. It's all been connected. That's why they spun this narrative, because they knew that it would scare people. When the Pablo Hidalgos of the world would call you an istophobe and a Yahtzee, they knew that's what it would do. They knew you would back off because you don't want that kind of label. And if you don't want that kind of label, that means you're a normal person. There's nothing wrong with that. And they used it hyperbolically or not to prevent themselves from getting any criticism for their artistic work. Do you see how subhuman that is? You see how petty that is? You see how sick you must be inside to want to label somebody permanently with something like that just because you did a bad job on something and your name was attached to something like The Last Jedi. And it's reminded everyone what The Last Jedi did to the fandom. The fandom didn't do this to the fandom. The Last Jedi, Rian Johnson, Pablo Hidalgo, Kathleen Kennedy, Disney Star Wars, they did this to the fandom. The fandom didn't do anything. They just react to what they are given. And largely it was, we really don't like this movie and we really hate what you did to Luke Skywalker. Access Media comes in to the rescue, says, hey, you're all wrong. You're toxic fans. And we really like this destruction of this character because he's a problematic white male. I mean, never mind that, let's just put aside the reason that the only reason this franchise is here is because of this character. But no, it's now because of us, the new creative team. We're going to make it better. We're going to make it better because just diversity makes things better. Nobody's ever had a problem with diversity. They just need to not attack fans and use it as a shield and use it to shame, which is what they've done with Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, Marvel Comics, DC Comics. We can go on down the line. But now there's a bunch of awareness. And let's good. Then we should be reminding people. Data Racer, Ichibaka are both like on the job on that one. They've got their files, they've got their records, they've got their receipts, and we're going to go over some of them. Are some people bitter about this? Hell yeah, they have every right to be. This is why I'm not a Star Wars fan. I'm not going to support people like Pablo Hidalgo. And as long as there's one MFer in the building like Pablo Hidalgo, they don't get a fucking cent of my money. Ever. That's a huge loss. That's a huge loss. I could just pull up things in this room that will show that, I'm a pretty good fan to have. Everyone in this chat is a pretty good fan to have. We're free advertising. When we love something, we will shout it to the four winds on the rooftops. You want your hardcore fans. Your hardcore fans are the single most important thing to your franchise and your intellectual property because they're the ones who shepherd in new fans. You don't do shit to do that. We do. We do all that work. And, having been on the front lines of that, 10 years at a comic shop. Yeah, it's been a while since I've said it, so give me a break. That's the front lines of fandom. That's what I did all day. All day. I talked to, 100, sometimes 200, sometimes 1,000 fans a day. Mostly 100 though. Let's be real. It was very rarely 1,000. That was like free comic book day and maybe like a big Wednesday. I heard every single opinion under the sun. And every one of those opinions is based on passion. I mean, those are people walking into a store, spending their hard-earned money on Marvel and DC comics. A lot of those are Dark Horse Star Wars comics back when I was selling them. And they just did it because they loved it. That's what they looked forward to all day. They're at work all day. They go, I can't wait to get to the comic shop to get my books and talk to the comic shop owner, talk to my friends at the shop about about this stuff before, we were all talking about it here because that was the place to go. And man, the creatives just love to piss on these people left and right. And, I count myself, I am one of you. I am just a fan. That's all I am. I am a fan. I am a biased fan. I am a non-objective fan. I am a subjective fan. I can't there's not much I could look at free of some kind of opinion. Star Wars I'm getting there because I just emotionally, I have nothing. It doesn't do anything for me anymore because of people like Pablo Hidalgo. And pieces of crap. I mean, just, even if he was trying to be funny, and listen, the attack on that very, very, very large YouTuber was minimal compared to what I've seen. Doesn't matter though. It's a great example of how they feel about you, and fucking Lucasfilm, man. Lucasfilm gets it right. Gets a bunch of goodwill that no franchises had as many chances as Star Wars. None. And Disney, freaking Rocky Balboa, just comes out of nowhere and wins. Well, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, but Jon Favreau. I'm not going to give Dave Filoni that much credit. Comes out and it's a miracle. And he takes this show that's really not, the greatest thing ever made, but it's filled with these pure emotional moments that hit everybody in the feels, and it just damn near brings everybody back. And a week and a half later, Pablo Hidalgo reminds us all what Lucasfilm is. I almost want to thank him. I almost want to thank him for absolutely making the point of my last fracking video. Thank you, Pablo. Gracias. That all roads lead to Jake Skywalker, and we're going to read a little article. There's a rumor out there. There's always going to be a rumor. As a matter of fact, there's been 5 more rumors since I've started the show. There will be 10 more tomorrow. There'll be plenty of speculation. And Star Wars Theory and Mike Zero are probably 2 of the happiest people on the planet because, 6 months ago, they were going, what am I going to talk about? The High Republic? And now they got this. And they have new life. Disney has new life. They have this whole Star Wars cinematic fucking streaming or steaming. It depends on what it is. A steaming service or a streaming service. Adventure that's going to head towards probably Thrawn. Thrawn is going to be the big bad, the Thanos. I can't imagine it's not going to be. I think they laid it out for us in that. I think season 2 of The Mandalorian just laid the map out for us, and I don't think it's going to be much different than that, other than maybe another surprise cameo. Leia's coming back. Han Solo will be back. Chewbacca will be back. They'll all be back. They're coming back. Will they erase the Disney trilogy? I still don't think they have to at this point. Unless Pablo Hidalgo comes out and insults a few more people, then they might have to. Their position has changed so many times at Disney Star Wars. It's like a roller coaster ride with these people. So at the end of The Fall of Skywalker, it was rock bottom. Even with the premiere of The Mandalorian, you're like, that was good, but my God, that Disney trilogy was bad. But The Mandalorian season 2 and that ending, if Luke Skywalker isn't in that ending, I would feel differently. But Luke Skywalker in that ending changed everything. And it could have been just a throwaway thing like, hey, let's put Luke in to make him happy and get a little buzz. And maybe they knew what they were doing. I don't know. I have no insiders there. Or, well, I know somebody who works at Lucasfilm, but I never talked to him about this stuff because I don't want to get him in trouble. So, yeah, maybe they just threw it in and weren't expecting that big of a thing, or who knows? Now they have to deep fake or whatever an entire Luke Skywalker series because that's what everybody wants. That's what everybody wants. So why not? Why not make that money? That's what you're here to do, Disney. But kind of wondering about that, though, because the agenda seemed to be much more important, and I think to some it still does. I think Obviously, Pablo was very upset that a lot of people were happy at the return of Luke Skywalker. I don't know how you could be a Star Wars fan and not like Luke Skywalker. That's a tough one to figure out there. But yeah, sure, Hey, there's people who like the first female Doctor played by Jodie Whittaker. I can't get my head around that. But it happens. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, by the way, I'm just kind of went into it. There is a YouTuber that was named Star Wars Theory, and he cried at the return of Luke Skywalker. And a lot of people did. And I said in my video, if people genuinely had a emotional moment during that scene, you just got to let them. It's 2020. It's a crappy year. If people are happy for just a moment, leave them F alone. Just leave them alone. You can disagree with it, and you could say that, hey, all of this praise of the Mandalorian's going to save Kathleen Kennedy's job and bring us more woke Disney, and you would not be wrong with that sentiment. You are not wrong, but just let them have the moment. It's already happened. You can't do anything to change it. And maybe, just maybe, and I mean, there's like a 0.5% chance that they'll recognize what that moment means. Probably not. They're probably going to go, oh, now we can double and triple down. That's probably what's going to happen. I hate to be negative on this, but that's probably what's going to happen. And, I think if the best you could do with Disney Star Wars at this point, if you're still a fan, is hope for the best and expect the worst. I'm just going to watch it all play out because I have no reason to come back to Disney Star Wars. There's none. Gina Carano is great. There needs to be like 20 more Gina Caranos and no Pablo Hidalgos for me to come back. But Gina Carano's great, and it's great that they let her do her thing. But going directly after a fan, a big one. And yes, I know there's a lot of people going, listen, we've been going through this for 3 years. Where were these voices then? Valid criticism. As a matter of fact, that's the very first thing that crossed my mind. So doesn't make what Pablo Hidalgo said cool, but to feign any ignorance about the fandom menace is total bullshit. Utter, total, complete pile of steaming bullshit. Everybody's aware. There are thousands of videos out there that will lay out exactly what you need to know. And all you need to do is watch one or two of them. Go back to Geeks and Gamers, end of 2018 or something like that. Watch 2 Jeremy videos. You'll get the gist. Go back, watch anything from World Class Bullshitters from that time. You'll get the gist. You'll know what's up. You feign ignorance. Crap. My wife knows what's going on with the fandom menace. She doesn't care about any of this stuff. So, she cares about me, but, and yeah, people know, people are aware. But now it's different. If you wanted to stay out of it, I respect that. That's fine. I have no problem with that. If you're like, I'm not in this fight, I'm just here to be a positive channel and run my theory videos, I'm okay with that. Always been okay with that. Never going to attack a fan. But to be involved in Star Wars and say you're not aware of the fandom menace and what has happened, come on, son. Come on. For Pablo fan club, should buy lots of tar and feathers. Yeah, NK33 for $2. He is, he's not going to get in trouble. You just saw the worst of it. So he came out with an apology to Star Wars Theory. Now, Star Wars Theory had this connection to Luke Skywalker, which is a pretty cool story. Why is he calling me on the phone when I'm on a live stream? Should I pick up the phone? Hey, I'm live. Oh, shit. Okay. Hang on. We got a guest. He had to call me. I was rolling, brother. I was rolling. I've
messaged the private chat. I messaged you privately. I text.
Oh, just should have super chatted.
He'll see if I call that or a super chat. Anyway,
no.
get back to your point. I don't want to interrupt your point. You were rolling.
Oh fuck! No, with Star Wars Theory, he has a connection to Luke. I guess he had the cancer when he was a kid, which fucking must have been horrible. And he went through chemo. And watching my dad go through chemo, I can't imagine being a kid going through chemo. That must have been scary as hell. So he escaped. I mean, this is what you do when you're a kid. I mean, there's reasons. I'll get into my very dark reasons someday why I attach myself to some of this stuff to just escape the world. But that's how you connect to this stuff. So when he's having that emotional display for Luke, whatever the reason, you could just be happy Luke's back. You don't have to. Again, it's a cool moment that any people from Lucasfilm clowning. I mean, not surprised at all, but that's fucked up. That is fucked up. So, hi, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
Hello, Gary from Nerdrotic. How are you?
I'm good, man.
It's an honor to be on the leader of the Fandom Menaces channel.
Right.
But yeah, no, it's crazy. I mean, look, we just had another, and I've got a video that I just got done working on. Another Lucasfilm person went after Theory.
No.
Mitch
Who?
Dyer, Mitch Dyer, who's involved with the Star Wars Squadrons game, and that Variety article. He commented on the Variety article, calling this like a bottom of the barrel story, go away or something like that.
No
like, yeah,
way.
Kathleen Kennedy, that this is her culture, this is her legacy right here. These fucking people are bad. I'm a bit low. Am I low?
Yeah, yeah, I got that. I'm sorry, folks.
Okay. I have my new mic, so I have all of my.
No, that was me.
Okay. But yeah, it's just unbelievable, man. And as I say in my video, when you have been doing this for as long as I have or you have, you get really thick skin when it comes to people in Hollywood, and you just understand that they do hate you. Yeah. They hate your guts. Star Wars Theory, look, people know, it's public knowledge, and I will not get into anything privately that I know. Public knowledge, people know that I was on the set of the Vader fan film. Okay. Yep. People know that I know him. And I will only talk about public stuff. And so I know Star Wars Theory. But he has tried and I'll speak from what I can see from a distance to his channel. If I'm just watching his channel, it's clear that he wants to create a positive environment. He wants to stay out of drama and away from that. There's no problem with that. But what you see now with this Variety article is it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how hard you try to be friends with these people. The moment that you don't line up with their narrative, they will trash you, they will eat you alive, and they will go after you because they don't care. People in Hollywood hate your guts. This is a problem we are seeing across the board. NFL hates NFL fans. NBA hates NBA fans. Comic artist people, the pros out there, not Ethan, but the professional comic artists hate comic book fans. Hollywood producers hate movie fans. Star Wars producers hate Star Wars. Video game developers hate video game fans. They hate you. So if you're trying to be friendly with them, it will only end up bad for you the moment that you don't line up with their narrative. It's disgusting.
It's absolutely disgusting. Hey, we got another request, Jeremy. By the way, thanks for coming in.
Oh, of course. Always happy to be here.
I am but no, dude, it's I was expecting something like this, right? Okay, so I made my video, which was was supposed to be a cheeky video, right? About Disney Star Wars is saved, because it fucking is, with the normies and stuff. And I saw a lot of praise and stuff. And then I was just waiting. Week later, fucking Disney Star. This is beyond my wildest dreams, though. I just thought it would be something like light and stupid. This really, does it, I don't know. The Phantom Menace doesn't need to be validated, but this was just a moment we were waiting for. And I mean, like, and I made the analogy early on. It's way too fucking late. I mean, like, this is so beyond late. But it happened, and it's kind of amazing. You know, I didn't even know, dude, until this morning that there was a Variety article on this. Like, I was like, what? I'm sitting there with my son. I completely failed to get a cell phone for my son.
The fact
today.
that Variety is covering Lucasfilm employees attacking Star Wars fans, again, it kind of goes back to that meme, like, first time, like, like, this has been going on for so long. And I couldn't believe a Variety article and throwing shade at The Last Jedi, which really upset the blue check marks.
Which
It's
I
unbelievable.
loved. That's why I retweeted. I fucking loved it. Welcome to the party, everyone. That's all I've got to say. Now, dude, when you were making your videos, I was still working at Tesla, right? So I had done a review on The Last Jedi with my friend John, and I tried to do this, like we'll bring in a guy who liked it, and I freaking hated it. I think I called it an abomination over and over again. And this is when I was being nice. I was a beardless boy on this freaking video too. But I remember watching, this is right around the time I was watching your videos. I was, I'd be on my lunch break at Tesla or at work at Tesla watching Jeremy and listening to That Umbrella Guy and stuff. And watching your channel grow from this because, The Force Awakens, everybody loved it. It was just like The Mandalorian. It was like just going uphill on that one. When you criticized that film, you were just dismissed immediately. But once they went after Luke, that was it. And Luke is Star Wars. He's the linchpin for Star Wars. Always has been, always will be. Disney, I mean, this is the worst nightmare for Disney because they really did want to get away from this guy. They wanted to build their own characters and do their own thing and build this huge universe with the 5,000 characters that are in. I don't know how many characters are in Lucas or in Star Wars, but there's 5,000 in Marvel. Yeah. There's
yes. And I think there's more in Star Wars than Marvel.
There is, but how many known characters are there?
Right.
I mean, Marvel, you can go pretty deep. DC, you can go pretty deep. You can even go deep in A Song of Ice and Fire with George R. R. Martin. But how deep can you go in Star Wars with most normies?
Right. Only a few, only a couple of names. And Darth Vader is right there with Luke. And after that, it's a pretty big fall off for the normies to have any connections. And Vader is not someone that, I mean, Vader's Vader. But Luke is, he's like Superman. That's how he is. He has that kind of mentality. He's kind of like, I mean, I've recently started watching Dragon Ball Z because, Krista, who's part of our Geeks and Gamers team, is into it, and she's made me interested. But like Goku, it's kind of got like Goku is the dominant person in Dragon Ball Z. He is Star Wars. Goku is Dragon Ball, and you just can't get away from that. And that's what they wanted to do. You're right. They wanted to get away from that. They wanted Star Wars to not be about the straight white male hero.
And that's what it's about. He came in and saved the day at the end, and it was hilarious. That's why I just loved it. That's why the symbolism of it was beautiful. And like I said in my videos, it was a total rejection of this nihilist garbage. Not that it was going on in The Mandalorian at all, but this nihilist garbage storytelling that we have going through everything else right now. Mm-hmm. And that's why The Mandalorian's popular. Quality be damned. It doesn't matter. We're just telling fucking basic stories here. Now there's still Disney's still getting their agenda in with The Mandalorian. There's tons of it in there if you really look, but it's subtle and it doesn't take away from the story. And honestly, that's what we've all asked for. If you want to make things diverse, have more women in more masculine roles and blah, 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 blah. Well, they're there. They were already there. Like we already said that this shit is already established. You're not reinventing anything. You just got to make it believable. And you have to make the characters complex, and you can't, you can't always, you can't make the women, but the female characters better at the cost of the male characters. You need to make them good on their own, and you can't make them good by people praising them all the time, going, "You're really awesome," which is what they do now in Star Trek. They even did it in Wonder Woman a little bit. Yep. Which was a giant step backwards. That's a good sign you're dealing with like lazy, agenda-filled storytelling when you see the over-praising, the over-affirming a character. Instead of showing it to you once in a while. That's been one of the biggest, God, Star Trek is the worst at it.
One thing that I love is I don't know if everyone believes in this. I know a lot of people probably don't. I do believe in karma. I just do. I'm a believer in karma. And Lucasfilm, after the Mandalorian season 2 finale, was dealing with overwhelmingly positive vibes from Star Wars. I mean, it was just widespread. It transcended Star Wars. And now here we are with Pablo Hidalgo going after the biggest voice in the Star Wars community. And they've lost all of that goodwill now, all because of a Lucasfilm employee doing what Lucasfilm employees have been doing for 3 years. But unfortunately, people like me and others, we weren't important enough for it to matter. But they finally went after someone that was important enough to matter. Now karma has bit them in their ass, and they deserve it. And like you said, you couldn't believe a Variety article. I couldn't either. I couldn't believe a Variety article about this. Will it open up more questions about the environment within Lucasfilm? Potentially, but clearly Disney does not like this. They don't like this because they had a lot of goodwill with Star Wars, and now it has been completely overshadowed by the actions of one Lucasfilm executive. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful. And the only way this changes, like if you think, if anybody thinks some culture is going to change from this one event, no, because you'd have to turn the heat up. Look what we had for 2 years straight. We had to make video after video after video. And after what the first year was just to dismiss everyone, just absolutely dismiss everyone. And then finally at the end, when the product was a steaming turd, they finally had to acknowledge that maybe there's a problem here. That was after 2 years. So one thing to Star Wars Theory is, it's going to be kind of on the those big boys to turn the heat up, to do something, Now, I'm separated from this. I'm not a Star Wars fan. So I watched a teeny bit of his live stream last night. And again, he could do his thing. I don't criticize other YouTubers. I don't. But I did see who was there. Somebody from Collider was there. Mm-hmm. Collider is part of the problem. Collider is one of the reasons the Phantom Menace exists. So to have that dude there, whatever. And he didn't make a comment with the Phantom Menace when it was brought up.
He had a relation. So he built a kind of a relationship with Mark Fernandez of Collider when they kind of basically made a partnership. And that happened a while back. I mean, now I haven't paid a lot of attention to Star Wars Theory. I don't watch his videos. I did watch yesterday's live stream. Just I wanted to hear what he had to say, but I haven't watched his content consistently for a long time. But yeah, he and Mark Fernandez, they created some type of partnership a while back. I don't know the details of that, obviously, but I mean, to be fair, and I don't like Mark Fernandez, but to be fair, for Mark Fernandez being the whatever he is, I guess he's the owner of Collider. He bought Collider, and he was highly critical of The Last Jedi and the sequel trilogy, but he had like the nonsense coming from Collider people like John Rokas and all of the people that basically just calling fans racist and sexist for the most insane reasons. Collider Collider's compromised completely. I have and one thing, like, Star Wars Theory is definitely interested in optics. Optics of being connected to Collider doesn't help anybody. It's a bad, Collider sucks. And Mark Fernandez sucks. Mark Fernandez.
Star Wars Theory don't need them.
Yeah. Mark Fernandez basically pulled a Lucasfilm with Collider, where they did a few deep fake videos of George Lucas that got several millions of views. And he basically said, fuck all the shows that the fans care about. We're going to go deep fake, guys. And it trashed his channel. I mean, it is truly amazing how far Collider has fallen. Since I used to watch Collider. I used to watch Collider consistently. John Campea, Jeremy Johns, John Schnepp, Christian Harloff, all of them. It is nothing anymore, all because Mark Fernandez is a fucking idiot. And yes, Mark Fernandez, I know you've asked me to come on your channel back in the day. I don't need Collider. I don't want anything to do with Collider. That's how bad of a job you've done with your brand. It's terrible.
Yeah. And the only impression I have is whether he was there or not, it's just I associate that brand to that dude who talked to, oh my God, I forgot what director. When he's like, this whole term toxic fandom was, I'm not going to say it was invented right there, but it was really pushed in this one interview. I have it in one of my videos. And I associate that brand to that. So, I mean, that's not what you want your brand associated with, going after fans. That's just, and that's all you're doing. And I think people are starting to recognize that now. Again, a little late, but that's good. However you get there.
I mean, I think, look, any industry you're in, you have to, if you're someone who has a voice in any capacity and you want to continue, oh, the drinker is here. What's up, drinker?
What's up? What's up, gentlemen? How's it going?
How's it going,
Happy
brother?
Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas, sir. Dude, your Mandalorian season 2 video is fucking so on point. I mean, everybody claimed just because I said I like a few episodes, they're like, oh, Jeremy loves the Mandalorian. Like, I no, I like certain elements, but like the battered, abused wife, scenario that you painted, perfection, my friend, perfection.
It really is all relative when it comes to this sort of thing. And we've been so battered down by these awful movies over the past several years that it's almost like we'll take anything that just vaguely resembles Star Wars and doesn't actively hate us. And it's like, well, The Mandalorian's pretty inoffensive on that count. So it's like, oh, okay, great, it's perfect. And look, it's got things that we recognize. Awesome. And I was trying to walk a fine line with that review because I didn't want to just go in like totally miserable and trash the whole thing, because there are good elements to it, and it's definitely a step in the right direction for Lucasfilm. So that aspect of it is definitely to be praised. But damn, man, like there's a lot of problems with it at the same time. Like it's far from being a great show. I just think it's got the potential to be something really good if it's handled right.
Well, I mean, that's the point. Oh, go ahead.
Like when we're talking about people reacting to things like Luke reappearing and the emotion that they're feeling with it, I highlighted that as an example of like, well, okay, if you're really emotionally invested in Star Wars and you're more about the big emotional payoffs rather than like really thinking about how it's all constructed, that's how you're going to react. Whereas you get guys like the EFAP guys who, are much more logical about how it is put together and the more analytical, and their reaction was like, no, this doesn't really make any sense. So it's just an interesting contrast, I thought. But I wasn't really there to mock either side because they both got points to put forward.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the point you made about how you were aware of, okay, this review, there's problems in this show, but we are in a kind of a strange place with Star Wars where it's been so beaten down by the people that have created it that there's a lot of goodwill put on the Mandalorian because of the lowered expectations. And that was kind of the point I was trying to make right before you got here about how when you are in an industry, you have to realize what's going on. And things that were acceptable before The Last Jedi are not acceptable after The Last Jedi. They're just not. The Last Jedi changed how fandom has to be treated. It just does. If you're an employee at Lucasfilm and you're shitting on fans, then it's going to be highlighted, and it's going to be, there's going to be special attention put on that because of how the treatment of the fans has been. I mean, I've said for the longest time how I fought like hell with Star Wars fans during the prequel era. I'm a prequel defender, and there was a lot of prequel hate, and we just argued like sports fans. And if anybody knows anything about sports, we just talk so much shit. But after The Last Jedi, there was almost like people came together as fans to battle against the Hollywood propaganda. And you just have to realize that. And that's much like what Drinker was talking about with his Mandalorian view. Like, yeah, there's a lot I want to say, and there's a lot of ways I feel, but there's a lot of things that are going on that need to be understood right now because people are connected to this show. And a lot of that has to do with how we've been treated.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
very, very much so.
Oh, go on, Drinker.
I think if there's one
Drinker always has a bit of a delay, so we have to remember that. So.
Yeah, it's maybe just my slowed reactions because I'm drunk. But no, this is probably an example of where like things like social media can actually work to your advantage, because I think if you go back 10, 15 years when the prequels were out, there was still that separation between movie producers and the actors and so on and the fan base, whereas now they're all interconnected. And if people have got an issue with a movie, with how it was put together, with the actors, with anything like that, they can just bring it up and they can share it right away. And so it's more of a kind of confrontational atmosphere, because now you've got this movie that sharply divided people over whether or not they supported it, they hated it, whatever, and they've got the ability to make their feelings known. And so we're now living in a completely different era of fan and producer like interactions, where it's much more connected, and they can actually like communicate how they feel about these things. And that's probably one of the opportunities, I guess, that they have now, the fan base has to make their voices known in a really direct way. And it's starting to work because, you get shows like The Mandalorian, which, although they're far from perfect, they got loads of problems. They at least put right some of the issues that you saw with the movies. So they are a sign that Lucasfilm at least is hearing what fans are saying, and they're starting to react to it.
Yep.
No, there's a
Absolutely.
faction out there. I mean, these people all work together, and Jeremy, I'm sure we've all worked in corporate environments at some point in our lives. So we know the politics of it. And I was at one time privy to like upper corporate management in Hollywood. When I was working at Technicolor, I was kind of with the upper management in certain cases, and you see the bullshit that they play with each other. So it's absolutely all the rumor. I mean, all the stuff you hear is believable. I'm not saying it's true. It's believable. But when you have, like, I don't know, I don't understand, and I don't want this guy fired. Well, I mean, I think it would be better if he wasn't there. Let's just come out and say it.
I want Pablo Hidalgo fired.
Yeah.
I will go on record. Fuck Pablo Hidalgo. I want him fired. He's done this shit for a long fucking time. He's a piece of shit. He put out a fucking enemies list, a tweet with my name and Ivan's name and Anna and Jesse. Who else was
Odin.
on there? But Geeks and Gamers. Odin was on there. That is the type of mentality. He put out an enemies list of people that were critical of The Last Jedi. Fuck Pablo Hidalgo and Kathleen Kennedy. I saw people go, oh, you're supporting cancel culture. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's supporting cancel culture. Cancel culture is about someone made a tweet that I disagree with and they need to be fired. This is someone who has spent years attacking fans and ruining a fucking franchise with 40 years of fandom. This is not cancel culture. People get fired for not doing a good job every fucking day. Kathleen Kennedy needs to be fired. That has nothing to do with cancel culture. Pablo Hidalgo has literally attacked fans for several years. That is not cancel culture. That is an employee that needs to be fired for attacking his customer. Huge difference. Sorry.
I think if this had been any other company, he probably wouldn't be publicly fired, but he'd be just managed out the door.
Yeah.
They would find a reason to just slowly get rid of him, and rightly so, because I think you've made this point yourself, Jeremy. When you are on social media as a high-profile guy like that, you are kind of an ambassador for your company. Even if you're doing it from a private account, if you're talking about things like Star Wars, well, that's your company's business. And so how you conduct yourself with the fans and how you react to that reflects on your company. And if you're a complete asshole and you attack the fans publicly, well, you can't get away with that sort of thing.
No, you can't. I mean,
unless you're at Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
No, I'd love to see him like managing like the children's books line at Marvel for the rest of his life or something, 14-year-old YA novels, because that's what he wants to turn Star Wars into anyway. I couldn't find the comment. I was looking for the comment. I don't even see the comment section on this. Maybe I have to be subscribed to Variety or something, but apparently there's a comment from another Lucasfilm employee somewhere on.
No, it's on Twitter. It was on
Twitter.
So
okay.
On the original tweet from Variety, it's in those replies.
If you could find that, Lady Gravemaster, and put it in the notes, I'd love to see it. And it was, it's the usual suspects in this case, and this made Variety a YouTuber, which is showing you the shift already, and it really shows the effect that this had. I can't believe it was trending on Twitter for a long time. When I saw it happen, I just thought it would blow over, and I'm sure that's what Disney wanted too. So what I was saying earlier is if we really want something to change, if you really want to push these people out the door, you got to turn up the fucking heat. And you have to keep it up for a long time, because Disney hates everybody knows Disney hates bad press. No company likes it, but Disney really doesn't fucking like it. Like, they will react to it quietly. They will but you know what? You make that argument, Kathleen Kennedy fucking survived 2018. But
yeah, well, I just dropped a link to Mitch Dyer's tweet in the private chat.
Thank you very much.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was like, another person connected to Lucasfilm. This is unbelievable. Like, no self-awareness, no leadership whatsoever at Lucasfilm. Just absolutely unacceptable.
They're idiots. I don't understand. I mean, like, I really don't understand. Like, I couldn't believe that they got that many people back with a digital Luke with the CGI face. Whoops, wrong fucking one. This happens when you talk at the same time and you try to share a screen. I can't do that shit. There we go. There we go. So there he is. A bottom of the barrel detected. Go away. Oh. Is this the guy who wanted to make sure everybody knew the pronouns of an X-Wing pilot in a fucking video game?
That's a pronoun guy right there. Yeah. Oh my God.
That was 4 hours ago.
I think this is the problem, right? If you hire people like this who, their entire identity is based around their political leanings and all that sort of thing, like you're gonna get shit like this just happening again and again because they can't fucking help themselves.
They really
it comes out every time, and they let themselves and their company down over and over again, and I don't know why it's tolerated.
It is truly incredible that Roseanne got fired for one thing on social media. And you see these people get just destroy. They just destroy fans over and over and over and over again. And
Roseanne, Roseanne made billions for her previous network, right? Or it was ABC that Roseanne was originally on. So she made billions for them with that show going into syndication and stuff. And they fired her on one tweet. They let these people stay. And this Mitch Dyer, what he says right here, tells you everything you need to know how he feels about you, the Star Wars fan. We're bottom of the barrel. It's bottom of the barrel to talk about Star Wars fans getting attacked because Star Wars fans are bottom of the barrel. Mitch is this brilliant guy because of the company he works for. Like Mitch and Pablo get all of their self-worth from the corporation that they work for, not realizing that they're just a little cog in the machine and they don't really make anything fucking run. They're just part of it. And if the Mitch Dyers of the world and the Pablo Hidalgos would be utterly forgotten if they didn't have that Lucasfilm attachment. So you'd think they would appreciate that a little more. Or maybe they just feel free to say this stuff. Maybe they've been told by their bosses that it's fine to do this. I don't know. It kind of looks that way.
People having voices is an inherent problem across the board. Whether we're talking politics, sports, or anything. If you have a voice, and then you're a problem. And Mitch Dyer hates Star Wars fans, just like everybody else at Lucasfilm. It's just blows my mind what they're looking for. They're looking for the NPC meme. They're looking for the consumer. They're looking for the person to go, let me consume your product. Let me tell you your product is great. Let me look forward to next product. I never question because you're the greatest. It's just consume over and over again. Whatever you're feeding me, I'll take it and I'll repeat it. And they don't want anybody that has any objectivity whatsoever. None.
Yeah, very much so. And it's always going to be a problem when you're dealing with an IP like Star Wars, which has been around for 40 years now. There's so much history to it. There's so much like deep knowledge that the fans have. There's so much attachment to it. And if you go messing around with it and putting out substandard crap, the fans are obviously going to react to that. And this is where we're at now. And like going to war with them over it, it's like, it's so counterproductive. It's just the worst possible thing to do. And yet they just keep doing it over and over again. It's so nonsensical.
It is truly amazing.
But I mean, there's evidence over and over again that these things are abject failures. And you're an abject failure when you split your audience. Even if it's 50-50, that's a failure. I've said that. I think I said that in my first Star Wars videos. I want to please the most people I can. I think the best number is 75% of your audience is happy. That's a massive hit. But you don't want them split. You don't want them fighting. And for some reason, Disney really did for a long, long time after The Last Jedi. And maybe they thought it would be good for business. It's clearly not good for business now. And I mean, you still see companies like, we could talk about this later if we have time, but like Wonder Woman getting a fucking sequels. I mean, I guess I understand it, but wow. I mean, it's just, especially, I mean, if you don't even know where theaters are going to be open, if we're going to have any or not. But I guess it's safe to announce something you can cancel later, whatever. But yeah, they keep making this crap. And It's overwhelming at this point that nobody wants this. The Last Jedi has been rejected. Everybody wants Luke back, and all we have to do is wait and see if Disney like actually does that or not, which I question every day. I like what you said in your video, Jeremy. I'm not coming back to Disney, like probably ever, like never. But I'll wait and see. I could keep an open mind to it, but they would have to do so much fucking work to get me back as a fan, and I would have to see like crazy stuff, like an apology to the fandom, the entire fandom, not to just the fandom menace or whatever, just the entire fandom for The Last Jedi, for Pablo Hidalgo, for Mitch Dyer, for Kathleen Kennedy, from somebody high up in the brass. Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy would be a couple suggestions. We'll never see it. We'll never fucking see it. And I'd like to, but if they did that, oh my God, it would go so far. It would be such a simple thing to do, but they can't because it would show weakness.
Yeah, exactly like you say. You know, the first thing they have to do, Kathleen Kennedy has to go, and her contract's up next year. Whether or not she'll actually leave, God knows. She'll probably be there until she dies, but eventually she'll leave, I suppose. If they can do some kind of, you know, storyline within The Mandalorian, or even with a new movie trilogy that erases the sequel trilogy. Again, they'll never ever do something like that, but if they could, that would probably be a good start to getting the majority of fans back. You know, to just say, right, we're wiping the slate clean. Everything that happens from, you know, The Mandalorian onwards, forget about it. You know, the sequel trilogy never happened. It's been taken away now. Okay, you can put that behind you and move on from it, but they'll never admit that kind of failure, because that would be like saying, yep, these 3 movies that we put out were garbage and we can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked up, and I didn't know this, but Ryan Kennel told me that the Mandalorian season 2 finale had a 9.9 on IMDb.
Whoa.
A 9.9. So I started to do a little more research, and yeah, that's like up there with Breaking Bad, top tier Breaking Bad episodes, Battle of the Bastards, Game of Thrones, you know, Hard Home. Like that's where now there's a few more reviews for those shows than The Mandalorian had at the time I'm, you know, checking this because it's so fresh off of it. But that episode had more reviews from fans than any other of the episodes from Mandalorian. So the numbers were up there, a 9.9. And again, I understand that these numbers are completely, you know, compromised, and but it's all about gauging. That's all I look for is a gauge to see like how the reception is. And people really did love that moment. Apparently people loved the episode too, which I'm still trying to figure out why, because I did not think the episode itself was good. I thought the episode itself was relatively bad. But I loved the moment. I mean, for me, I definitely loved the Ahsoka episode and the Boba Fett episodes. I thought those were fantastic. I'm not objectively saying they were great. I'm just saying, like, I found pure enjoyment out of both of those episodes. The Bill Burr episode, a lot of people said where it's like the best they had seen. I didn't think was that great, and I was really aggravated that the stormtroopers suddenly became great shots once again after being absolutely memed for 2 seasons. And then the episode not, or the final episode, the episode itself just wasn't good, but the Luke moment was fantastic. But the point is you had everybody with this one moment, and it just shows to me. I'm not saying Star Wars isn't complicated from a filmmaking standpoint, but it's not complicated to understand what works within Star Wars and what doesn't. You have a template. You have 40 years of this stuff. You have very knowledgeable people that know Star Wars, and you have decided to bring in a lot of people that don't care about Star Wars and don't care about, you know, creating Star Wars that builds on the lore. It's not complicated to just give people Luke Skywalker and honor these characters. And the Mandalorian season 2 finale proves you don't have to give you know, us a masterpiece. You just need to give us something that doesn't shit all over the lore. That's it.
Yeah, Gary, you said it best, actually. I can't remember which video you did it in, but you said that people will never get tired of classic heroes, and Luke Skywalker is a classic hero. You know, the farm boy that goes through all his trials and tribulations, that you know, gets knocked down and picks himself up and eventually becomes this wise, powerful Jedi. that is the classic hero's journey, and that is the kind of thing that people want to see. And the fact that you get him on screen for 2 or 3 minutes in a slightly fake looking bit of CGI, that was enough to get such an emotional response from people that they were crying, versus all of the hours upon hours of garbage that they put out in the sequel trilogy. Didn't generate anything like that. Didn't generate any kind of interest from people. But this they're seeing their hero on screen again, finally, like in his proper form, like as they remembered him. Yeah, that is what they wanted, and that just shows you, how potent Luke still is as a character. And it's not that hard to please people when it comes to stuff like that. You just have to take these heroes that they remember and treat them with respect and dignity and reverence, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Yep, you can absolutely pick apart the setup for it. There's all kinds of problems there, but just seeing him do that stuff and be competent, be like dignified, be a guy who understands what he has to do, and he isn't just some sad old man on an island drinking green alien titty milk from a sea cow. That is what people wanted.
Yep.
It's not that difficult. Just give them what they want, man.
It's not, and it's a disrespect of the fan. I mean, you see that all the time in comics. Peter Parker, it doesn't change over the decades. Things will change around him. They change his girlfriends, his environment, Aunt May, whatever. He's still Peter. And that's what people are there for. They don't mind anything else. You can do a lot of stuff if you stay true to the damn character, but it's the disdain largely, and Jon Favreau's influence is obvious in all of this. And there has to, oh my God, there had to be some accountant at Disney somewhere. So there had to be one person at Disney who went, wait a minute, we made this many people happy for less than $10 million, for less than $10 million. And we spent, let me see, $3 billion on the Disney trilogy we spent in marketing and research and everything, and for less than $10 million, what the fuck? Somebody has to be asking what the fuck. Who probably didn't know anything about Star Wars. Could somebody please tell me how that happened? And it was really easy. Slap a CGI face on fucking Luke Skywalker. That's all it took. And that's not disrespecting fans. It's we just want to enjoy this shit. They're not fucking platforms, assholes, and nobody cares what you think. Believe me, Pablo, once you're gone from Lucasfilm, and you will be someday, maybe soon, nobody will care about you at all, ever. And you had an opportunity for people to actually like you if you went out there and tried to endear yourself to people, but that might be hard for you. I don't know. Maybe he has a hard time making friends.
It takes a mature adult to take criticism on the chin.
Yep.
And if it comes to like backlash against The Last Jedi or any other movie that they put out, you can absolutely like stand by your company. You can stand by Lucasfilm, but also win the respect of the fans just by saying, I absolutely understand where you're coming from. Maybe this isn't for everyone. We tried to do something a bit different here, but totally respect your opinion. Everyone's entitled to it, and move on from there. You don't have to belittle people. You don't have to insult them.
That's it. I mean, it's just not complicated, yet they complicate the fuck out of it.
They really do. I mean, I think we've all said it at some point. They had to try very hard to fail this badly. It took a lot of work. So, I mean, I applaud you for your effort to tear this down, because it was pretty strong. I mean, it still is. The fact that we're still talking about it shows you how strong. I mean, this is beyond Frankenstein at this point. I mean,
yeah,
I've never seen anything like it. We'll never see anything like it again. Nobody will ever be able to create another Star Wars, not in this corporate environment. And I have my doubts Disney will ever really be able to figure it out, because we're watching this play out publicly now, and you see factions and all the politics behind the scenes. And that's why it's a miracle we get good films sometimes out of Hollywood. It's generally an accident. It's usually because of some director's massive ego, and he scares the crap out of people, like a Scorsese or even a Spielberg, who doesn't have to be intimidating at all, just powerful. And that's when we got good film. Now everything's such a by committee marketing, and Marvel is just cookie cutter producer driven crap where they plug in a director to shoot the acting scene and Marvel will do the action scenes for the director. That's where we're headed. And that's it's audience enhanced data driven analysis. That's Disney.
Mhm.
So it's a miracle that
Well, I
we
mean,
got something that's good.
this could be one of the few positives that comes out of the beer bug, in the sense that, the days of these $250 million movies that have to gross at least $1 billion to even be considered a moderate success, they could be over now. But it could mean that we get smaller, cheaper movies that are a bit more experimental and encourages studios to take a few more risks with them. Because, yeah, when you are going to throw $200 million into a film, you kind of have to play it safe, because you can't really afford to lose that. And that's how you've ended up with this environment that, like what you described, where it's all very safe, it's very designed by committee, it's all very corporate driven and data driven, and it's boring as fuck. But when you're only spending $50 million on a movie, you can afford to take a few more risks, because you only need one of those films to really do well and take off, and you've made back your money on 2 or 3 others. And so we might see slightly more interesting movies in the years ahead, because this era of mega blockbusters could be ending now. So who knows? Like, it might be for the best ultimately.
I think it will be. I think they're going to be but they're going to be able to hide a lot more too. That's what I'm kind of worried about. But they're going to be forced to make the $50 million or $100 million, $200 million series at this point. So the Dune sequel, if it happens, if Dune is successful, it would be better as a TV show if they put as a prestige TV show that you get every 2 years. And I think as shitty as Westworld kind of is paving the way for that. Game of Thrones was the one thing that really paved the way for the cinematic prestige series, despite its big failure. And you're going to get people used to not seeing their TV series for a couple of years, but it's going to look a lot nicer, and you'll get set pieces, and you'll get much better writing. They can flesh out. I mean, there's an opportunity here. Okay, so Drinker, I loved the Bill Burr moment in The Mandalorian. It's actually my favorite moment from season 2, because that's kind of what I looked for in The Mandalorian. I looked for a Western. I looked for something pretty freaking badass and masculine and, kind of, and I wanted to see the moments you can't see in a movie with the freaking Empire sitting down at lunch and having a talk. We figure out what they're about, but it has to be written by somebody who, you don't have to be a Star Wars fan, but you have to respect the lore, which means you got the job, do your research and have respect for it. Don't try to Breaking Bad it, or don't try to make it, freaking nihilist or anything. Just, take what you have and try to flesh it out as best you can, and think of what would George Lucas do, And I love that scene. I absolutely love that scene. That was everything I was looking for in The Mandalorian. It was people sitting at a fucking table and talking until he got blown away. And
yeah, you had a combination of quite interesting dialogue, good actors for that scene, and interesting ideas that they play with. This is something that The Mandalorian touches on from time to time, and I've got this horrible feeling, people have pointed out, that it's leading to the rise of the First Order, but it's this idea that perhaps things were actually better under the Empire. As much as they were this big, dictatorship, they brought order and peace and prosperity to the galaxy under an iron boot, perhaps. But now they're suggesting, well, the chaos and the lawlessness that's come in the wake of this galactic civil war is worse than what the Empire had. So those are interesting themes that you can actually you can do a lot with, and they're interesting ideas to explore. And that's perhaps why that episode was so interesting, because it brought some of that into it. And yeah, I did like Bill Burr's reaction, where you just see it slowly building in him, this fucking rage, he hates this prick sitting next to him, and yeah, he just brings out the blaster and blows the guy away. It's a good reaction. I like that.
Well, having Bill Burr is just good. I mean, Bill Burr is just awesome, and just having his mentality, the fact that he doesn't line up. And again, this is where we kind of have to think beyond what's right in front of us, and just having someone like Bill Burr who has those types of opinions that don't necessarily line up with what they, want their typical employees to think, and then having him do something like that, it just becomes even more elevated. And that was a cool moment. It was a cool moment, no doubt about that.
It was, and
there was an interesting kind of, I don't know how you describe it. It's like a weird contrast in that episode because you get to see the stormtroopers, they're up against it. They're getting attacked by pirates. Like a lot of their transports are getting blown up. And when one of them makes it in, like everyone's congratulating them. And it's like they're acting almost like friendly. And so it kind of humanizes them. But then you get the following scene where, you get the Imperial officer who obviously doesn't give a shit that they sacrificed an entire division of their own troops. And then Bill Burr shoots him, but then they end up having to kill everyone else to get out of there. So it's in really interesting moral territory where they're both, they're on a righteous sort of side of things by taking revenge for that. But also like killing guys who might not necessarily be bad guys. Like they're the same people, the same kind of people that Bill Burr was mad about getting sacrificed in his own division. So it's kind of a weird contrast, but it paints them as just they're morally gray as characters, which I guess is what the Mandalorian is. He's not necessarily a good guy. He's a bounty hunter, and he doesn't care too much about who he calls in bounties for. So that I think you can do more with that. The show doesn't go too deep into that sort of thing, but it's an interesting idea.
No, and that's why it feels like a lot of times, even within a single episode, and I don't know this, I'm not in a writer's room anywhere, but it feels like specific scenes are written by different people. I mean, they're that different sometimes within that very simple half-hour show. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if I do know that Bob Iger at one point was submitting notes for this show. The CEO of Disney was, because he said it in an interview. He said, yeah, I was at the gym writing my notes for The Mandalorian that I was going to submit to Jon Favreau. Because the former weatherman who knows how to buy shit, all of a sudden knows how to create television somehow, but go ahead. And I think that might be the problem because, they're moving past what would be interesting. And if the Disney trilogy didn't exist, which it does, it would be interesting to see the New Republic, have to win over colonies, planets that thought things were better. And maybe they don't win them all over. And that would have been fun to watch. But instead, you made a Disney trilogy and put a cap on that and ruined it all. Why is Superman and Lois trending? Oh, it's not trending. Never mind. On Twitter. I was like, it's only 3,000
Lucasfilm was trending yesterday, though.
It was.
Awesome.
That's turning up the heat. If it doesn't trend, he doesn't apologize. And it took him how long to apologize?
Yeah, I mean, what was it?
15 hours?
2 days? Yeah, it was almost. It was like almost a full day. So, and yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. It kind of depends on how much more pressure, Theory puts on them and how he handles it. But I'm not going to stop putting pressure on them.
Nope.
But going back to the humanizing of the Empire, like that all is cool and everything, but it also creates problems when you do treat the stormtroopers like the meme. I mean, it's distractingly bad in The Mandalorian.
It's inconsistency. You're right. There's a huge inconsistency within this show. Like we've
all heard the jokes about the stormtroopers over the year, and that's totally fine. But like they've taken it to the next level in The Mandalorian. Like they are absolutely ineffective in every way to the point where you're actually going like, how the fuck do these people still work for the Empire? They're bad. Who's training these people?
The thing that made me laugh, especially in the final episode of The Mandalorian, is now the stormtroopers don't even bother to fire. They just kind of walk towards people, and it allows people like Gina Carano or whatever to do their cage fighter moves on them. And it's like, oh, fucking just shoot your blasters. I know you're gonna miss, but do something. Yeah. The example I gave was like Rogue One. It presents the stormtroopers as a much more legitimate threat. Like they're actually capable of killing people. Like they act much more like modern day infantry. They use cover. They move quickly. They put down fairly accurate fire. And okay, you can do stuff like that in the context of the show, but still have Mando prevail against them because he's got his armor. At least have them do something. But yeah, like you say, they are comically bad to the point where you just can't even respect them anymore.
And there's just inconsistency across the board. So like as Drinker's saying that, I magically for some reason, and this is not something I necessarily want to be reminded of, but I go back to traitor in the Force Awakens and this fucking ninja fucking stormtrooper. Imagine that type of stormtrooper being part of like the like it's just it's so inconsistent how they treat stormtroopers. Like it's so weird. And again, I know that people will nitpick apart certain scenes and things like that, but if you have a random character that's with our heroes that doesn't have any impact whatsoever, and they're simply there for a stormtrooper to shoot and kill, that is what's necessary. If you have a stormtrooper shoot and kill a couple of random people along the way, it gives them a little more credibility. And yeah, it is a throwaway character that's just there for that moment, but that moment is trying to paint a bigger picture to kind of give the Empire a little more credibility in the stormtroopers. You need those little moments. It's the little pieces of the puzzle. Without those crucial, you have a big puzzle in front of you, and you could be missing the most insignificant pieces of that puzzle, and the puzzle doesn't look complete. These are little insignificant moments that we need. Little moments like this are crucial, and we're not.
No,
getting
you know who they needed to kill?
Very much like the battle droids from the prequels. You know, when you get to the point of like the Revenge of the Sith, like Obi-Wan and Anakin are just slicing their way through dozens of these things, and they're not even putting any effort in. It just looks like they're bored. You know, and that's the kind of level that these stormtroopers are at. They should be threatening, you know, because this is the army that was able to conquer the entire galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know who they should have killed is the frog lady. They should have killed the frog lady in the third episode, right when she gets like she has the eggs. The husband's all, hey, and then she gets killed by a stormtrooper or something like that. I mean, it means something, you know, and then she's gone. And then we don't have to feel
like.
You know.
And again, I now that I've brought it up, fuck me, but like bringing back the opening scene in The Force Awakens where you've got the stormtroopers just killing a bunch of irrelevant people to kind of, and that installs like, oh, the First Order is that now. Obviously, the more that progressed, it was clear that the First Order was a piece of shit. But the point is these little scenes, if you're willing to capitalize off of these, and for me. The treatment of stormtroopers is a big problem in The Mandalorian. Like it really is. And then it was distractingly bad when the pendulum swung completely in the opposite direction. That Bill Burr episode where suddenly they're like on point and they're just like there to be amazing soldiers. Like this doesn't make sense. Like go back to that Boba Fett episode as much as I enjoyed it. And it's just like, holy fuck. Like this is so bad. They were so comically bad. And it's I wish they could correct that.
Yeah, in the Boba Fett episode, like they were plowing through dozens of these poor stormtroopers. Like I actually felt bad for them. Like they were just piled up on the ground. I was like, damn, man. Like, did any of them even get a shot off? I don't even know.
They're like the enemies in that G.I. Joe video game, that terrible G.I. Joe video game. They're just constant NPCs running at you.
Dude, in that last episode, they are laying dead all over the floor. And I gotta give it to the continuity people. There's this one stormtrooper that's like laying dead on the floor that like Luke has to fight and get past that was there from like 15 minutes ago in screen time. And I'm like, God, that guy, his arm must be fallen asleep by now. Oh, maybe it's just a suit. I don't know. But it was like, damn, they killed those troopers a long time ago. I forgot they were even in the episode and they're laying all over the floor. It's like, God, it was embarrassing. You think what the First Order is, you know, Snoke, before we found out as a clone, my shitty Snoke theory was Snoke was just like a LARPer. He was a billionaire who just wanted his own empire. And, you know, he was like, you know, he'd already done his professional work and he's kind of losing it. He doesn't have any purpose. He's probably addicted to drugs and he can get like a lot of boys to be in uniform around him. And he just paid for a First Order and got one. That's all it was.
That might be the best way to correct. That might be the best way to correct the sequel trilogy right there. As I said, I've made many comments about Jeremy Johns, that video. He mentioned how the First Order just kind of felt like it was this little group of people in a small part of the galaxy, and there was these bigger powers that were kind of like, hey, Commander, the First Order and the Resistance are fighting again. Should we get involved? And they're like, nah, leave it alone. They're not hurting anybody. That's kind of how it felt. It's just a small group of the galaxy.
LARPer,
They smoked that billionaire, and that's all it was.
It's somehow the sequel trilogy managed to make Star Wars feel really small. It managed to take the entire universe of Star Wars, condense it down to like a couple of planets, and that's all it became. And it was so, yeah, you never had a sense of what was going on in the wider galaxy,
Mm-mm.
and it was just so constrained. Like the prequels, for all their faults, really gave you the sense of the epic kind of nature of this conflict that was going
Yes.
across the entire galaxy. There was a war going on, you were losing on certain fronts but winning on others. Like there was just stuff happening that like you felt that sense of scale, whereas you just never got that with the sequels because there was no imagination put into it. They thought up scenarios to keep the main characters busy, and anything else around that was irrelevant. It could be whatever they wanted it to be at any moment because who cares?
Yep.
And that was the real, well, one of the many problems of the sequels.
Well, and there's things
Oh,
that can immerse you. So like as much as everybody knows how much I love the Nolan trilogy for the Batman movies, but
oh, wait, you might
Burton's
need to
Gotham.
repeat that. I'm sorry. You love the Nolan trilogy?
Yeah,
Of
yeah, I
Batman?
know that. I've never talked about this publicly. It's first time, but
First time I've heard that.
but but Burton's
I'm
Gotham.
sorry for my Batman, my Dark Knight Rises
Hey,
video.
no, Rises. I
Don't
can't
be. It
defend
was
Rises,
perfect.
even though yeah, I love Rises, but I make fun of Rises more than anybody at this point. Where's the trigger? But but Burton's Gotham. Yeah, there it is. Burton's Gotham was a character within the movie, and Burton's Gotham was better than Nolan's. And of course, Nolan had a different take he was trying to make completely, but Gotham didn't feel like a character in Nolan's movies, and in Burton's movies, Gotham has a personality, and that's important to these worlds you're building, and that's one reason why Batman '89 will always have a special place, no matter how much time passes. I love that movie, and every time I watch it, I feel the character of Gotham, and that is something that Burton nailed, and it's such a beautiful element to that movie, and that's something I wish that would get recognized in a lot of these where the world needs to have a feel and a vibe to it. And that's something that, yeah, clearly the sequel trilogy failed miserably on.
Yeah. The world needs to
Yeah.
explain why there's a Batman. Like that Gotham, you need to have a Gotham that's terrible. You can't have it's most of the city's got to be complete shite for there to be a Batman, for there to be a rich guy. And there's just rich people and there's just poor people. There's no middle class in Gotham. And
Yeah.
that's a bad idea. Nolan tried to make, obviously, everybody's talked about this. He tried to make the most grounded Batman as possible.
Right.
Like if Batman existed in our world today.
Right.
And I think that was good. And Burton really went hard for the comic version, while not really understanding it. Burton wasn't a big, he's an animator from Disney and stuff, wasn't a big comic guy. That's why he was such an odd choice for it, but it worked. And that's what gave us the animated series. So we should be thankful for at least that.
Yeah.
But you're
Yeah,
right.
no, with Rises though, Drinker, I have no issue with the memes are the best thing that came from Rises.
Yep.
So I love the Bane posting with the CIA guy. I'm CIA. No CIA guy introduced. I'm CIA. Like it's just so weird. I like the movie poster where it's got CIA on it, and he's standing there. That opening scene where they're walking up to him, and he's standing outside of the plane, and he's on this movie poster. And I think the movie title is Big Guy, and then produced by For You. And I'm just like there's so many memes from The Dark Knight Rises. It's so great. But Nolan's worst movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like when I sat down to watch it to do my review, I was like, I'll get through the intro bit and it'll be fine. And then it's like, God damn, like I've only gotten 5 minutes into this, and I've got enough material for like a whole review as it is. You're trying to understand this fucking weird hijacking thing going on. It's like, oh damn, man.
Yeah. Well, it's like
Yeah,
well, like, sorry, Drinker, but like Gary was saying, like these are grounded, and that's the problem with Rises is it felt like Nolan was going for more comic booky, and it completely clashed with his world. Go ahead, Drinker. Sorry though.
No. I was going to reiterate that point that you'd made. Actually, like 100% agree that after the campy insanity of the Schumacher Batman movies, it definitely made sense to go for a more gritty, grounded, realistic kind of approach of the Nolan films. And I think with the first Dark Knight movie, Batman Begins, you still got a sense that Gotham was a bit different as a city. Like you've got these elevated, train lines, and it looks quite gothic looking.
Yeah,
But then when
definitely.
you get to the stage of the Dark Knight, and especially the Dark Knight Rises, it's just literally New York, and it's not
Hmm.
even there. There's no difference there. And so it doesn't become interesting anymore. It's like I don't want to see more of this city because I've seen it in a million other movies.
Yep.
And so you kind of want to you want to get that sense of the world, and that's definitely where the Dark Knight Rises fell down for me, and it's where the Star Wars sequel trilogy fell down, but it's where the Mandalorian really shines because
Yep.
you get a sense there of the feeling of a whole galaxy of planets to explore. Mando goes to like a whole bunch of different places, and they're all kind of interesting in their own way, and there's you know there's pockets of empire resistance scattered around. The Republic's trying to establish themselves, but there's warlords, and there's all kinds of interesting factions going on. That's a great world to explore. It's the Wild West, but in space, essentially, and so that makes it interesting. So, I'll give the show credit for establishing that. That works really well.
Well, and see, that's one thing. Like, I love the Clone Wars animated series, and that's one thing that the Clone Wars does so well with that prequel era is it expands the universe even more than the movies did, and it gives you a sense of the entire galaxy. And yeah, that's obviously you've got same people kind of working on the Mandalorian, so it gives you a better sense of the galaxy, and these are crucial things that allow your storytelling to continue to flourish out. If the world we're in these movies or television shows, if the world we're in, if we can invest into that world, then the stories you're telling within that world can have a little more weight to them. And everything in the sequel trilogy, look, a lot of us were fooled. I was fooled by the Force Awakens. And then as you progress, like once we got to the Rise of Skywalker, it's just I was so disconnected to the point where I felt like I was watching a fan film with cosplayers with Rise of Skywalker. That's how it felt. I had no emotional attachment to that movie at that point. And it's because I was so disconnected from the world and then follow through with the characters and the treatment of the fans. It's just a disaster. But yeah, Mandalorian does a good job at that for sure.
It does.
I was going to ask you as well, because I know you being quite familiar with the Clone Wars and Ahsoka Tano. Like, what did you think of Rosario Dawson as that character?
I loved Rosario Dawson. Now I love Rosario Dawson as an actress. Clerks 2 is one of my. It's hard to say guilty pleasure, but I mean, I love Clerks 2. I love Clerks 2 so much. And so I like her as an actress. Plus, she was obviously in Daredevil. I know, and that's the thing is she's an SJW. Yet they eat her alive for some whatever. But I was happy when she was cast. She was rumored in this role for a long time, and I was very happy with everything that they did in that episode. I mean, Dave Filoni directed it, so we knew that there was going to be a lot of care for the character that he's had so much control over. And yeah, I mean, Ahsoka as a character, I mean, she starts out in the Clone Wars and she's very annoying and kind of pointless. It feels like in the beginning of the Clone Wars, and you're kind of questioning why the hell she's even there. And that's how the fans responded to her. And then over the course of time, the character develops really well. And then by the time you get to the end of season 5, that character's fully developed in a lot of ways. And that's why I really appreciated the path because I didn't when the Clone Wars first premiered, I dismissed it completely because I thought the animation looked terrible. I thought it looked childish, and I had no interest. I'm like, this looks like shit. I don't want to watch it. But I watched it years later and definitely appreciated that character. And then what they did in that episode, I loved everything from the fight choreography. I did question the fight in the end because I'm like, how is this random person, going toe to toe with Ahsoka, the same person that went toe to toe to Vader? But people told me that from their perspective, she was trying to get information, so she wasn't trying to defeat her. I guess that's a logical reasoning for that. But ultimately, yeah, I loved that episode. That was a fantastic episode.
Yeah. No, that's fair play, man. I mean, I came at it not knowing a huge amount about the Clone Wars, so I wasn't too familiar with Ahsoka. I knew she'd become kind of a fan favorite over time, just like you said. I think Rosario Dawson played her just very very stoic, very calm, very still, like kind of like you'd imagine a more mature Jedi to be. And
Yeah.
so I was totally happy with her performance. Like I thought she looked good. I imagine it's quite difficult to act with that amount of makeup on, but she
Yes.
did it without looking ridiculous or anything. And yeah, overall, I quite enjoyed that
It was
episode.
a
Thought it
tough,
was
and
probably
it
one
was
of
a.
the highlights.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it was probably one of the highlights of the season for me. That episode I thought was really enjoyable.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a tough, and it's tough for her because I mean, Ashley Eckstein has become synonymous with that character and the voice of Ashley Eckstein. She was the voice of that character in the Clone Wars and then into Rebels. And there were reports that she could actually play that character, and I think Ashley Eckstein probably could have played that character if they wanted to go that route. But ultimately, Rosario proved that she had what it takes. She clearly studied up, probably talked to Ashley Eckstein a lot, and I thought they did a fantastic job with that episode and that character. And I am looking forward to the whatever they're going to do with the character moving forward. But as I said, there's still a disease at Lucasfilm, and as I said, even when you have a deadly disease, you can have good days. And Mandalorian's given us some good days, but we still have a deadly disease called
We
Kathleen
do.
Kennedy.
And now,
So
for a lot of new
essentially where we're
people,
at.
who never watched our channels or anything, they're going to see that if I don't know if Pablo Hidalgo's name ever ends up on the credits, but if it does, they're gonna automatically, now this is what he's known for. Pablo Hidalgo was probably not known to a lot of normies at all, but now he will be forever associated with this. Oh, that's the guy who attacked a fan. That's the asshole who attacked a fan. And you get to choose your legacy. And it's just little moments that can change it. And Pablo thought he was just going to get a few little likes and a couple lulz on Twitter, and his life changed immediately. Will he learn a lesson from it? No, he put it on his fucking banner after he blocked it. Then he apologized. He was forced to apologize later. And now, a whole new crop of fans are going to see that name associated to the Star Wars brand. Something we've been arguing for a long time. The Kathleen Kennedy's name is associated with that. You know what? Kathleen Kennedy used to be universally revered. That name was everybody had respect for her prior to Star Wars. You heard her name. Oh, she's an amazing producer because she's associated with frickin' E.T. and all these movies we loved growing up. Not so much now. Not so much now.
Yeah, she was associated with all these movies that were fucking directed and produced by Steven Spielberg, who essentially did all the work for her.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
Midnight Edge did a really good video about this recently, where they were saying like, basically the only time she struck out on her own, you got Avatar: The Last Airbender. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could probably be a producer on a Steven Spielberg movie, and it would turn out great. You know, it doesn't take that much work because this is a guy who's like an industry veteran. He knows what he's doing. And it just felt like she kind of always rode the coattails of much more successful and creative and competent people.
It's clear.
And just promoted herself to be this position that she absolutely does not deserve. And yeah, when you are actually the president of a company and there's no one else that you can like ride the success of, that's when your lack of experience and your lack of talent shows itself, and that's exactly what you get.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't know who Kathleen Kennedy was specifically when she obviously was named, and I heard her, did research, see her resume. I was like, damn, this woman's accomplished as hell, respected in Hollywood. Clearly, George Lucas and Bob Iger believing in her. They're handing her the keys to the kingdom. Okay, let's get. Yeah, that's fine. I'm good. You have every chance. You have every chance to succeed. I'm not hating. I look at your body of work and I feel you've obviously qualified for this job. And she took a golden opportunity and just fucked it up royally. And again, if anything, she does deserve credit because you got to be a dumb motherfucker to fuck it up this bad.
Really
I mean,
do.
This is Star Wars. This is Star Wars.
Dude.
And she did it.
Okay, arguably 70 to 90% of a movie had been shot before she realized she didn't like it because she didn't check in. How she did that alone should have had her fired. You just wasted millions of the company's money, and she so once she was safe after that, she was pretty safe. She was pretty safe. They had no plan. They had no plan for Star Wars. JJ didn't have a plan.
from what I understand, like, Bob Iger actually oversaw Rise of Skywalker pretty closely. Oh, sorry, not Rise of Skywalker, Force Awakens. And so what you had there was a movie that was a crowd pleaser. It had an awful lot of problems with it, but it didn't divide the fan base particularly, and it didn't cause too many problems. But then, because it was such a success, Kathleen Kennedy was able to take credit for it, and it was enough for him to say, "Oh, okay, well, I'll step back for the next one. You know what you're doing, Kathleen. Good luck with Last Jedi. I'm sure it'll be great." And so this is what happens when she's not supervised, basically.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, we did hit 5,000, and then it dropped because YouTube didn't want us to stay over 5,000. But we did break 5,000.
Let's get over 5,000. That'd be awesome. And it's because of you guys. We got the sexy drinker and the above average Jeremy.
I gotta show everybody this. So this is the clip that the Jar Jar Abrams video. I'm just gonna put it in the private chat, Gary. And this puts it in perspective right here. Like the title is perfect. This video clip, you gotta watch it. This is from the Force Awakens. It's so good. Just first you gotta frame it with the title of the video. It's so good. And then listen to how they talk about George. This is on The Force Awakens. They already threw this motherfucker's sequel trilogy outline out, by the way. Okay. Listen to how this bitch talks. Kathleen Kennedy thinks George Lucas is dead. Just listen.
I did pose this provocative idea, who is Luke Skywalker, that would be something that was said by one of our characters.
Why was who is Luke Skywalker such a fascinating question?
I guess because it spoke to a new generation. It was that idea that there would be young people for whom Luke Skywalker was essentially a myth.
There isn't a day that goes by or went by as we were making the movie where we don't talk about George. It's the standard, what would George do? One of the things that we talked about very early on was that the villain in the movie be young. He's in the midst of adolescent angst.
And Kathy's like, Adam Driver. We're like, mic drop.
Oh my God.
Man, if only we had a way to talk to George. If only we could find out what he would do.
They really didn't understand what the word graffiti meant. The studio executives.
Oh, sorry, that's still going in the background. Okay, Adam Driver. How old is Adam Driver? By the way, just that end comment got me. Is Adam Driver's like freaking 35, right? Or 32? Mid adolescence? What?
Yeah.
I'm gonna read a couple super chats here, guys. Let me get a couple, and we've got so many. Thanks, everyone. We're at 5137 viewers. That is amazing. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on a nooner today. Everybody loves a nooner. Justero Roanoke for $2 says, "Seeing Who like this hurts. Been watching since 80s." Seeing who? Doctor Who. Seeing Doctor Who. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, who? Like the band? Me? Oh, Doctor Who. Doctor Who sucks. It's coming. And I'll talk about that a little later about, what, I mean, this is a huge wake up call. It's kind of strange. I didn't expect this from the end of The Mandalorian, that it woke up the fandom in, emotionally, right? It just reminded everybody collectively, like, wow, this is fun. I remember what it was like when Star Wars was fun. Anybody remember laughter? That's a Led Zeppelin line right there. And then a couple of weeks later, we're all reminded why Lucasfilm sucks and why we're here. And it's, it doesn't matter how we got here. Again, I will argue that to feign ignorance about like what happened to the fandom menace in 2018, 2019 is total bullshit, but that's fine. You can say you could not want to be part of it, but don't say you don't know anything about it. Come on, son. Come on. Polaris sucks for 2 Canadian pesos. Thank you. He says, hail to you, sir. Hail Gary, hail mods, hail chat, says Steve Carter for $2. Waiting for Nerdrotic, which is something you do quite often. Hail to Itchy's blog, Disney Star Wars is dumb, for documenting Pablo's and Lucasfilm's abuses. Yes. And I dedicate this live stream to Itchy Baka, and I actually have his thing pulled up here where he.
MauLer, do you want in?
Yeah, MauLer, come on in, dude.
Yeah, you got to send it. You wanna?
I will send him a link.
I can get it.
Could you throw in the link?
Yeah, we've got an all-star cast today, like.
Yeah, wow. I feel so honored. So, yes, again, I dedicate this live stream to the great Itchy Baka. Disney Star Wars is dumb. He's been on top of this. And he is, he and Data Racer have really been the archivists on this, By the way, little known fact, I turned down a job at Lucasfilm, 2012. Said no.
Did you?
I did. I was supposed to be an audio archivist. They wanted to pay me 15.
Probably the best decision you made, man.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I turned it down because of pay. It wasn't because of some moral thing. It was they didn't want to pay me shit. I'm like, no. I went through the whole damn process. I was excited as hell. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna work at Lucasfilm, and then they're like $15 an hour. I'm like, fuck you. $15 an hour. $15 an hour. Clarifying Pablo Hidalgo's clarification. Pablo, I don't want to get in the guy's head and personal attack. I mean, like, he obviously hates Star Wars fans. I don't know why. Why is he there, Jeremy? Was he?
He's been there for like 20 years.
Yeah, like he's been there for a long, long time. Did he work on? What did he work on before? Was he just? Did he work on any specific projects, or was he just in the background? Was he a producer? Did he work? Was he an editor? Or
I could not. Hang on, I'm trying to send MauLer this, but yeah, I didn't know who. This is what the great thing about these people in movies is when you don't know who they are and you only know about the products they produce. It's a lot better. So I learned of Pablo Hidalgo after The Last Jedi came out when he started trashing Star Wars fans. But he's been with the company, I think, about 20 years. I can't get into, I don't know the specifics as to what he's produced, but he's been, if I'm not mistaken, Chad, am I correct? He's been there like 20 years. So he's a Lucas guy.
Yeah. And that's probably why he's still there. I imagine the reason he is still there is George likes Pablo.
So he's been there for, if I'm not mistaken, 20 years. If Tom is here, he could probably tell me. MauLer, you have a link. I sent it to you on Twitter.
To anybody who wants to deify George, I, as somebody who used to, like, George was an idol of mine, an icon when I was a kid. George is not a saint. I'm sure you all know that. There's a bunch of authors right now who are not getting paid from Disney, including Star Wars authors, including Alan Dean Foster, who wrote the Star Wars The New Hope novelization. George Lucas put his name on it, but it was written by Alan Dean Foster. Alan Dean Foster hasn't gotten paid by Disney since 2012. George Lucas knows about this. George Lucas knew about this. George Lucas could step in at any moment to make sure Alan Dean Foster, the guy who wrote the novel for him, for The New Hope, which wasn't called The New Hope, it was called fucking Star Wars when I was growing up, could make sure that man got paid his piddly thousands while he's, got cancer right now. But George doesn't step in. Why? Well, I don't know. So George likes people like Pablo. He likes Kathleen, and that probably has a lot of sway into why Disney don't fire these people.
Yep.
I bet he doesn't like Kathleen now.
MauLer's backstage.
MauLer, what's up? He's still got his Christmas. He's still festive.
He's still festive.
Oh, of course I am. Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, dude?
What's going on?
Hello, MauLer.
The last time I was on here, I didn't have my festive outfit on. I felt really bad. I was like, oh my God, I screwed it all up.
Now you do.
Just got done premiering our watching of Batman and Robin, classic. Everyone loves that movie, It's not
is it better than Wonder Woman 1984?
At least it's self-aware. Maybe.
It's funnier.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in that movie. Oh my God, he's glorious. He
goes for it. He's got some classic one-liners.
You could fill a soundboard from that movie, an entire soundboard.
A very faithful adaptation of the Austrian Mr. Freeze from the comic books, as everyone knows and loves.
I have to ask as well, how many of you guys survived Wonder Woman 1984 when you did your watch through?
That was I can't remember. Have I spoken to any of you guys about this? Like we got the mall fight scene.
Mm-hmm.
We were all losing our shit with laughter and confusion that we had to pause the film. We had to stop. We had to talk through all. That scene's amazing. Like you could talk for about an hour about everything that happens in it. All of the drama happens because a guy drops his gun.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he hadn't done that. And then
there's a lot to unpack from that one. It's when the guy gets thrown into like the ring and it starts spinning around and he's like holding on to it. I was like, I stepped back from the film and I just had to question my life. What was going on?
Patty Jenkins was trying to show homage, pay homage to Richard Lester's Superman 2 in that scene, which is a bad thing to pay homage to. I'm sorry. Richard Donner's Superman 2 all day long, but Richard Lester's Superman 2, not so much.
I've already
that's
heard
just
that anything we consider to be pretty bad in the movie is very likely the studio and not Patty Jenkins, just so you know. So she's safe, okay? Anything you thought was good, that was probably her.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice little way of protecting her, because I think everyone really likes the first film, and they had the idea of like the third act wasn't her fault, therefore she's safe. It's like after seeing this movie, it's like, okay, I don't know.
No.
Yeah, this makes me think she absolutely can't write for shit.
Yep.
Like
No.
the story behind this is absolutely bonkers. And apparently she can't really do an action scene either, so it kind of makes me question what the fuck she can do.
Yep.
We even spotted a mistake where a guy is on the floor acting as though he's been wrapped around by the lasso, but they didn't CGI it, so he's just there rolling around like, oh no, without anything on. It just looks really funny. It's like, what are you doing?
It's like this movie was made like back in the mid-90s with those kind of like that level of effects and that level of attention to detail.
It was shot that long ago.
One thing I talked about was, and Gary, look at the tweet that I just put in the private chat. That is hilarious right there. But I said like it was almost like they were going overboard with like, hey, remember the 80s? Everybody had a fanny pack. Everybody had a loud yellow shirt. It was just like overkill to the point where it was just
everything's neon, everything's brightly colored. Like, you know, you go to a gym and everyone's wearing like bright pink like workout clothes. It's so over the top, like cartoonish. And you compare that to the first one, which was, you know, it was relatively muted. It was obviously set in World War One. Like the color scheme's pretty grounded. Like it kind of looks fairly believable for the most part. When you see that compared to this, it's like it's like a whole different team worked on it.
Yep. Yeah, how about that? I'm a tyrant, everybody. Tyrant Jeremy Griggs, cult leader of Geeks and Gamers, makes stupid statements saying Donald Dump is better president than Barack Obama. I mean, that's exactly the reaction I was looking for when I made that video. But it was a poll by The Hill. The Hill, 12 years in a row, Barack Obama was voted the most influential person, and Donald Trump dethroned him. It's a fact. But I just wanted to show everybody that one. Really quick. Cult leader.
It was most admired person. Apparently, that was a Gallup poll for him.
We're really getting broad with that cult definition, huh?
I know.
If you have 3 friends that you guide to the swimming pool, you have a cult.
If we have a cult,
always wanted to have a cult.
If we have a cult, explain Uche Waneri, please, to me. Have you guys seen Uche on Twitter and the shit he says? Or me watching him on Andy Signor's stream the other day try to defend Wonder Woman 1984. That shit was unwatchable. I'm like,
who was trying to defend Wonder Woman 1984? Uche. You know, Uche, I love you, man. 24 hours. Put the weed down for 24 hours. That's all I'm saying. It'll help clear your head, and the next day it'll be great. It'll be great.
Well, did you see? I can't remember what the account was. It was like Jonathan something, and he said that Wonder Woman 84 is the ultimate test, the ultimate fight between emotional resonance and logical consistency. He was like, it best represents how, you know what? Sometimes you don't need logical consistency. We got emotion. And you watch the movie and you're like, what are you, how far have you taken? He, by the way, like a day later said, okay, yeah, the movie's bad. Like, I've thought about it now.
Like, I would argue the Mandalorian hit the emotion, the feels, and made everybody ignore the illogical consistency in there. In that,
I think it's a better test.
Yeah.
The Mandalorian's a better test of that argument.
Yeah.
You know, logical consistency versus emotional payoffs, because Wonder Woman 1984 was just insanity on screen for 2.5 fucking hours. It just never ended.
I was talking to Fringy about this. It's obviously failed as an adaptation. It's failed as a sequel. It's failed as like a movie that pleases let's say the me types, the ones who's like, oh, I love it when it's consistent and stuff. It's failed the people who just enjoy movies for fun, and then of course it's failed the people who are like, this is empowering for women. It's like, I don't know that there's a sect of people that it hasn't pissed off, basically.
That is a sign of extremely bad movie.
Yeah.
Because you don't even have any group to, You don't have any group that's defending it, and it was pretty unwatchable. I mean, it was really bad from the moment the movie started, and the bad, distracting CGI, and then you move into the nonsensical mall scene.
I think I got a bad vibe like with that first scene in Themyscira where they've got to do the assault course thing and it goes on for about 2 hours by itself. Like it just seemed to drag forever. I was like, nah, you've got a problem with editing right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Dude, when they spontaneously
I like to.
Go ahead.
When it comes to things like that, like these big obstacle courses where they're not obviously driven by like machines because the Amazons don't have advanced technology. So I always like to think like, okay, could I imagine stuff like this existing in any kind of real world scenario? No, not with any of this. This is all just insane, bonkers CGI nonsense. Like,
I think the movie had like lost me in terms of thinking it was even a film at all when Steve Trevor spontaneously decided, hey, if I launch this RPG, you can attach your whip to it and get to the children. That, like, my brain broke at that point. I was like, you can't be serious.
I could not. Yeah, that's what I had a hard time. I had to stop it at that scene. That was like, what just happened? Did they?
I assume this movie's been butchered in the editing room as well because. There's things like Steve and Diana just teleporting from Egypt back to Washington, D.C. to go to that meeting with the guy with the ancient book and stuff. And it's like there's no in-between scene to explain how they got there.
There's a nanosecond scene that I missed the first time around. It shows the invisible jet flying out of like a fucking farm field, but like it's like that. And you wouldn't know it because you're watching. So it was like tire prints in the in the plants or whatever, in the crop or whatever. And I'm like, what the how did they get back? And I had to go back and see it. And then like, it didn't register in my brain. It was so short. Bad editing. You're supposed to, why would you want to have an establishing scene with an invisible jet?
In fairness, I just assumed that she carried Steve by a hand and just whipped her way through lightning strikes all the way back to DC. That makes most sense to me.
Yeah.
Did you see? You can't play it here. But, Film Gob uploaded a little montage of all the scenes, and he played all of these like really iconic '80s songs. And he's like, Patty Jenkins just should have went all out. And honestly,
we said that.
Yeah, whenever you play iconic 80 songs with all of the action, it actually makes I was like, okay, this actually works, but it's
what the fuck? Do you guys remember when she was like walking Steve around to appreciate like art and stuff? He was playing like operatic music in the middle of like an 80s. So we were just like, what is this? Like, why are you doing this to me?
They didn't want to pay for any of the licensing, I guess. They put Frankie Goes to Hollywood in one scene, and I liked it. I'm like, yeah, Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. That's good. That's very 1984. They actually got the date right on a song.
Mm-hmm. It's very there's no like strong sense of like the time period. Take out the ridiculous outfits. And it could really be happening in the present day, like apart from like the kind of clunky old-fashioned computers or things like that. But like, there's not really a sense of 80s culture or anything like that. Obviously the 80s music is missing from the soundtrack for the most part, and you just think, damn, like what was the point in even doing this if you're not going to make use of it?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm curious about. I think I know where you guys stand on this, but just curious. But we all heard the reports that Pascal's character was a Donald Trump figure. I didn't pick that up at all. Did any of you really pick up those elements?
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all. And I said this in my video. Like, that was the worst thing Patty Jenkins could have said in that interview because she probably alienated like 50% of the people who read it.
Yeah.
Why even mention that if you're not going to make him like a proper Donald Trump stand-in? He's kind of like just a bolshy 1980s like con man. Like that's all he is, and it doesn't even go all in on that. Like it actually portrays him pretty sympathetically. He's a guy. I think he's an immigrant from like a poor background. He seems to have had a rough upbringing. He loves his son. He's desperate to succeed. He's terrified of failing, and it ultimately causes him to resort to like the dildo stone fucking gem thing that grants your wishes. That's nothing like anything that Hollywood would portray Donald Trump as.
Absolutely.
So I don't know why they did it.
The hot take we had was that so when we'd finished this film, Jay hadn't seen it, and he was like, "So what happens in it?" And I had an idea. I was like, "I'm going to describe the film as though it's Maxwell's film. It's his story. And so when, like, you know, this kid growing up, his parents essentially hate each other. It's like a broken family, and he's really poor and he's bullied. He's growing up and he's trying to achieve that American dream. He's always presenting himself as though he has, but the first thing we see is his whole office building is falling apart. There's no one working there and stuff. And, you know, you guys saw the movie. If you go through each of the scenes and really describe them with a lot of benefit of the doubt and try and ignore all of the stupid shit, and then you get to that final scene where he admits to his son, like, you know what, it's not true. I'm not a great guy. I'm not someone who's achieved everything. I suck, and you know, I need to fucking work with that instead of trying to pretend anything else. It's like, huh. So how does Wonder Woman fit into any of this? It's like, I don't know, she doesn't really. She's kind of annoying in the film. It's like, go away. This is the thing. If it's supposed to be a Trump character, it's like, so why'd you make him like the most interesting character in the movie? What was the point of that? Like, I felt like
no. You clearly the most interesting character in the movie was Kristen Wiig. I mean, like,
okay, so yeah, I didn't feel like mentioning her. Like, why was she in the film? She really it was if you chop out her entire plot, I think the film actually like drastically improves.
Yep.
We knock out like 40 minutes of nothing. What was the final fight? She's supposed to be apex powerful predator, and she's defeated by electricity, but it doesn't affect Wonder Woman. It's like I don't understand what's happening. What?
As someone that has never seen The Amazing Spider-Man 2 but heard it is awful, how does this movie compare to Amazing Spider-Man 2? Because they both seem convoluted with unnecessary characters.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 is worse because it wastes the death of Gwen Stacy, one of the single greatest moments in the history of comics, the entirety of comics. It wastes. And once you film it once, it just, that's your first time. That was the first time the mass audiences got to see one of the hook moments that got most people at my age and younger to read Spider-Man, was this epic soul crushing scene that led 12-year-olds crying. You couldn't believe it, and they just fucking wasted it. And it's the last time I had like flat out embarrassing nerd rage in the movie theater. I fucking screamed. I was mad. My wife pulled me out of the movie theater because she was so embarrassed. It was not a good moment for me.
I myself laughing throughout TASM 2. It's called TASM 2. That's a really good acronym, huh?
That is actually good. That's really good.
That movie is special.
I hated the first one so bad that I just never watched the second one. So
no,
I heard it was awful.
It's worse.
I
than
never
Wonder Woman.
took to Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man.
Me neither.
He was too old. He was too
cool,
twitchy and goofy, and I couldn't do it.
He was too cool for me. Like Peter Parker is supposed to be this geeky, awkward nerd, and Andrew Garfield, just as a person, he doesn't portray Peter to me.
He does really well in all of his conversations with people in the TASM movies. He like holds himself pretty well, and it's always like, isn't he supposed to be a bit introverted or awkward or whatever else? And he's just like, he's pretty charming with like everyone he talks to. It's like, huh, okay, you know, if you want to go that way, I guess. And the fact that, you know, someone's getting bullied and he's like, hey, stop that in the middle of like the school. It's like one of the earliest scenes we see him. It's like, oh shit, all right, this guy stands up for people when they're in. There's not a sense of like, oh man, I really don't want to see someone suffer, but at the same time, like, do I get involved? It's like, but he just goes straight in.
Yep. Totally wrong for Peter. Good actor, wrong for Peter Parker.
Yeah, but I was just when MauLer making that point just immediately made me think of Amazing Spider-Man 2 and how this movie would compare to it, seeing as I haven't seen Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, don't bother. No, Wonder Woman 84 it's just, I mean,
one of my webmasters for the site, that's been his goal, is to, because he loves that fucking movie for some reason. Apparently I hire retarded people, but but he loves that movie.
Stupid is as stupid does.
And his goal has just been like, from the moment that I brought him on the team, which was like 5 years ago, his goal is to been like, I am going to make you watch that movie at some point. I'm going to do such a good job. And he's done a fantastic job, but I'm like, I'm never watching that fucking movie.
The only thing good about that movie is the Spider-Man costume. They got it right. It looks like the ultimate Spider-Man costume, the Bagley one. That's about the only thing they get right. And what's her face is a decent Gwen Stacy, but so memorable. She's what's her face.
I feel like I need to watch it just because of how apparently awful it truly is. I feel like I probably need to watch it for that reason.
Alex Kurtzman has involvement. That's all you need to know. That
Electro is one of the most hilarious super. He's like Mr. Freeze, but they didn't realize how funny it was, like when they were making it.
well,
He
and then
falls into a vat of
Oh,
electric
man,
eels and
Electro.
becomes electricity.
You know what I should do? There are people. I have multiple people on my team that will passionately defend Andrew Garfield. We may just do a watch party on Geeks and Gamers of Amazing Spider-Man 2 at some point. I'll get my webmaster on there. I'll get people on the team that love those fucking movies for whatever reason, and we'll watch it. I'll bring MauLer in to really rip their souls out.
You'll have a field day with it, honestly.
We had a Talent 2 debate on EFAB. It's like 5 hours long. It was something.
That's short.
Yeah, that is kind of short, actually.
There are people out there who love that film.
I know.
Well, the thing is, Evan's now got me doubting all the Spider-Man movies. He did his one on Spider-Man 2, like the Raimi one, and I found myself agreeing with all his points, and I was like, oh damn! Now I'm like,
you mean
I'm really
Southpaw, not
conflicted.
Yeah, Southpaw. Right?
Sorry, Southpaw.
Yeah. He goes over how everything to do with Doc Ock is kind of broken, and I never realized it, like until going through all of his points in the video. Everything to do with Peter and MJ's relationship is really toxic if you look at all of the details, like how she treats him and stuff. And this is, I recommend go watching the video. It's really surprising. You don't expect any kind of like, you'll start up and be like, okay, let's see what you've got to say. And then you watch it, you're like, oh shit, all right, well, okay.
That's how good characters and sentiment means a lot, and it can get people to not think about illogical inconsistencies we just talked about. I mean, people, Spider-Man 2 is still one of my favorite all-time movies, and I love Superman 2 too. It's filled with fucking problems. It doesn't matter because it's still good. It's still overall pleasing.
I fucking like Superman Quest for Peace just because Christopher Reeve.
Yep,
so,
me too.
I mean, I'm willing to overlook shit, clearly. If I have an emotional attachment, Quest for Peace is so fucking bad, but Reeve is so... He is magic. He defines the word magic in a role, and even in the worst pile of shit Superman 4 is, Christopher Reeve and his magic in that role just makes me appreciate it. Like, I can watch it.
Yeah, you got to account for Hollywood evolving too, and that's the biggest disappointment about Warner Brothers with Wonder Woman. Warner Brothers could have done a cinematic universe in the 80s. And they didn't do it because they don't know what to do with their characters. So for them they're one, it's funny. Their one success with the DCEU, like nobody thought to go, what worked about this? They just thought about, we need to get as far away from this Snyder thing as possible. I mean, never mind the last movie made $1 billion, or almost $1 billion, a sea hair away from $1 billion. And it made Marvel freak out so much to where they made Captain Marvel. Because once Wonder Woman was made, Kevin Feige was getting asked all the time, when is Marvel's going to have a leading female superhero? And he's like, duh, 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 duh. It's all Pearl Butter's fault. Yeah, like we got Captain Marvel.
This is the problem. This is why I was pissed off with this movie, because with Wonder Woman, you've got Gal Gadot, who's a extremely likable actress. Yeah. Like, she really... you can't help but warm to her, and she's like 1,000,000 times more likable than Brie Larson. And you've got Wonder Woman as a character who's actually, the way they portrayed her in the first movie worked perfectly. You really bonded with this character. She was warm, she was likable. She embodied everything that you would look for in a character like that. Great. And so because of that, I really wanted the second movie to succeed and show Marvel, like, this is how you do it. This is the kind of character that people were really looking for. And the fact that they've completely fucked it up just makes me think, Christ, like, there's nothing to stand in our way now.
We're also in trouble continuity-wise. Man of Steel happening with no Wonder Woman meant they had to account for that. They were like, oh, she's just sort of been under the radar this whole time, but not really. She actually isn't. And you're like, wait, so what?
I called this out in my review, right? When it was like, she in Batman versus Superman, even, she says, like, well, after World War I turned my back on humanity, because I couldn't stand what humanity had become. It's like, oh, okay, cool. You've been in hiding all this time, but then you find out she's been involved in all this other shit that's been going on, and it's like, it's really ambiguous in this film whether at the end of it, everyone's just kind of forgotten about all this insane shit that happened over the past few days, like the world on the brink of war, like walls rising up out of the ground in the middle of nowhere, oil wells getting struck all across America, nuclear wars almost happening, or does everyone know that it still happened, but it just kind of went back to normal and everyone just kind of moved on from it? It's really odd, but it's the sort of thing that would it should have clued people in like the 21st century when Batman versus Superman's happening, like, oh, there was someone involved in all this who was like this magical goddess woman who could like do all these superpowered things that no real person could do. That's really important, and you should definitely remember it historically.
Who was
You think Bruce would be like, what the hell was all of that in 84? Like,
no,
what was that?
he was Bruce Wayne having his parents
he was alive
back
in 84.
Yeah.
That's the annoying thing. Like, he would have experienced
he had his
all of this
parents
shit.
back for a
In fact,
day.
he probably would have wished for his parents to come back to life if he'd had a wish.
Yeah.
Diana's got to answer for that, for making Bruce pronounce his wish. No, and then she was parading around the freaking White House with her costume on. Nah.
It's funny how basically every single viewer of this film was like, wait, only bad wishes happened? Nobody wished for things that were good? Are you kidding me? It's like, you shouldn't wish for things. You should accept things how they are. It's like, fuck off. Of course we wish for things to be better. You've got an actual tangible narrative that like allows you to... It's like, I wish I didn't have cancer. Boom, you don't. And you're like, oh, wow, that's great. She's like, renounce your wish, selfish person. You're like, excuse me?
Yeah, what? Right?
Yeah, what if you wish to end world hunger or something
World
like
peace.
that?
Yeah.
I like that. That's a good thing.
That would be
like,
selfish of you.
That's nice.
Oh man!
What blows my mind is like the idea that every single person on the planet renounced their wish on seeing her plea. Like, not a single person thought, yeah, I'm going to keep my one going. I'm just not going to tell anyone. I'm going to keep mine.
How did they see her plea?
No, they all just gave it up.
I like how you brought. I forgot to bring up this point. Like, how did they understand her? How did they hear her? How did Max Lord speaking to the light
really loud?
Okay.
Well, I've discovered, Gary, because I've spoken to some of my engineer friends. If you stand in the beam of a satellite dish, right, that'll actually transmit you to the world.
Whoa.
Like, you don't need any kind of technology to do it.
You know what's great?
You just have to fucking stand in a beam of light.
What the
What's
fuck?
great about that as well is every time she crosses paths with Max in the narrative, she has no influence really at all on his plot line. Even at the end, when she's like, please, renounce the wish, he's ignoring the fuck out of it. It's only when he sees that his son is getting hurt that he's like, oh shit, I'll renounce the wish because then it'll save my son. It's got nothing to do with her. She could just not be there.
Alistair.
And what was it? This is this really weird muddled thing about what they're trying to put forward in the finale, right? Is it that the whole world renounces their wishes and that kind of undoes his power? Or is it the fact that he ultimately realizes the error of his ways and that's enough to turn it around? But it's like they try to do both simultaneously, and you get this weird, like, confusing convergence of all these different things happening at the same time when you're not really sure what's actually turned the tide here. It's just it's such a shit film.
Does him renouncing his wish renounce all wishes because he is the wish thing?
Is
that how that works?
I
mean, I don't know, like, because everyone else has as well, so it feels like that's played like it's really significant.
Also, when he said, "I wish to be the this object," I think Rags in our recording was like, "Is he gonna become a stone? Like, what's gonna happen?"
If I was a trickster god, I would say, okay, you could renounce your wish, but you still lose your most valued possession. That would be the trick. So, like, you can renounce your wish all day long.
It throws up so many questions, like, because I thought the point of this is like you make a wish and it grants it, but it takes something really important away from you, and you're kind of fucked. Like, it's playing a trick on you almost. But the idea that you can then just like back out of this whole deal and just put things back the way they were, it kind of undoes the point of all that. And also, like, say you do renounce your wish, do you get another one? Does it reset? I don't know.
It's also incredibly fucking lame that the president says, "I wish for more nukes."
Oh,
like, are you 5 years old? Who wrote this? Like, Jesus.
Yes.
I called this out in my review. Why not just wish that the other side had no nukes whatsoever, or the other side doesn't even exist,
or the other side just loves us?
What an interesting question to see any president answer. Like, an honest, what do you ultimately wish for? If you can make it happen, what is it? Just like, hey, more nukes. Okay, yeah, all right, that's what you would say.
It's thought of as like how people are, like all people will wish we're all toxic people, so we'd all wish for something bad, or it's all projection, and that's essentially how it's written. And this is why social commentaries are terrible in movies about comic book characters of all things.
Films, right?
It's so fucking it's so aggravating. And I mean, I've said for the longest time, I can deal with a good movie or a bad movie. That's fine. That's end of the day. Make a movie, it doesn't turn out good, great. You know, it's like Colin Trevorrow, for instance. Colin Trevorrow is, he apologized to the fans for the second Jurassic World movie, which was utterly fucking garbage. He apologized. He's like, hey, we're gonna take into consideration when we hear the fans, and we're gonna move forward. And that's really all you want to hear. Like, okay, you fucked up, you made a bad movie, we'll criticize it, and we can move on with our day.
Yeah.
When you do what people like Lucasfilm did, that's how Jeremy makes 250 fucking Last Jedi videos right there.
Is that really the number, by the way?
Huh?
What's the number of Last Jedi videos you've done?
Oh shit, they're more than the Brie Larson videos. I don't know. I don't know how many, but I've got more Last Jedi videos than Brie Larson.
Come on, Gary, numbers don't go that high.
Look, hey, listen, I'm considering changing. I'm considering, like, people have said for years and years, Jeremy, stop making Brie Larson videos, stop making Brie Larson videos, and I've been very, very defiant. But new information has popped up, and I'm considering retiring Brie Larson videos and making Amber Heard videos. Jesus,
I can't say I take issue with that one. Go right ahead.
She is so much. Brie, honestly, she hasn't done anything lately. I mean, she did her channel. It was cringe, but she hasn't done anything bad.
Yeah.
Well, Captain Marvel 2, we're all going to be keeping an eye on, of course.
Listen, when you see Gal Gadot and you see the casting of Gal Gadot in Wonder Woman, Marvel should have clearly done casting like that for Captain Marvel. But, because you have a graceful, beautiful woman, a grown-ass, mature woman who is, she's a classy dame, that Gal Gadot. But Brie Larson is a spazzy 17-year-old girl. She's just like a little child. Yeah, that's what she is. She's terrible for the role.
Brie Larson's like the girl that was like moderately attractive in high school and kind of got a lot of attention. But then when you move on to like university, there's like lots of way more attractive girls from overseas, and like suddenly she's out of her league.
Yep.
That's kind of what she feels like. But then she's really resentful about it.
In fairness, Gal Gadot, when you're up against her, everyone looks like a trash bag. Come on, it's not fair.
It's not. It really isn't. But they still should have cast somebody much better than Kristen Wiig for, Cheetah everything was a waste in this movie.
I was so confused when she took the glasses off. She was like, I'm hot now. I was like, what? you just
they
took
did
the
it.
Glasses off.
They actually did it. They did it.
They did the meme. Yeah, it's amazing.
Hour and 20 minutes. Wonder Woman wears her costume one time in the first hour and 20 minutes of that film.
I don't know why she was in the film.
The first act of this movie was so fucking slow. It was like a romantic drama or something. Like there was no action set pieces. There was very little like plot developments happening. It was just setting up characters, and like, god damn, it dragged.
It
was so boring to watch.
So half baked as well. When she's shouting at Kristen Wiig from having allowed Max to borrow the thing. Like, with what characters know in those scenes, Kristen Wiig should just be like, why are you angry about this? This is totally normal for us, and you donated a huge amount of money to our operation. Like, what is wrong with you? But instead, she's like, oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no, he's got it now. Wait, what? I don't even know what's happening. Like,
can you maybe explain to me what Max's plan was in this case? Because he needed to get his hands on the gemstone thing. Right.
How does he know about it?
All he needed to do was to hold it for a few seconds and then make his wish, right? Why did he have to like seduce Kristen Wiig and get her to like give it to him? He could have just broken into her office and stolen it, or he could have just gone in there and like held it for a few seconds.
When he spots it and she closes the door and she's like, right, let's head out. We were all like, just go get it. Why? Yeah, just go get it. You just gotta get your hand on it. What do you mean? What is happening?
They had to show
because she's already established like it has no real value monetarily. So like he could have just been like, I quite like this thing. Could I have it? Can I borrow it?
$75, right? Why not just give it to him? He's your donor. Here, just have it. Take it. If you want, for $75, your donor could put it on. Like, no, they had to show a man manipulating a woman. That's it. That was it. They had to show some toxic male manipulating a vulnerable, insecure woman. That's why.
Yeah,
what are the odds that she would run into that same drunken guy, by the way, like twice?
Amazing. The true villain of the film.
That guy is resilient. He takes a lot of hits, and he's still going.
Yep.
That's what drug does to you guys. You get immunity.
Well, I can vouch for that.
Did you guys like whenever you make a wish, it fucking blows wind at you?
Yeah.
And then, as the payoff,
magic happening.
when I realized this, I just couldn't stop laughing. So the finale, she can't get a whip of truth, whatever the fuck, on him because there's too much wind. All of that wind is coming from all the wishes being granted. That's so stupid.
It's wish wind.
It's the way when she has to like pretend like she's getting flattened against the wall by it, and it just looks like such clumsy acting. Like, oh no, this wind is so strong, I can't move.
How did she get the whip on him? The lasso. How did she do it? Because it's just on him.
It's just, yeah, we didn't get to see that. I was
so confused.
I was confused. How did Maxwell find out about it?
Yeah. In that moment. Because it's not like her putting it on him causes him to make some horrifying admission that then turns everyone against him or anything like that. It's like she somehow puts it on him and uses it to broadcast her plea to the rest of the people of the world. It's like, I didn't think it did that. So, is it like a transmitter or something?
I might have missed this, and I watched it twice, and I might have missed this, but we set up in the beginning of the film that there's universal truths, and when you imbue an item with these universal, things, not just truths, just things, it makes them very powerful and dangerous. So the lasso of truth is imbued by all of truth everywhere. What was the wish stone imbued with?
The power of wish.
Just the power of wish. That's a universal constant.
We all know
wish.
It's such a, like you just like TV show plot lines. Stuff like Buffy and Farscape would do this, where it's just like, we have all of our characters, let's drop something on them. There's an object that grants wishes. Like, oh, cool. I never thought they would do this for something like Wonder Woman. It's like suddenly an object that grants wishes. You're like, what? Okay, I guess. And for some reason, Maxwell Lord knows about it. And everyone's fight over it, and it happens to like be in the place that's getting smuggled at the beginning for her action scene. Which, by the way, not to go back to it, but I love that she knocks out 3 security cameras and she thinks that that's it. It's like, first of all, they don't store the video inside the cameras, you dumbass. Like, why the fuck would that do anything?
This is the Knives Out school of filmmaking again, isn't it? Like, oh well, if we destroy the camera, then the film's gone too. Clearly.
And all of the people there, everyone, all these eyewitness accounts that basically could describe her to a T. It's amazing to me.
She didn't have to wear her armor. She could have just gone in civilian clothes and maybe like just, knocked them out, used her superior strength and perhaps passed it off as like, well, I've had self-defense training or something like that. But nope, she rocks up in full Wonder Woman attire with the lasso of truth and everything else. Like, you couldn't announce your presence more thoroughly if you tried.
And then she says, like, keep this secret, random child, with everyone surrounding me right now. It's like, what are you doing?
Everybody else can see you too. Right? It was so dumb. Oh God. I know. Dude.
I was not prepared for this movie to be this bad.
I really wasn't either.
I was staggered by it. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it.
I thought it would be bad, but not this bad.
Well, you think about that writer's room and you're like, how did you guys cook this up? Do you think they just like the RPG she connects to save the children? Like, how does that get created? I want to be in the writer's room when they made it. It's so amazing to me. Just fascinating that they come up with that.
It kind of feels like they got from scene to scene and they were just writing it as they went. Like, there wasn't a script when they started the film. They just like started shooting, and it's like, oh, we'll just work out the next scene as we go.
And then she does this, and then they do write films like that, and sometimes it works. Iron Man was written like that, and Force Awakens was written like that as well. One worked, one didn't. There you go. I'm gonna read. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Jeremy?
I'm gonna have to bounce. I'm gonna have to bounce here soon because I've got another thing I've got to do tonight for our premium members. If
telling everybody to leave, I'm just checking, see if you got a pee or something.
Likewise. I'm kind of like like Jeremy, I'm gonna have to jump pretty soon as well, mate.
But no, this is a lot of people's calling this Tuesday night tights because everybody's here. So- and it's been cool. I mean, obviously, I don't live stream as much as I used to, so it's actually cool that because Gary asked me to come on, and then I'm always happy to talk to MauLer and Drinker. So this is actually cool. I just have so much crap going on these days. I just do not stream that much.
It's hard. It takes dude. It takes giant chunks out of your day. It does.
It really does. It really does.
Yeah.
And we do stream a lot for like our premium members on the website. By the way, the app. Oof,
Is
we're
it
working
coming?
hard on that. But it's coming. It's going to take a few months to get everything worked out, but yeah, we're excited about it. So just keep grinding. And Lucasfilm keeps giving me gold so I can upload videos, shitting all over their company. So it's great. I do have a question for MauLer really quick before I have to leave. MauLer,
what up?
This is the most important question you've ever been asked. Okay.
Oh my God.
I don't want to overhype it, and I understand this is a movie to a TV show, but what's better or worse, Wonder Woman 1984 or Batwoman season 1?
Oof. So the enjoyment factor, they are usually more consistent in the Batwoman episodes that I'll be laughing versus being bored. But how well they're written, like that is tough. Like they are both monstrously bad. The kind of shit that shouldn't exist.
I got him on the fence. All right. I was hoping one wouldn't, because
the thing about Wonder
Batwoman.
Woman 84 was that I was like thinking about Maxwell Lord's arc and how to fix it and how to make it like its own movie if we just remove everything else. And so that like had just a bit of value in the film to me, thinking about like this guy who can grant wishes to people. And maybe the arc is that he wants to try and make the world better, but then people keep wishing for things that are like not quite altruistic, and he tries to counter it by doing X, Y, and Z. And he gets to the president. The president wishes for something that actually causes the world to go into some form of chaos. And it's only until his child, who's experiencing trauma as a result of all these wishes being granted that he experienced as a kid because of his parents' broken home and everything, that he pulls it all back and he realizes, I need to accept my position instead of trying to pretend I'm something else. It's like, damn, there's something there. That's content. But Batwoman's
Yeah,
a joke.
That's Bruce Almighty, basically.
Yes. Well, that was a good answer. I like how people said they quoted you, "Woof, MauLer 2020." But yeah, so I'm gonna bounce. It was a pleasure being on with you, gentlemen, as always. Gary, my brother, always got your back. So MauLer, good talking to you, Drinker.
Yeah, man.
Good talking to you, and I'm sure we'll cross paths in the very near future again. So, bye, chat.
Pleasure,
bye,
mate.
everybody. Smash the melee button for Gary and subscribe to Nerdrotic Daily.
Oh yeah, that one's killing it, man.
You are killing it over there. All right, bye everybody.
Later, brother.
See ya.
Thanks, man.
This will probably end up on Nerdrotic Daily. There'll be some clips. Perry's good at that. I've been blessed with Perry Chan. I don't know what I did good, but I got a gift in that guy.
He is the meme lord.
Dude, he's so good. I think, they wasted, I don't know if you guys read the comics, but Maxwell Lord's a good character in the comics that they completely fucked up, that they could have used in future events. That would have been great. I mean, he put together the Justice League post-crisis, and maybe they can set him up, but he was not an idiot in any way in the books, and they made him an idiot in the movie. And yeah, you probably could have done something with just Maxwell and left Cheetah out completely. Yeah, she was the Venom in
it
this.
would have been really interesting to see him go from like this, because I think that initial reveal of like, he appears to be this successful oil tycoon, then you find out he's kind of a con man, and he's just trying to fake it, and then to see him then devolve into like really sinister, intelligent, like world domination kind of guy. That would be a great kind of transition for him, but they never really completed that. He was just like this manic, crazy person who was just desperate to grant wishes. It was like a drug addict who just wanted his next hit, and there was no real plan or strategy to it. And that was just
I didn't understand
after a while.
I didn't know what he was doing in the film. Like when he was just granting wishes, I was like, I'm not entirely sure what your ultimate goal is here. I need to watch it again, I guess, because I just didn't follow it.
I assumed the power of the stone was somehow taking over him, like I say, like a drug. You want a bigger and bigger hit every time, and so he wants to grant more and more wishes because that's becomes his overriding
Like
obsession.
that's what the film wanted. It wants to grant wishes, and so now he wants to as well, I guess.
I assume so, yeah, because like beyond a certain point, it wasn't really serving his interests anymore. Because I assume his goal was just to become like the world's, have a monopoly on oil, and so he becomes the most powerful oil baron that's ever lived. Which is fine. You could do that up to a point, but then when you're getting to the level of granting wishes for the president and stuff to escalate a nuclear crisis, that's not going to serve any of your interests anymore. You're just actively working against yourself.
I think they could have been clearer on the mechanics as well, because I was getting lost with the whole he chooses the sort of what they lose, and they twisted that into he basically just grants himself a wish almost with every wish that he grants. And I was just like, is it? Oh, okay. Because he's like, all of your men are mine now. It's like, oh, all right. I guess that's how that works. Okay.
Yeah, it was completely lost. We don't know what his motivation was past, because originally it was just to make black gold or whatever the hell it was, worth money. And then he took over. That was it. Movie should have been over. So it feels like there was a major element, like the trickster god was maybe supposed to be a part of this movie. And they maybe like Max Lord looks in the mirror and we see the trickster god in there, taking over or something. We're left with assumptions, right? So nothing explained that at all, and why he kept doing it. It was really chaotic and strange to watch.
It is a crazy movie.
It
Absolutely
is.
nuts.
That seems to be a thing, though, with the antagonists of these like Wonder Woman movies. Like, because the first movie suffered from this same problem, where the setup was that Diana believes that it's the god Ares that's causing war, and as long as he gets destroyed, then humanity will be peaceful and loving and all the rest of it. And then she finds out that no, like humans are kind of naturally warlike anyway. Even if she thinks she's destroyed him, but then he comes in, and then you find out he actually is kind of behind it all, and it's just really muddled. And it's like, what are you even trying to tell us now?
Genuinely, that film
No.
destroyed itself in the third act, because everybody. Do you remember when Ares is defeated? They have German and British soldiers like hugging each other and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Why is this happening?
So it's like the movie undermines its own point for just like a cheap, easy like resolution to everything.
I shared you guys remember the dialogue in that movie, right? I shared a tweet of she says, "I believe in love," and he says, "I will destroy you."
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's the way he delivers it as well. You can see the life draining out of his eyes, where he's like, "I will destroy you."
It's so fucking good, man. And yeah, like the film itself, having her be that level of naive, I guess, means that it would be super interesting for her to see World War II. What is her reaction to that? How does she engage with it? But like we've skipped over it. It's like, okay, I guess. All right. I guess
World War II doesn't happen
in World War II.
In the DC EU. That'd be different. Oh yeah. I'm glad I don't have to watch it again. I watched it twice in one day, and that was bad. It was through a miscommunication with my wife. So and you got to see that mall scene was the big IMAX scene. So you would have had to pay like $30 more for that scene. I would have been pissed. And I guess there were some theaters open here where people actually got to see it in theaters. It made $16 million. But this movie wasn't it, and it sends more messaging, because now Warner Brothers is all about the Snyder Cut, and they tried to go. I mean, I didn't see any major DC Easter eggs at all anywhere. I mean, there might have been on some writing somewhere, but I didn't see it, and I didn't care enough to see it. Peter Hand says Gary is insane. Oh, I've been insane all my life. You're absolutely right. But yeah. No, I had to watch it twice. Well, listen, Melissa wanted to watch it. So she was supposed to watch it while it was on Friday Night Tights, and she didn't. So she's like, we were waiting for you. I'm like, no, you were supposed to watch it while it was live. Now I got to watch it again.
I watched it once, and it essentially took up my entire day because it's that fucking long.
Yeah, you felt it. You definitely felt it.
No, 45 minutes easy. I don't think 45 minutes being taken out would have helped, but
Do you guys remember the scene where they try to figure out what they're going to do next? Like there's 4 of them in some kind of warehousey type place, and they're discussing how to destroy or undo all the wishy stuff. And in the background, Kristen Wiig about 17 different times raises a red flag that she does not want the wishes to be reversed. They all ignore her like the entire time. We were all watching it like, she's telling you guys that she's going to ruin it. She's clearly been given a wish. Guys, pay attention. Listen to it, and she's gone. You're like, right, never mind.
And what was
and Diana never questions the fact that she's like acting completely different, and suddenly everyone's like super into her and all that. Like, yeah, no, totally oblivious.
No, I liked what you said about like what it says about her character, how she was so willing to let certain shit happen just randomly now, and I didn't even think about that aspect. It was just, I thought it was an illogical mess, the whole damn movie, but. Just her wanting Steve back, it kind of undoes her character in the same way that it undid Captain America at the end of Endgame by being a selfish asshole and going back in time and in another timeline, taking Agent Carter away from her husband, right? So this other guy, they never explained that, and they didn't need to do it. They could have just had Steve reappear. That's.
Yes, that would have been so much easier and simpler narratively. But this idea that like you've essentially taken over a man's life, a guy who, he has family, friends, like he's got a life all to his own, and you're like just willing to like just erase all of that so you can have Steve back. It's like you don't have the right to do that to a person. Like
Also,
that doesn't make you a good person.
It's not earned. Like she knew Steve for a couple of days 60 years ago, 70 years ago. This is insane. Like she should have lived a crazy full life by now. There's no, I'm all for her remembering him, but really, like you never met anyone else. You were just in a fucking like a cave.
When you look like Gal Gadot, you're going to meet a lot of people.
Yeah,
you're not gonna struggle for people that you can get with.
Did nobody in the Smithsonian think it's weird that this one woman never ages?
Yep.
I mentioned this because she's still going by the name Diana Prince, even in like 2015 when Batman versus Superman is set. Even Highlander had a way around this where like Connor McLeod has to keep changing his identity every like 10 or 20 years, like as he obviously doesn't age and people would start to get suspicious. He has to like die and move on to a new city or whatever and get a new identity. Like, oh, okay. But she just doesn't bother with that. She's just got the same name and everything.
Yeah. It just doesn't matter. It's, and that shows you, I think it's a lot to do with the right. Well, this was written by Patty Jenkins, who's experienced in writing TV writing, and Jeff Johns, who can write a comic book. I don't know if anybody else was involved. But that's one of the biggest problems with writing is we got this huge lack of experience out there from our writers in Hollywood. Actually, so I think maybe a 2-day relationship it's kind of like dog years in Hollywood. A 2-day relationship might be equal to a marriage as far as how they deal with relationships there. I don't know. Like when you're with somebody for 20 years or something like that and they die, yes, you're going to be hung up on that person probably for the rest of your life. It depends on how they treated you. Yeah. But I didn't even think about that, MauLer. She knew him for 2 days.
Like there's girls that I've been with like for a few days or one night or whatever. I can't remember their fucking names or anything. And you've got like vague recollections of like, oh, they were fun to be with, but like, yeah, it's never that intense for such a short period, man, that you would like be so hung up on them that you could never move past them for the rest of your life.
Steve was a cool guy. I like him. Knew him for a couple of hours. Being generous here to her, be like a couple of weeks. I don't even. It was not long.
No. Yeah. I had a first marriage that was years, and I have trouble remembering a lot of stuff from that, but maybe because I'm an insensitive bastard. I don't know.
You're so toxic, Gary. You're
I'm so toxic.
With all this masculinity.
I love it. Okay. So I'm going to read some super chats. Anybody's welcome to stay, or you can jump off now. I can't believe I had this lineup today. It was so great. So thanks for coming on, guys. I got to, do this more often, but once in a while, this is fun.
Pleasure to be here. I was just at a totally loose end this evening, and I saw you were streaming, and I was like, oh, I'm going to see if I can get on there. And
Hell
it
yeah.
was great to jump in and chat about all this stuff for a while. It was good fun. But I am probably going to have to. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to jump off just now before you get into the super chats. So it's probably a good time for me to leave, man.
Thanks for coming on, Drinker. Buy books.
Always a pleasure, mate. You've been on so many of my live streams. Like, it's just great to be on one of yours.
I haven't done the daytime ones a lot just because of the move. It's been very hectic, but I'm going to do more, and I appreciate you coming on. It is, you're always welcome. You're always welcome, my friend. And if you haven't subscribed to the Critical Drinker, what the hell are you doing? One of the best YouTubers out there. I've got 2 of the best right now on my channel. Pretty honored.
No, thank you. All right, man. Well, honestly,
in
if I don't get a chance to speak to you again before New Year, I hope you have a great New Year, and I'll catch up with you again soon.
Happy
Thanks
New
to
Year,
chat.
sir.
Thanks for everyone.
Take
And
care,
I'll
brother.
see you guys later.
Boy. Well.
It's just you and I. Let's talk about Buffy for 4 hours.
Oh, let's do it. Oh my god. Favorite character? I just gotta be Wesley, right?
Wesley. Wesley, yeah, you want to talk about a good character arc. Woo!
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's an arc. That's a 6-year arc from boy to man.
Yep. And it shows you how good Joss Whedon, when he's not like perving on young women or being an asshole, can be one of the best writers out there if he just concentrated on the important stuff.
Yeah, man, it's perfect storm type shit, and it's probably him and a bunch of other people who worked on it,
Yes.
the actors, the climate, the time. So obviously, if Buffy was all airing today, oh my god, it would get in so much trouble. Some of the stuff that happens in that show.
It would?
Yeah. Do you remember what happens in season 6 with Spike and Buffy? That
yeah.
scene.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
That would-
God.
Oof.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. None of this stuff would. It'll probably be canceled.
They would, yeah. I don't even think they'd have the balls to even put that to paper. They'd be like, no. That's not.
Absolutely not. David Kiefer, welcome to the Geloja level. I appreciate you. We're going to have more member streams coming up. And we got Elizabeth Barlow for $2 says the elites in media and politics will always hate us. They will, Elizabeth, because they don't understand fandom. Well, fandom is a thing that they still think is childish. It's a thing it's kind of the attitude adults had towards people who collected comics in the 60s, which was not. When you collected comic books in the 60s and you were an adult, you were looked at as a creeper, like a straight up creeper. They did not respect you. It was you're collecting like little kitty cartoons, and that they kind of, that's how they see things now. I don't roll with those people, MauLer, but when my wife had the salon, I was, we were able to go to a couple parties that were way above our station. You know what I mean? There was like, we were going to parties of millionaires at mansions and shit. And I hated it. I couldn't stand it. I didn't feel comfortable. The food was, I don't like any of that rich people food. It's gross. But all the catering and stuff. And yeah, you hear what they care about. And what they weren't talking about at these parties was anything I was interested in. Star Wars, comic books, Wizards, Lord of the Rings, nothing. No, it's all politics. And yeah, they don't care. They really don't care. And the same goes for Hollywood, That's why they love talking about politics so much. That's what they actually care about. Power.
Yeah.
Hail Gary, maybe Graham dies because of another mistake made by Dr. Karen. He probably does. He probably dies of cancer, Nicholas Horton, for £5, which is not funny at all. It's not even funny in a show. Roger Haynes for $1.99 Canadian. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. That's a Canadian peso, by the way. Phoenix Tangent for $5. So with Variety hitting Pablo Hidalgo, does that mean Disney is allowing an open season on? Wait, I gotta expand this out a little bit. There's something going on with StreamYard where and Chrome. So that's why screens are going white and black. It's a black and white issue. It's obviously racial. It's obviously racial. Does that mean Disney is allowing an open season on criticizing the Kathleen Kennedy camp? That's a very good question, Phoenix Tangent. Because I would imagine Disney has some influence with Variety. That would be my guess. And Variety writing about a YouTuber is interesting.
Yeah, I saw that. That was interesting. I thought it was going to be bounding into comics, and it's like, oh, this is from Variety. I was like, oh shit, okay, what, really?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, what did it say? Opened old wounds from TLJ or something like that, right?
Did. That's exactly what it said. It opened old wounds from The Last Jedi, which is huge. That's an acknowledgement of the movement. Now, we don't need Variety's acknowledgement. We have had our say. MauLer has been abused. Like I said, what Pablo did to Star Wars Theory was fucked up, especially considering the context of why the man was crying publicly. But it was light compared to what Pablo has said about other people. He's made an enemies list. MauLer gets abused just as bad as I do, right? And MauLer you don't get political. You talk about the story. You strictly
as much as they want me to. Like both people who are for and against me want me to go. Like, why does he hate Captain Marvel, huh? It's got to be politically motivated. It's like, I just think it's really badly written. I don't know. That's all.
It can't be that simple.
Yeah, like when we responded to Jenny Nicholson back in the day, I had weeks of messages about the misogyny, right, of EFAP, which is interesting because we've covered, I think 98% of our videos are about men, not women. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, always interesting. And yeah, you get, torrents of this shit, and you sort of just have to, that would be a good piece of advice for anybody who starts this up. It's like, expect this happens, and just make sure you got some friends. You'll be all right.
Absolutely. Because it's not fun. It's not, and I've told the story before. The only time it really got under my skin was because honestly, it doesn't. But when my kid pointed out that when you search my name on Google, which he was doing, like the fifth one down was racist, was Nerdrotic is racist. That got under my skin. That my kid saw that, and not that he didn't come up and go, Dad, why are you so racist? No. Because he knows. He knows why. No, just kidding. Wait, sorry. There we go. But a little late. No, I don't want my kids seeing that. Now my kid is, he's 15 and he subscribes to MauLer. He subscribes to Jeremy. He watches Sports Wars. He watches The Quartering. He watches stuff I don't. He probably watches Star Wars Theory. I don't. But no, it's never fun, but you got to be ready for it. And honestly, it's just part of the game. I'm glad they acknowledged it for once. Variety.
I mean, there's a tactic behind what they do, right? It's like if we've all agreed racists as a collective are people we shouldn't listen to, then as soon as you can get like you or I into that category, you can dismiss all of our arguments. It's like, we just got to get them in there.
Yep.
It's like, what do they do? It's like, they said Captain Marvel's bad. That's good enough, racist. Like, wait a minute, what? Doesn't even connect, but all right.
It really doesn't. But look at how easily they got it to connect because they just repeated it over and over and over again. Same thing goes for, Star Trek and especially Star Wars. I mean, Star Wars, the agenda part of it, we were complaining about Luke, right? It was my complaint was mostly about Luke, but my complaints with The Force Awakens were just story structure and that Rey was a Mary Sue. That's not really anything agenda driven. She was Mary Sue. But then when we started digging into why they did what they did to Luke, then it became about agenda, and then Kathleen Kennedy came out and said Force is female. And then, all the, anti-Orange Man stuff constantly from Mark Hamill himself and Pablo Hidalgo, which they have every right to do, but they were using that to, they were weaponizing that towards fandom, which is not okay to do. And none of this is ever okay to do. But Disney let it go because they weren't. Disney was fully aware of it. They let it go because they felt like if they made a statement either way, they'd be validating it. So the safest thing to do was to not say anything, and that's what they will continue to do because Disney doesn't take chances. It's a very safe, monolithic company that will. I mean, it will only change when it absolutely has to. And if you want to get rid of the swamp at Lucasfilm, which I would argue the entire thing is a swamp, pretty much, you got to keep the heat up, and they need to fail. They need to miserably fail, and they almost did. But the Mandalorians saved their ass.
Yeah. And hopefully it just tells them, okay, we shouldn't be fucking with the characters, I guess. We shouldn't, because clearly people don't like it, like a monetary motivation rather than some kind of interest in, they don't care about the characters. Come on.
No.
I'd be very surprised. But if you put out 5 things and everyone eats up number 1, but 2 is spat on, 3 is ignored, and 4 is 50-50, and 5 is also loved, it's like we should do 1 and 5 again. What were 1 and 5? It's like, oh, they were Mandalorian season 2, and Rogue One did a relatively, its reputation is still okay.
Mm-hmm.
The sequel trilogy as a whole is sank. Like The Force Awakens, the goodwill that had is all gone now.
It's all gone. And I'm sure I always go DC. Disney is, I would hope so. I can't say I'm sure because I don't know if they do this. If they look back and go, what were our mistakes here? And how much money did we lose? And it's billions. They lost billions. If Force Awakens made $2.5 billion, think how much it would have made if Luke, Han, and Leia were together for just 5 minutes.
Whenever people say, like, you guys are idiots, Rise of Skywalker still made like $1 billion, it's like, can you imagine how much it could have made?
Yep.
We're a climax of a trilogy where Luke Skywalker does die, but for the safety of the galaxy or for his friends to save, the rebellion from a rising First Order, a story that actually makes any fucking sense. We'd be like, oh, that could have made shit tons of money.
Yep. You would have had a lot of people crying, and Disney they'll have access to it now because they have their own numbers for their streaming service, and I guarantee you there are Star Wars fans who click on the end of The Mandalorian, because I would do something like this. Would click just, while they're at the gym, I'm going to watch the end of The Mandalorian, who are probably, some of them are probably doing it a couple times a day. That thing is
nobody's watching episode 2 again, are they? They're going straight to the finale.
I mean, it's probably getting like porn like clicks. Like nobody's watching the whole thing and they're just watching the last 10 minutes. And I guarantee you this is going to be the most watched single episode of a streaming show, of an original streaming show ever. Period.
Still a 9.9 on IMDb, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a higher score than I think any TV show finale ever. Beats out Breaking Bad, I think, as well.
Yeah, and that which is a damn good show, and Better Call Saul's a good show too. But the repeat views are going to go on, and that will give you all the data, all the audience enhanced effing data you need. That people like Luke Skywalker, and if you would have listened to just a few fans a long time ago, you could have saved a lot of money, and you would have made a lot more. Sassy Marie, thank you for the phallic unicorn for $1.49. David, but back to Phoenix Tangent on that question, because I suspect the Access Media, I don't think they're independent of anybody. I think they have to run certain things through people because they don't want to that's why they're Access. They need to maintain their access, and there is no more access than Variety. To think they're any less compromised than your average website is bullshit. They're compromised too, probably even more by advertisers and stuff. For them to run with something like that is pretty huge, I will say. Elizabeth Barlow, thanks for joining up the membership. David Queenan for $5. Pablo and company needs to go, and we fans need to run riot on Disney and party like Robespierre in 1789. Luke is Star Wars, period. He is. I don't think that's questionable. I know there's prequel fans out there and you like the Anakin story, but for this old fogey, the prequels were just there to provide context to the original trilogy, which was the main story.
Do you have any worry about them bringing Vader into a TV show?
I think they will. I mean...
Oh, they are. Is what I'm saying is, do you worry about it? Like,
yes,
what they're going to do?
Immensely.
Obi-Wan and Vader dueling again in this TV. Oh no. Oh, what are they going to do?
No.
Oh, no.
No. You could, I mean, if they did a Darth Vader show where he's just hunting down Jedi and said, we're going to do 3 seasons of him hunting down Jedi. Okay. That would be probably pretty cool. But you have to do it with James Earl Jones he's getting really old and his voice is sounding old. I don't know if they recorded, I don't know if there's a way they could record like a certain amount of words. There must be some algorithm where they can make him say anything they want if he says a certain amount of words.
Because if ever you listen to people impersonate him, you can always tell. You're like, that's not quite Vader. You try it though. That's what's important. And of course, in Rogue One and in the Lion King horror that they created recently, you can tell he's getting on. He does not sound like a spry James Earl Jones.
No. I hope he lives to 1,000. But you're right. You're absolutely right. And think of Warner Brothers cartoons without Mel Blanc. They just don't work. And people get close, but it just doesn't work. It's not the same. The 70s rock fan for 20 Canadian pesos says, "Hail, Gary, I lost my job to the COOF in March. Holy shit. I'm sorry. And I'm still out of work. So I love me some Nerdrotic Nooners. Thanks to you and all the chat for making the last few months bearable and fun. I love you all." Everybody show some love to the 70s rock fan and anybody else who's lost their job out there. That fucking sucks. And I'm sorry to hear that. You know, things will get better, man. There's going to be work out there again. There's no better way to say it. You might have to work your way up, but you know, you'll do it. If you did it before, you can do it again. Okay.
Really hoping that 2021 is not 2022, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Part 2. Like, let's hope that we're on an upswing now.
I hope so, man. I really do. I'm just gonna I'm gonna try to be optimistic because I think that's what people need right now. We need some optimism, but we can still be realistic. You can be optimistic and realistic, and know that it's a lot of you are going to be like 5 years ago, 6 years ago now when I sold my shop. I had to start from scratch. I didn't make a bunch of money from my shop sale. I had to pay off a bunch of debt and so I basically restarted. I had to go back to jobs. I thought I was way past. I had to swallow a ton of pride, and it sucked. And I was bitter as fuck about it for a couple of years. I was just ask Mrs. Nerdrotic. I was just a complete asshole, like more than usual, to hang out with. But then, you know, I started going. You know, once I started, at the ground level, I worked my ass off, worked my way back up, and it went a lot faster because I was older and I knew what to do. And in like a year and a half, I was already, you know, kind of where I left off in the auto industry, and then I bounced into this. Things can get better, and it's just you got to get past that the pride part of it, which was very hard for me. Rob Atlas for $5. Disney thought they bought the fans from Lucas. This is true. They don't realize that they need to earn them. Oh, what a great point, Rob.
I like that.
Yeah.
They thought they'd bought the fans. It's good.
That's well said. That's good. I want to keep that. I'm going to screenshot that one. I'll give you credit, buddy. I think they did. They also, you know, when they bought Lucasfilm, they also thought they didn't have to pay royalties to anybody, which is wow. There's a class action lawsuit, and they have to win. Those writers have to win, because if they don't win, that fucks over a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just a corporation that can just buy out a corporation and think you don't take on that corporation's debts, I bet you they don't feel that way with the creditors. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Randomized for $4.99. Hail, Gary, did you have a good Christmas? Did you have a good Christmas, and was it filled with joyful nerdism? Yes, it was, actually. Also, it's a shame how bad Wonder Woman compared to the first film. Yes, it was. What did you think of the first film overall?
Oh, I don't know if I want to bring out any hot takes here. Okay, we've recorded the first and second, and let's just say I didn't think the first was as good as I remembered when I saw it. The third act is as bad as everyone says, but a couple of issues even in like the first and second I found. But 84 is definitely worse. But this is the thing: we're going to be bringing it out soonish. It's going to be a double EFAP movies. We're going to have them back to back, and I think people might be a bit surprised with our take on the first one. But you know, that's how it is. EFAP isn't the same without having some hot take per week. But it's the second one is appreciably worse, like in terms of they just failed in every aspect. At least Wonder Woman as a character is relatively intact in the first one, and I can see why people enjoyed it so much. The second one, like, I don't see how anyone isn't just laughing at it while also, because I could imagine people are angry, but I would also just be like, how do you even take this seriously as like a story? Like, what is this? It's just like once again $1 million disaster that just gets thrown out And of course, they already tried to confirm the third one. Wow.
Yeah. Well, okay. For one, they announced sequels as part of a marketing plan. It's supposedly that helps the hype, and you know that. My hot take is, I like the first 3/4 of Wonder Woman because I've got a soft spot for superhero films, and so I'm pretty soft on them. Like I like most superhero films, even the freaking shitty ones I like because I'm a superhero fan. I understand that some of the stuff I like is bad. Wonder Woman 84 and Black Panther were overpraised. They were absolutely overpraised because of the bigotry of low expectations. I am very comfortable saying that because I know it to be true. I think people just like, I want to look like I really love the Black Panther. This is a character I've loved all my... No, you haven't. Shut up. I used to sell Black Panther comics, and they would sell like 10 or, I would sell 10 or 12 a month in the freaking one of the most liberal cities in America. You didn't love the Black Panther when Christopher Priest.
I remember when that was my most controversial thing I'd said was that Black Panther was bad. That's going back to what, 2018?
Oh, you must have gotten killed for that one.
I didn't realize I was really naive back then. This was before EFAP had started, I think, or it was around about the same time it started. And I was like, why is everyone calling me racist? I didn't say anything to do with race. It's like, oh, welcome to the internet, my friend.
Yep. No, it's
because I loved Black Panther in Civil War. I thought he was awesome, and it's part of why I don't like Black Panther the movie. I thought they ruined him. Like, he was pathetic in that film compared. He's so strong and pointed. He has goals. He's going to execute them in Civil War. He's his own person. And like Black Panther opens up with him like awkwardly being like, "Hey," to a girl he likes, and it's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" And his bodyguard is like, it's like sassing him and stuff. It's like, what's happening? I thought he was like a king. Like he okay, all right, yeah. Obviously, I've got a whole video on that.
You do? No. It's a feminist movie. Black Panther's a feminist movie. It's all about the women. They're the most important thing in it, and you're absolutely correct.
Really weird calling all the white people colonizers. That was awkward. Just like, all right. You keep at that, you awesome Wakandans who let the whole world fall to ruin because you didn't share your technology with everyone. Thanks.
So the message behind the movie and why it appealed to certain individuals, I understand. I absolutely understand. And would not want to take that away from... That's the joy of nerddom that I wouldn't want to take away from anybody. I'm not going to do it. I just think from certain critics and stuff, I know from certain critics, it was absolutely overpraised for all the wrong reasons because they were treating it like a freaking child and not like a movie. And if you treat it like a movie, it's nowhere near the worst Marvel film. No, not at all. It's probably still upper tier Marvel film, but Marvel films are good. They're not great. There's a couple that are great, but most of them are pretty good. To
be honest, I'd probably take it harsher than you. I'd say it's like, I think I said this to Frankie yesterday. It's like 50% bad, 30% good, 20% great. So it's like variation of that sort of split. Man, there's a lot of bad ones. Like, Captain Marvel shocked me in terms of just like, wow, I've never seen a script that's just broken at every single level. That's amazing.
Right. So what's the worst one to you? Is it Captain Marvel?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, it is for me.
But like, I think Iron Man 3 pisses me off the most, and that's another hot take. A lot of people like that movie. I hated it.
No, I ended up not liking it either. There's a lot of reasons I didn't like it.
I know comic fans were really not happy with what they did with Mandarin. I wasn't happy with what they did with Mandarin without reading the comics.
Yeah. I wasn't either.
Kingsley's a legend, and you made him like, my name is Trevor, lol. You're like, okay, all right.
And the thing they were setting up was actually good, and they were supposed to make it comical, but no, it actually worked for me a lot. The dangerous and the accent he was using and stuff, I freaking dug it. But maybe I'm just an idiot. And I thought Wasp and Ant-Man was terrible. I hated that one.
I can't even remember the movie. I don't. Yeah. What was the plot? Something about Michelle Pfeiffer stuck in the quantum realm. I think that's all I remember.
It's all about the end with that one. No, the whole plot was. Oh, that's a good question. Yellow? No. What was that one about? It was the building shrinking. Who was the bad guy again? Because Yellow Jacket was the bad guy in the first one.
Was it Ghost? Your name was a Ghost?
Ghost, that's right. I couldn't even remember the fucking villain. Oh my God. That's how good that film is. I remember Wasp taking the lead at everything, and Ant-Man's suit not working half the time, and it became Giant Man in the San Francisco Bay, in a part of the bay where he would be still 300 feet underwater or 200 feet underwater. So unless he became Super Giant Man.
That's a good example of it is nobody's favorite movie. Nobody would ever love Ant-Man and the Wasp. Like, there's just no one out there who was like, oh, that was so good. But at the same time, there's probably no one out there who hates it.
Yep.
Nobody remembers it.
No. Hey, there's a channel out there. He's I've known this channel for a long time. This guy just reviews TV shows. He's a cool dude. Geeking with James Hancock. What's up? For $10, he says the three of you need a weekly show together. Keep up the great work. Thank you. If somebody wants to hire all three of us for something.
Three. There was four of us at one point.
There was, well, I think there was before the fourth came in, but that would make it even better with the four of us. But if somebody came a call, and I don't know, it would have to be an independently rich person. I don't want to work for a corporation. What's up, Ryan Cannell? Look at how.
Give us imagine that. He paid all of us to start a TV show reviewing media.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Would you take it? Would you agree? See, if the three of if you knew that Jeremy, myself, and Drinker had signed on, and that you could join us,
I would.
Oof.
Just because knowing you guys signed on, but honestly, it would have to be really fucking huge because I'm perfectly happy where I am right now. Like,
same.
Immensely. So it would have to be some stupid Joe Rogan amount of money to say yes to, because but you guys signing on would have that would be a major influence on that. Major influence. Ryan Cannell for RK Outpost for $2, which will never happen. That's fine. I'm totally happy sitting in my room, being my own boss, making my own thumbnails.
It is great, like
it's great.
We don't need to. It's fine. Besides, it would get harder to criticize them, right? Because as soon as you sign on with them, your brain will do a little bit of like, well, they've been good to me, They've been good to me.
Exactly. The compromise. I and I'm grateful for this. And Tom Constantino's a producer of the Orville, one of the nicest guys in the world. He knows, and Seth MacFarlane know how to treat fucking fans. That's why people just adore Seth MacFarlane, despite knowing what his politics are or not. People like him because he respects your opinion, and he's nice, and that was cool experience. Does it compromise me with the Orville? We'll find out. If they ever go woke, I'll say it was hard with the boys, MauLer. I should have been totally compromised with the boys. I mean, one of my best friends in the world fucking co-created that show, and I still called it woke afterwards. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not compromised. I might not have a friend anymore, but I still have a friend. He's fine.
Yeah, no, man, it's tough. It is. And obviously, if like a best friend of mine was working on something like The Boys, I probably would just be like, all right, I'm probably not going to talk about it as much, just, which I think is fair. I think people understand that.
Yep. I had to preface everything with I love Derek. I love his family. I love his wife. I want him to make lots of money off this. I couldn't be happier for him. And I mean it. Every penny he makes off that, he's earned. And I want him to get insanely rich from this TV show, because I've seen him be like a top tier comic book artist. And it's not like they make, he does well, right? But it's not like he's much better than most people who work in the industry as far as art is concerned. Much better. And he works on the niche books, so he'll do a superhero book once in a while, but they put him on the Garth Ennis stuff and the Grant Morrison stuff, so that doesn't bring in as much money. But he's worked on some famous properties now. So Happy got turned into a TV show, which was great. He got kind of fucked over on that one, though. But The Boys came in and he got treated right. So whatever we want to say, he got treated right.
Is there another season of Orville coming, or did it get canceled? I can't remember.
There's another season coming. End of next year. Yeah.
The Boys is probably going to get another 5 seasons or something, because it's doing great as far as I know. Oh no, yeah.
Derek's going to be able to pay off his house, and his kids are going to go to college, and it's going to be good. So that part of it is fucking great. It's going to go woke as fuck, though. It is. It really is. And God, that meme thing was so cringe, dude. At that
Corporate memes.
That was so terrible. It's like, don't even try.
It's the episode 7 opening. I think that's all. It's the legacy of the boys to be at this point. I always think about it. It's like, oh, the neckbeard who shoots up a convenience store.
It's so disappointing because they should know better. You would think.
Oh yeah.
Trying to be the hard, edgy show, and that's the part you don't get right. Kind of takes away from that a little bit, or it takes.
Well, they couldn't get their racism right. She doesn't say any slurs at all. She just says, "I hate you, yellow person."
Right.
Like, okay.
I get you, if you that's how bad art is gotten now. You can't even portray a racist being a proper racist. Then
yeah, no, because that would be racist.
That would be racist. Yeah, that's and that's what I'm worried about is like, well, not that you know what, people should be free to be as racist as they want in their stories for the context of the story. They should be free to do whatever they want, abuse women, abuse men, abuse anything. It's a story. It's a fake fucking story.
Well, yes, it's incredible that we can have, murderers, and the show is about how we have to stop that murderer. But if that murderer is offensive, like, wait a minute, what? What if we? Wait a minute, like, this doesn't seem to be right.
It's one thing that he murdered, but he used the N-word, MauLer. You hear today about Campia basically blamed Fandom Menace for Pablo's tweet? No, Nathan Drake. For real?
How?
And of course, left out context and info. RMB did try to persuade him, though. I'll have to go back and rewatch that. Robert Meyer Burnett is always on the fan side. You might not agree with him all the time, but he's always on the fan side for the most part. I mean, he's still a creative too. I mean, he's a Hollywood creative first. But I like Robert, and I think Robert tries to listen to people. Sometimes I completely disagree with him. A lot of times I completely disagree with him, but we can have that disagreement and still be friends. That's what's cool about Robert. Campia, I don't know. I don't try not to say, I don't cross his paths very much. I really appreciated, he was the one guy who had Robert's back when people like that dickhead from Collider, the dickheads from Collider and the Schmodown were calling him a Yahtzee and everything. And Robert forgave him. I would never do that. I would never talk to him again, but that's the way in Hollywood. You can't burn bridges there. That's why I really didn't work out very much, because I will burn a motherfucking bridge. Wiggy's 23 for $9.99. I'm going to try to chain email you three world-class bullshitters and Doom DC about a doc on the Fandom Menace. I don't have a lot of cheese, but a connection to Spike and Kevin Smith. If we can put together something good. Wiggy's 23. Shoot me an email, Gary@nerdrotic.com. And let's talk about it. Yeah, I mean, as far as the Fandom Menace, again, it's just a hashtag, and it gets put on people who don't necessarily use it or want to use it. It's just, that's all it is. It's a group of people who were calling The Last Jedi bad, and then it's turned into much big. This goes way beyond Star Wars. Star Wars is the center, but this goes way beyond Star Wars.
I think we got to talk about this the last time I was on a live stream with you, but the shock a lot of fans have with, like, wait a minute, you guys all agreed on TLJ, but you're not agreeing on everything anymore. Like something new comes out and you're all like, and it's like, yeah, why wouldn't it? We all got connected because of TLJ, and now things are gonna change. We're gonna have different takes on everything. That's just how it goes. But we're all kind of friendly now, so hey, we'll just have a chat about it, and that's fine. Like, it's so like a lot of rumblings can happen. It's like, oh, the next Fandom Menace Civil War. Just like, I don't think it's pretty chill, actually. It's fine. We're gonna be okay. Listen, if Mando season 3, you can come to EFAP. We're probably going to rip it a new one, and that's fine. You can go to other people to check out other perspectives, and we're all gonna be chill about it because it's better than TLJ.
It really is. Everything is. Except for maybe Star Trek Picard and Star Trek Discovery, which you haven't seen, which is interesting.
Is Picard getting a season 2?
Yeah, supposedly.
how long is he gonna like last? Not not in the sense he's gonna die, but just like as an actor, like how long does he want to keep doing this? Poor, Patrick Stewart. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing about being 80. I mean, like, we don't think about this a lot. I mean, you don't want to. I mean, I'm creeping up on it. So, I just had a family member die, or my father-in-law passed away. He was young. He's a relatively young guy, and my dad died at 63. That's 13 years away. So, like, Patrick Stewart is pushing 80, and, he's in great health for somebody that age, but that could go south any moment, right? And you got the coof out there. So the delay has been they can't insure him for COVID. It's been very hard to, and they shoot it in LA because Patrick Stewart lives in LA and he wants it being done there. I don't know. I think the original plan was supposed to be, this was supposed to be a 1-season thing, and then they turned it, it's going to be 3 seasons. And I think they're sticking to that, and they're going to film season 2 and 3 back to back.
It's just nuts to me that you have to bounce between Picard and Discovery. Like, that's the Star Trek experience right now. Because, of course, I'm not into Star Trek. Could get into it one day. And if ever I did, I would realize there's all of this content to catch up on that basically destroys all of it. It's like, oh, good. That's wonderful.
All roads lead here. All roads lead to this awful spot. No, they don't have to, though. You can just end at, Deep Space Nine would be the best place.
Like showing your kids the OT. It's like, was there anything after this? You're like, not really, no.
Nope, never existed.
Weird.
Hey, my son has not seen The Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker. He's seen The Force Awakens, and that's good. I feel like it would be child abuse if I showed it to my son.
I'd just be interested to see what my son would say about it. I'd be curious. Like, did you enjoy that? What did you think about what they did with Luke? Just to see what they'd say. But again, maybe it's better they don't know
when they're older. When they're older, I mean, my son's old enough to do that shit now. Like I let him read Watchmen. That was a great moment when he asked me to read that. I was like, whew. It's what gets me moved. He's all, Dad, can I read Watchmen? I'm like, yes, of course you can. What's the matter, Dad? Nothing. So Jester of Rowan.
My dad didn't wait very long. He was like, oh, I want to show you all my favorite movies. And I was like, okay. Some of the like aliens, like, hey,
that's cool.
It's fine.
It's fine. Mom's not here, right? No.
When you see Bishop get torn in two, you might have a kid go like, "Oh my god, that's terrifying!" But I was like, "Oh my god, that's so awesome! Look at him. He's like an ad. Oh, the alien. Oh, this is so great." When Arnie's tearing his eye out in Terminator 1, wasn't scared at all. I was just loving it. I was like, "This is so badass."
Oh,
you never know with kids. You never know how they're gonna take it.
My kid would be fine. Jester of Roanoke for $2 says Lucasfilm killed their whales and now hunts guppies. Or there, I guess. Lucasfilm, as far as the fandom is concerned, maybe. I think they want them all back. I think they want the whales back.
I mean, I expect season 3 of Mando to just be filled with like. They're going to crank up what happened with Luke in the end of season 2. I think they're clearly like, okay, this is the way,
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be what's happening here.
A
Luke TV show, like, oh, he's going to be killing stuff every episode. He's going to be saving people's lives. He's going to be talking. He's going to be giving lessons to people. It's a very easy goal they can get here, and you got to wonder if someone might get in the way.
That's one of the rumors out there, is that there's a faction that's going to write stuff like The Last Jedi, so they can't redeem Luke. And I mean, like, I would believe some people have that sentiment, but why go through all the subterfuge? Why? I mean, like, just fucking destroy the character or not. But showing Luke with respect. That's not I guess they see it as bending the knee to the patriarchy. I don't know the logic of these people. You would just make money. You wouldn't offend anybody if you.
Oh yeah, you'd think it would be that soulless that we'd just be watching products that are just like, oh, Luke runs into a ship, saves some people who are kidnapped, kills a bunch of Empire, and the day is saved every single episode. And we'd be talking about how lame Star Wars is. Like, it's good, or enjoyable rather, but we're just like, it's not really doing anything though. That's fine, but. We're not in that world for some reason. They They did some other stuff 1st
Mhm.
which cost them dearly.
Oh, they thought they were being so clever at the time too. They're probably so proud of themselves for that moment. You know, Ryan was, and you know what? Ryan Johnson probably still is proud of this moment. This might be his most proudest moment.
He's waiting for that call, man, where they say, right, we're ready for you to make your trilogy. He's just sitting next to his phone like, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Yep. Or
Give me
maybe
that call.
he's got a big headset for his big head that it's on.
Oh,
yeah. Gary, Cameron Paja would love to guest on Friday Night Tights. Derek McManus for £2. He has guested on Friday Night Tights. We've had Cameron on before. We'll have him on again. If Cameron, we'll have Lady Gravemaster contact, or he can contact her. Lady Gravemaster, the show has a producer now. That's why she's there, so I can focus on, thumbnails and stuff like that. Matt Whitaker, welcome to the Jaloja level. Jaloja! Waiting for Nerdrotic for $2.99. Redeeming Luke was probably the true goal all along. I would love to hope so, to believe that. I mean, oh, you mean as far, yeah, because that was in reference, I was talking way earlier about, like, I don't know how much thought they put into that scene at the end of The Mandalorian. Do you think it was the true goal all along, or do you think, like, this needs something else? Let's spice it up. Let's bring in Luke, and maybe they tried a couple of other characters?
I think that's the case. I think it could have been a couple of different. It could have been like Ahsoka just turning up late. It could have been some new character. It could have been someone we know but weren't confirmed dead. Someone else from one of the TV shows. But it was like, ooh, I think Luke will get the biggest reaction, and it did. And so they were like, oh, we were right. They threw the dice. It worked out, I think. But yeah, the way the scene goes, it didn't have to be Luke. If you watch the whole season, it could literally have been anybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got their audience enhanced data driven analysis in that last 10 minutes. And I bet you those clicks, like I said earlier, are just going up and up on Disney Plus. And that got them so many subscribers, and I'm sure it's already above 100 million.
Yeah.
They were close to 100 million. They probably blew past it. And all they needed was Luke for 10 minutes. Man of War 665, the neighbor of the beast. Your Star Trek package will be delayed. It's okay. As I discovered last night, my roof has a 6-inch diameter hole punched in it. Orbital bombardment has begun. That's okay, Man of War. What? How did that happen? Did you see what made the hole? What could make a hole in your roof for 6 inches? Little meteor?
If it came from the sky, that's very worrying.
Are you sure it wasn't
Really
like
big hailstone.
a real big hailstorm, frozen poop from an airplane, or a little meteor?
Or an alien.
Or an alien. Do you know there is only one person known of on the planet who have been hit? They have been hit by an asteroid and survived.
And survived?
Yes, it was a woman. A woman. She was sleeping, and a little piece of an asteroid hit her, left a huge bruise, but she survived.
Damn.
Yeah. Darth McManus for £2 is reminding me that Critical Drinker is in the chat. Wrench him. Oh, I should wrench him. I don't know if I want to make an alcoholic a mod. Of course I'll wrench. I thought I did. I wrenched MauLer. MauLer's got a wrench.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. Well, you can leave links to your channel or whatever you want. It's fine. Kit Kat for £5. Disney are behaving like embittered lovers because they can't make us care for them, so they lash out in hatred. It probably isn't far from that, Kit. Pablo Hidalgo probably had very little to do with the return of Luke Skywalker, and if he did, it was against his, he's probably on part of the Disney plan. He probably wants to move past Luke. And story-wise, I understand that. Always did. I always did.
I like the idea of him being a person everyone knows about, but never had to be involved in the stories ever again. He could have just been this figure. But yeah, the people behind TLJ, there's no way they're happy with what happened in Mandalorian. They're going to be like, excuse me, like, what is this? Like, what have you guys done? What are you doing? I guess they forgot there was a 19-year gap. So anyone can play with that as much as they want.
Yep. And that 19-year gap cannot fix it. There's nothing they can do to make The Last Jedi good, other than... Yeah,
we actually talked about that. We were like, what if they made like a whole set of movies and TV shows all leading Return of the Jedi Luke all the way to TLJ Luke? It's like, I don't even think... There is no scenario that you can convince me he would abandon Leia. I just don't think you can do it.
No,
Not to mention the galaxy.
no.
How do you do that? You have to have a series of stories where for some reason every single time he tries to help people it only makes things worse, and it's going to be really contrived, and it has to convince him I have to leave. That's the only good thing I can do, which is crazy. Sorry, it's just crazy. It's just too. How do you write that? And then of course TLJ contradicts itself plenty of times. You can't fix that. That's unfixable.
The easiest thing to do that they will not do would be to just ignore it. Don't count it as canon and make your own story. You'd be more free as a storyteller. And that would, honestly, the people who would be mad about that, let them be mad. They're insignificant.
We've seen it before. A little story that was like, you know what, guys? You hated Terminator Genesis. We're going to decanonize it for you and give you Dark Fate. It's like, wow. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
You know what? Maybe decanonize that too. And while you're at it, knock out the sequel trilogy. Just do that. Also, take The Predator with you. That was there's so many we got to decanonize. We got to fix. Lots of fixing needs to be done.
Decanonize Hollywood just from 2016 on. I'm fine with that. Sorry, I got distracted. I was getting a phone call.
That's probably a PC way of saying you want someone dead, decanonize them.
Decanonize them. Yes, that's a good way to do it. And we need it all and they won't, but they won't because of egos. They're worried about their own egos, other people's egos, and it's the clearest way to go. But they're not.
I do wonder if solely money motivated higher ups are told would decanonizing the sequel trilogy help our brand? It's not sure, because it makes us look a little weaker if we're willing to decanonize stuff. It makes us look like we admit there's a mistake rather than, hey, this is the stuff, enjoy it or don't.
Yeah,
complicated.
It is. I understand that logic. If it was AT&T, they would decanonize the fuck out of it and start over. They would. They're go so crazy right now. What they're doing.
Why they decanonized Genesis was because how do we even make a sequel at this point? Genesis decanonized Terminator 1 and 2, and then itself is a weird film where Arnie has become a T-1000 at the end of it for some reason, and there's timelines that are getting all tangled, and John Connor's a Terminator. It's just can we just reset? And I think that's why they did it with that one, rather than it being a bad film from their perspective. They just didn't know how to write a sequel to it.
Yep.
I don't blame them.
Damn, that movie was fucked up.
Yeah, Terminator is a sad franchise at this point.
It really is.
I recently watched T2 because I got the 4K one. I adore that movie.
It's so good.
It's so sad that they never made a sequel, but there we are.
Yeah. But it left it open, and I think that's even better, because if they made a sequel to that movie, it probably would be a big disappointment.
Yeah, if they tried again and again and again.
I just started embarking on my 4K Lord of the Rings. Oh my God. I love it. It's so fucking good. You can see shit now you couldn't see before. It's really cool.
Yeah, man, I noticed that even with the crappy remaster of Buffy. I think I mentioned to you, there's some scenes where I was just like, oh shit, I can read that poster. I never could before.
Yep.
Huh. Interesting.
Okay, so on the Fellowship, it's not. Granted, I'm not watching it on my big TV still up in San Francisco for some reason, because I was left it with my kids. So I've got my 4K monitor that I'm watching it on. So it's not that noticeable. It is and it isn't. Stuff is crisper. Doesn't feel like it's really 4K, but I can see stuff and it doesn't take away from the movie. That was the only thing I was worried about. Is hopefully it doesn't make stuff look like shit. It seems like they really took their time on this one and did a great job. And I was I love the movie anyway. So if I'm watching the Lord of the Rings, I'm watching a franchise that got it right, that that hasn't been destroyed and doesn't have a split fandom yet.
That's definitely a parentheses sort of thing, right? That's just where is because they're legendary films. They will last forever. They're incredible, and now they're bringing out the TV show, and it's oh god, what's gonna happen? Oh no,
such a bad idea. It really is. I understand you want your Game of Thrones. There's other fantasy out there. Write some original shit. Going in the Second Age, and you're gonna have a hard time, because there's contractual obligations that will prevent you from. You have to take a hard path to Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. You cannot deviate from that hard path, and I can't see modern writers doing that. I just can't. So we'll see.
Dude, it's gonna be a nightmare. I'm almost certain. Like, imagine the amount of ways they can do it wrong. There's always more of those than there are of do it right.
So many ways to fuck this up. Ways we haven't dreamed of yet.
Exactly. That's the one thing I keep getting from like the latest stuff is that they always surprise me. Wonder Woman 84, when she attached her lasso to that RPG, I never would have imagined that would be a scene. Never in a million years. I would never. If someone had pitched that to me as being in the movie, I'd have been like, they wouldn't. Why would anyone do that? That's nothing. Nobody would do that.
But they
who knows what we're.
But they did it, and you're like, oh, what the hell? You know, I did a video a long time ago because there was some woman who made it off the go in Lord of the Rings in Two Towers, the one who lets the kids go, and she goes, "Go, child, go to Rohan." You know, it's the two kids that kind of you follow through, and then they see their mom at Helm's Deep. That actress said, "Oh, they should make Gandalf a female." And then, you know, I made a video, and a bunch of people were like, "They can't make Gandalf a female; it's contractual, and you're not supposed to mess with anything in the Hobbit or the Lord of the Rings. The Tolkien estate has first right of refusal." But there is a way they could make Gandalf a female. Absolutely a way they could do it, because Gandalf walked the earth because he's a starry, but he walked the earth as an elf. They kind of allude to that, you know, before the thousands of years before that, he didn't really interact with many people. Not much, but he was there watching because he's kind of an angel. If you're not familiar with the Tolkien lore, and he could have absolutely been like a female elf. Because, I mean, they refer to him as him. Clearly, they say even before he was Gandalf, he was a him. There was a him involved. But they could mess with that if they want to. I think they could. And that's the kind of bullshit that they would do.
That, like, if you were handed a TV show about Lord of the Rings, it's like, I would be stressed out thinking about how do I do a story that's going to satisfy fans, blah, blah, blah. The first thing on a lot of people's minds who are making this these days are like, Gandalf as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
Gandalf with boobs.
It's like, do you guys have any idea what the story is? It's like, no, we'll do that on the day. That's fine. Like,
day of.
It'll
work
just be a Balrog. They'll kill a Balrog. It'll be fine. People like Balrogs. You're like, okay.
Oh, I mean, that'd be cool to see.
Well, this is the thing, right? At first, you're like, wait, well, how will it be done? It's like, it'll be done badly. It'll always be done badly. It's going to be a Balrog. It's going to be, you know, they'll throw a rock at it and it'll fall over. And be like, oh, wait. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the most absurd. You're just like, I don't know, they attach a whip to an RPG and it fires into the Balrog. You never know, yeah?
Never know. They just finished filming, apparently, the first season is done. Principal is done.
I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to have any time to do anything these days. I got so much stuff to watch.
Yeah.
11 Star Wars shows. I think I'll be watching probably like 3 or 4 of them.
Yep.
I'll watch the Boba one and Mando season 3, the Ahsoka one maybe. I don't think I'll be watching the Bad Batch. I don't know I don't know anything about it, so I'm just like, What was Acolyte?
Oh, that's the former Harvey Weinstein assistant Leslie Headland's female-centric Star Wars show that takes place in the year of the Old Republic, towards the end of the Old Republic.
Is that animated or like IRL stuff?
Live action.
Huh. Well, who knows? I mean, to be fair, when they announce stuff like this, it's not always a guarantee they're even going to come out, right? It's just more so a hype generator.
Yep.
We'll get the Book of Boba Fett, though. That seems to be a 100%.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, we're going to get it this year or next 2021. Yeah.
Yeah, we will be watching it by now, right? Next year.
Yep. Instead of Mandalorian season 3, we're getting the Book of Boba Fett, which is weird.
Yeah, that's a big. I do subscribe a bit to the theory that was always going to be Mando season 3, and then they were like, if we just trade it over, because we can knock out Pedro Pascal's characterless character.
Mm-hmm.
No offense, obviously Boba. Even I'll admit, like, I'll watch Boba 10 times over before I'll watch Mando in a situation, just because the voice alone, man. Tamira Morrison's voice is glorious.
Yes, it is. It's much better.
having them make fun of him for being a clone, I got a strong sense of like, Boba, fuck him up. Fuck them up, please.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's hope that show is good. I am Team Boba, guys. Okay, I want it to be good.
I hope it's good too. I want them all to be good. But I think
Yeah.
the Leslie Headland one would be the most. I mean, that could be the Batwoman of Star Wars. I think that's a very good possibility. It's going to be woke as fuck and cringe. Because you have somebody, when she was asked, what's your favorite Star Wars? She's like, all of them. I like all the Star Wars.
Wow. Yeah, my favorite is all of them too.
Yeah, all of them. Hashtag fire Pablo Hidalgo. LOL, says Snell World for $2. I usually don't want people fired because it's bad karma, you know, but he's earned it. Jeremy's right. He's fucking earned his place on the chopping block. I mean, you would go a long way with the fandom if you fired his ass. You would. That would be a glorious day. That would be a scalp the fandom had won, and they're kind of owed one, Disney. You want to make things better? The fandom needs a scalp or two. I would recommend Kathleen Kennedy and Pablo Hidalgo and that other douchebag on Twitter whose name I'm forgetting right now.
Gotta get decanonizing, you know?
Yep. Gotta decanonize these people. John Cocozo for $5 says, Theories stream last night with Den of Nerds. Mark Fernandez really broke everything down with timeline. Also, his relations with other YouTubers. Yeah, as far as theories goes, I've never heard of any problems. John, the one part I saw, though, was he said that he wasn't aware of what had happened to the Fandom Menace. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. That's bullshit. I know that's bullshit for a fact because he's acknowledged some of it in the past. I have audio clips of it acknowledged and his opinions of the Fandom Menace, which he's allowed to have. I don't care that he criticized the Fandom Menace in the past. That's not my fucking, I don't give a shit. People criticize this all the time. And I don't go after other YouTubers. Den of Nerds, that guy's directly come after me. I don't care. I don't give a shit. He's come after me and Doomcock. Mark Fernandez is the one I had my eye on. That's the guy I had my eye on because Collider was complicit with pushing that fucking toxic fandom shit. So that's what I associate with their brand. So fuck Collider. Fuck Collider today. Fuck Collider yesterday. Fuck Collider in the future. As far as theory goes, he can do what he wants. I mean, like, I understand not wanting to get involved in this. I completely understand. If he wants to make his theory videos, I didn't know, like, he's got theory videos for Harry Potter, for Star Wars, Cobra Kai, fantasy stuff. Had no idea how many channels he had, and bless him for it. But yeah, it's the Mark Fernandez thing. And I watched about 20 minutes of the live stream. I mean, because I don't care about, they started talking about Star Wars, and I'm like, started glazing over about theories about the Mandalorian. It's like, just bring what MauLer said, bring Luke back and fucking Princess Leia. You're going to see a lot of member berries in that. I think
man, yeah, if there's no telling what they'll do, you know? And I just hope that it's well written. I'd love a good old cause and effect storyline. That'd be wonderful at this point. At least they're not shitting all over our characters. I will agree.
Yes. That's a huge win, but I think that only works for one season between you and I. I think like we're not woke. Okay, that works for one season. Now you have to entertain me, and it has to be logical.
They went from like shooting your whole family to just sort of punching them, and you're like, right, well, like they're not dying. Maybe that analogy is too harsh. I don't know. I find it that we're still in trouble, and we still need to really push on to getting Star Wars in a better place.
That was the cause of, prior to this controversy, there was a controversy with the people who used the Fandom Menace hashtag because of the perceived, and it was a lot of perception. I think it was a lot of misperception personally, but there was a lot of praise for the Mandalorian. And I think some people who put a lot of sweat equity into the Fandom Menace felt like, oh, everything's fucking okay now. And I honestly, some might have misinterpreted the moment, but I think with some people, yeah, it is okay now. So you're not wrong, person who puts sweat equity in, who thinks that you're just being left in the dust? Yes, some people are. Absolutely. That's absolutely happening. And I think this week reminded everybody what the fuck we're dealing with and what the fuck we have been dealing with. That's why I made my video. I said, I don't care. I'm observing this. Lucasfilm's going to break your heart. They're going to break your heart. If you give it to them, they will break it again.
Besides, I think we're all on the page of like, say Disney released 5 great films in a row, like absolutely great. We still would be like, it's more to do with the writers and directors, not really Disney. Like, don't trust Disney. Disney's not doing this because they like you or that they like the characters.
Exactly.
They gave the money to the right people by chance. So of course, Jon Favreau is someone that everybody really likes, and his dealing with him doing that with Luke, like, it's a pretty clear message to a lot of people. And so if you have the fandom menace as a representative of 1,000 human beings, ranging from they will never like anything Disney to as long as you ignore the sequel trilogy, I'm going to enjoy everything, and it goes all the way across. Of course, this is going to have a whole set of reactions, and everyone's going to be annoyed at everyone else's, and there's this discussion to be had. I just think, don't worry about everything imploding. It's fine. we're just talking about all of it.
Yep.
And this was obviously good. We were never going to be perpetually talking about TLJ and how bad it is. That is not something we want to do. Right? We want to move on. Because it's funny, even the people who like TLJ will admit, like, Rise of Skywalker has practically disappeared already. TLJ is still just the center of it all, where it all went to hell.
Yep. Absolutely. And like, I remember I couldn't believe 2 weeks ago when I made a Star Wars video, I'm like, I can't believe I'm making a Star Wars video. I know channels like are surrounding it, but like it's not even, it's one of the top 4 main things maybe on my channel that I'll talk about, but it's not the main thing.
Oh yeah,
so
you got to deal with Doctor Who, Star Trek getting wrecked as well. So it's tough.
So, but when it comes to Star Wars and the fandom, I want you to think of a movie, one of my favorite all-time movies with a crazy actor in real life. The guy's like completely unhinged, but John Cusack in High Fidelity, one of my favorite fucking all-time movies, because I used to own a shop. I used to work in record stores, and that's how I kind of grew up. So that whole 80s, retail thing is and 90s retail thing is and like straight up like the top 10 lists he does. We used to do that shit. Like before that movie came out, we used to make top 10 lists at work just to pass the time. Stupid shit like that. But the movie's actually about his girlfriends, his ex-girlfriends, and his little journey. The Lisa Bonet character is Star Wars. That's what Star Wars is at Disney right now. She's the hot one that you dated, that you were really in love with, but when you went back, you've just found you're like different fucking people right now. That's what it mostly is. And if you try to get back with her, she's going to break your fucking heart. So be wary. You want to give them a chance. Search. What better do we got to do than let's watch and see if Disney can rebuild this. It's not like we're busy doing something else, or, we don't cover pop culture. We don't love Star Wars. You can certainly, stick around. And I'm curious to see if they can do it. I highly doubt it.
I always love the commentary from like the TLJ fans who will just be like, oh, so you keep watching it even though it's bad, apparently. It's like, of course I'm keeping track of how it's all going. Mandalorian is incredibly different to TLJ. The whole discussion's entirely different. The way it's structured is entirely different. It's like, it's a really interesting thing to go over and keep an eye on. It's like, and that's our job. We're pop culture sort of commentators. That's our whole thing. We put into words what a lot of people have trouble putting into words or whatever. It's like, that's the only reason we listen to. So of course, like, why wouldn't we?
And the reason we do this is this is the shit we would do this. I did this all the time anyway, like all the fucking time. Like I would
love talking about films.
Yeah. I
remember watching Prometheus. If I had a YouTube channel back then, oh boy, I was so ready for that to be amazing. And it took the walk from the cinema to the car where I was like, I think I hate this film. I think I hate it.
God, and you know what makes it worse is Ridley Scott's involvement in it. It's that makes it, and that's the Picard situation. It's not just the thing is bad, because the thing is bad. It's who's behind the bad thing. That makes a difference in Prometheus and Picard. Ridley Scott's behind Prometheus and Patrick Stewart's behind Picard.
Yeah.
No, but I would like, I have my friend Doug and Jay. You know, Doug, sometime you'll see official Dougie J and he pops up in the chat once in a while. That's my old time friend from when I was a little kid. We watched Raiders of the Lost Ark together. Like we were two little nerds who got a lot of shit for being nerds. But that's where I would talk to my friend Doug just like this 20 years ago. We'd be saying the same shit. So yeah, this stuff has always interested me. Just because it doesn't interest somebody else doesn't mean it doesn't interest us, you know. Happy New Year, Gary. Let's hope 2021 brings more focus and awareness to the fight that we are truly engaged in. Thanks to you and your voice and support. Hail to Geeks and Gamer, even Jeremy. Hail the chat. Happy New Year to all. Peace. And that's from Culture Casino. Thank you for the $25, Culture Casino. I appreciate it. Great guy, great channel. Go check out his channel, Culture Casino. He knows what's up. Yeah, we've always known that what we talk about is, well, I mean, it's bigger because each failure, each success with these films and how they fail and how they succeed tells a story itself, right? And you can learn like life lessons through this shit. So that's the interesting part. Wishing you and Nerdrotic family all the best in 2021. Take care. Thank you, Average Channel, for $9.99, or that's pounds. I appreciate it. Slash and Burn Theory for $5. This might be the beginning of Hollywood media civil war. Remember that they used to always eat each other. Yes, I remember the good old days when they hated each other. But we're that now. Slash and Burn. We're the gossip column. We're the rumors. We're the old press that used to fucking hold their feet to the fire. Now, we weren't as bad as like in the 50s when they would try to take pictures and blackmail them because so many actors were gay back then. And that's how they were able to, finagle a lot of things because they would catch an actor being gay. And
you're not going to see Gary or myself in the bushes with a camera. That's not really what we're up to.
You don't even know MauLer's face. Yeah, and plus we get hotel rooms. No, I'm just kidding. That's it. Don't need a bushes. But no, that's what they used to do. But that's what we are now. We're the new. I don't know, what were they called again? Oh my God, there was a movie. I can't remember now, but I'll remember later. But they weren't called the Gossip Rags. They were called something else. I can't remember. Piss off, consumer. Can we have your money? Genius, says Bill Bonius Bag of Donuts for $2. Bill Bonius Bag of Donuts. That's been their attitude for the last 4 years. It's Disney's attitude because it's just like Marvel's attitude. And Marvel's going down in flames. Oh my God. I saw fucking Ethan Van Sciver made the funniest fucking video today. I almost want to play it. And he was talking about Donny Cates, who's like the #1 writer out there. And who just killed, I don't know if he killed, Venom just died. Eddie Brock, Venom just died in the comics.
Huh.
But there was a Donny Cates Venom comic where it's 3 pages of, and this is comic, like of just headshots of him talking, and he's talking like Donny Cates, and then Ethan Van Sciver reads it in his Ethan Van Sciver kind of Donny Cates voice. I was laughing my ass off. I almost drove off the fucking road when I was listening to this. Maybe I'll play it a little later. It's so fucking funny. Some of his best work. But it's the feminizing of Eddie Brock. He talks like a hairdresser. He talks like a hairdresser, which is Donny Cates. That's Donny Cates' life experience. He's writing Eddie Brock like Donny Cates talks, and Donny Cates doesn't talk like men. I don't know if they're so disconnected from any kind of masculinity now, which they think is just all toxic. That men do not talk like this. And now that they've lost it in the dialogue, comic book dialogue was so good 15 years ago. It was like real people talking. I don't know what the hell's happened now. And everybody's trying to copy Whedon speak, and only Joss Whedon in Buffy and Angel can do Whedon speak. It doesn't belong in anything else, especially like Star Trek or fucking Venom or something like that. But goddamn, that was the fucking funniest video. If you're gonna go, it's up there. I think he released it earlier this morning. But yeah, that's how they treat us all. Hail, Gary. Papa Gundam aired one of his solo Troll Toll podcasts where he talked about how much he enjoyed being on Friday Night Tights. Oh, really? Even said he would enjoy coming back on, perhaps frequently. Do it. Oh, fuck. I'm on it today. Dude, you guys had him on. That was fucking great, by the way. That was so epic. He is, how talented is that guy, dude? Like, it's crazy.
He's such a character too. Like, such a unique. You never know what he's going to come out with, and it's always usually pretty engaging.
He's really good live. I'm a little blown away by that, Bamagrad. It's great. I'm surprised I'm sitting here talking to MauLer still. So MauLer's slumming around with me, but Papa Gundam's great.
Jumping on your podcast randomly. Once that episode 7 of the boys came out, I was like, oh, someone's got to be streaming this, right? And just like,
oh, I'm so happy you came on, dude, because I didn't know where to go with that one. I knew where to go, but I'm just like, I'm glad you were there. I wasn't alone. And it turns out a lot of people agreed. A lot of people got pissed though. That was the one time people unsubscribed from Nerdrotic Live, when I started criticizing the boys.
Yeah, well, we get that a lot over. We jump out with, hey, we think this is terrible. Let's go. Let's do it. But of course, I think a lot of people turned on it after that scene, let alone the episode, just that scene. It's like, oof.
That first season's so much better. It's so much better. So hopefully it's just a sophomore jinx, and maybe they think better of the over politicking thing, and which they don't need to do in that. You know, it's supposed to be funny. The Boys is supposed to be a comedy. It is a parody of superheroes. Garth Ennis hates superheroes, and he got to get his, anti-superhero boner off on this in this book. And I mean, books could be written about what went on behind the scenes, which I'm not privy to say all of, but it was, it's weird how it reflected what happened in the story. We'll just say. Bill Bonius, Bag of Donuts, welcome to the Jaloja level. I appreciate it. Anna Folkenstall for, is this Chilean pesos, 10 Chilean pesos. It's hateful of people who hate fans, and they sadly are, and it's sadly very cool on Twitter. If you employ the wrong people and get them some power, and you see them use it not responsibly, that is, yes, they tend to not use their power responsibly. They don't listen to Spider-Man. They don't listen to Peter Parker. And it does have sway. And I think Jeremy brought this up in his video, or Jeremy or Ryan, about Pablo. One of the two brought up, like, what if you have 100 followers on Twitter and this Lucasfilm employee comes down on you, calls you a racist? That's you're like, whoa, what? I just said I didn't like the movie. But that's a big deal, right?
I always wonder what it feels like to have made TLJ, to have made something that people despise en masse. You'd be like, oh, man. But you just have to keep reassuring yourself it was not only the right thing to do, it was a great piece of work. It's like, yeah, you just got to keep doing that, I suppose. It'll make you feel better.
I think that's how Rian Johnson rationalized it. Oh, I still think he is totally fine with what he did. I think every bad grade he got in film school, he thought the teacher was a fucking idiot. He strikes me as one of those guys who just can do no wrong.
Oh, I just showed I can see it. Do you know about this? When I was streaming The Last of Us 2, I did the whole playthrough, and of course there were, I don't know if you knew, but there were some people who were a bit split on it. Like, was it actually bad, or people just hating on it because of, whatever bias? And I was like pretty okay with it up until the main character, what happened to him. And then I was like, all right. And I started laying out all of like the structural issues for making that payoff happen. And as I went through the game, more and more issues, and someone was just copy pasted it in your chat. Someone said, out of frustration with me, I have lost all respect for you, MauLer. This is an utter embarrassment on your part, choosing to be blinded by hate. I have never thought of you as more of an idiot than right now. Your critiques are poor. Like, oh my God. The Last of Us 2 of all things, you know?
Yeah.
You'd be like, wow, that was the one? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten it that harsh, but I've gotten that, you know, and it does come at surprising times. The Last of Us 2, I thought, was pretty uniting on how bad it was. Even the only people who liked that were just down with the agenda.
I even said this to my fans. I was like, there's a good chance I'll play this and I'll come out thinking it was actually good. That could happen. And I'll have to end up fighting for that or whatever. But I was just like, oh no, this is actually really terrible. Yeah, okay, fair enough. And it apparently pissed off a lot of people.
Wow.
Which, you know, that happens, right? It's not necessarily you have to go one way or the other, good or bad. Like, I guess that's something that's been happening for years. Just the whole, something's either great or terrible. It's never middling. But the truth is, stuff like Ant-Man and the Wasp is like incredibly middling and no one ever remembers it. That's how it works. And so The Last of Us 2 was, you know, putrid. And it's just like, that's why it's going to be remembered forever. But there are people, of course, who adore it. It's the same with TLJ. It's just that as you move on from, you know, subject 1, a bunch of people come in and they're like, your perspective. Subject 2, all bets are off. Those people might love that thing and or hate it, and you know, you'll fall on either side, and that's just something that happens. It's how channels grow and change, you know.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. Now, here's an interesting super chat, and I got something to add to this. So, Angry Trollbot for 5 Canadian pesos. Star Wars Theory just ordered 66th Hidalgo at Lucasfilm. Don't underestimate the fallout. He represents a lot of fandom. He's obviously the biggest channel in Star Wars. That's where people go for peace when it comes to Star Wars. That's their happy place, I guess. They just talk about the lore. Listen, I've got those channels. I go to Men of the West, you know, and he's like repeating to me like Lord of the Rings lore that I know, but I like it. So I just listen to Men of the West. They think it's a really good channel. Nice guys over there. Give them a sub. And they don't want anything to do with this, you know, plus they're in Lord of the Rings. But I'll add that one corporate tactic to get rid of somebody, I'm not saying this is the case, but this is a corporate tactic, is to give somebody enough rope to hang themselves. This is certainly that instance. But if he survives this, which I think he will, I'm positive he will, he'll survive anything. The only way he doesn't survive this is if we keep the heat up. If this manages to make it, if another, the news cycle would have to last for a week, and I can't see that happening. But I don't know. The Last of Us 2 didn't die down, but that's because Neil Druckmann kept on coming out and kicking the hornet's nest. Pablo Hidalgo and somebody else would have to keep kicking the hornet's nests to cause some change. Disney,
that's crazy. I think that's the biggest thing that's happened over these past decade, even just the involvement, the connection between creators and viewers is closer than ever. Like there was always this wall between them, or at least it felt like it. But Twitter especially has made it so that you could have the creative director of The Last of Us 2 quote tweet you and say something about your opinion. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's a direct connection. And you know, Ryan Johnson, there's a good chance Ryan Johnson is aware of my videos on TLJ. Like,
I'm 1,000.
Who knows, right?
He's
like,
aware.
And how, because for me, it was always, you know, back in the day, I didn't even care who or knew who made stuff. It was only rarely that I'd be like, James Cameron made both Aliens and T2? Whoa. Like, obviously, when I was a lot younger. These days, I'm obsessed with who's making the thing. I'm like, who is it? I need to know. Were you a fan of Into the Spider-Verse at all?
I didn't hate the movie for what it was. I mean, I thought it was fine.
So there's a lot of people who are incredibly passionate about that film. It's getting a sequel. Guess who's writing it?
Who?
The guy behind 1984 with Patty Jenkins. So like it's like, holy no.
Lord and Miller did the first one, right? And they're, you know, I like their 21 Jump Streets. I thought they were pretty funny.
They are not. They have traded out the director and writers. They're all gone for the new one, as far as I know, anyway.
I hated how they portrayed Peter in there, but I realized that we're watching, you know, the Ultimate Universe. Which is fine. It's a cartoon. It's not going to affect the MCU. I know what Miles Morales is. I was there when he was introduced. I sold a lot of comic books. He is supposed to be the replacement for Peter Parker someday. That is what Marvel is prepping to doing. That's what he is. He is a Bendis creation, but Marvel wants to retire Peter Parker someday and make Miles Morales Spider-Man. They're going to find out they can't do that. It's not going to work. It's not going to work because Peter Parker's fucking Spider-Man. It's not a mantle you can pass down. DC has done this and successfully with Green Lanterns and other characters, but you can't do it with the main ones. You can't. Clark Kent is Superman, Bruce Wayne is Batman, Steve Rogers is Captain America, although they almost were able to change that once, and Peter Parker Spider-Man. But that's how I see. A lot of people hate that film for that reason. MauLer, the reason I bring that up is they know what it's setting up, not particularly hating the film itself.
I was more so just going to the point of like so you find out like you love a movie and it's like a sequel's coming. That's not enough. It's like who's making it? Who's making it? Like I need to know who's making it.
No, and there's certain names that just are it's the sign of death. Like if Kurtzman is on anything, it's going to be shit. Kiva Goldsman, shit. Abrams, shit. There's certain names there's some people who are hit and miss, and then there's some people who are really good that they don't ask him back. Like Matthew Vaughn is a name I always bring up. He did the good X-Men movie, like he's good. He did Kingsman. Fucking love that movie. I'd have him do more shit personally. I was hoping Snowflake and Safe Space will protect us, says Fat Steven Seagal beat up Pablo Hidalgo for 2 Canadian pesos. Well, you never know. They could always come back. I'm writing a parody of one of Kibblesmith's books. Well, Daniel Kibblesmith, who created Snowflake and Safe Space, MauLer, wrote Santa's Husband. So Az and I are going to do a parody book of this called Santa's Ex-Husband. That's going to be out next year. And it's going to be funny. Yeah. That's like an Inception level of parody.
Hell yeah.
I'll always despair we'll never have the full EU Luke. Bill Bonius bag of donuts for $2. No, you won't. But you have him in your imagination. You have him in the books. Gary Chat needs you to know Drinker is here. Wow, that is a 130 super chat.
Wow.
Bill Bonius bag of donuts for $2. He is here and he is gone. Ted B, welcome to the Jaloja level. There's Tom. The whole thing is a rose with a lot of thorns, like Star Wars. Yeah, I think it's a huge rose with a huge amount of thorns, Tom. Hi, Tom, by the way. Thanks for the $5.
I mean, you see that ending scene of Mandalorian Institute. I just immediately just see bait. I'm like, oh, they want you to jump onto it. Don't do it. I swear. You just hold on. Just wait. See what else they do.
Yep.
It's not yet.
Not
They
quite
just
yet.
throw it out a big old feast for you. They want you to love it.
Arthur P for $2 says silver lining. Hope Star Wars Theory got more subscribers. Oh, he did. You want some YouTube 101? I mean, Star Wars Theory is almost at 3 million subscribers. There's a reason. He knows how to fucking YouTube, and there's nothing wrong with that. Somebody from Lucasfilm attacks you, you publicize the fucking shit out of it. Absolutely. Yes. If you don't, you're a dummy. He did the right thing. He did the perfectly right thing. I have no problem with that. I saw our buddy Jarbo called him a grifter.
Oh, I caught that. I actually saw the screenshot. Matt, what is Matt doing on the internet? He's such a funny little character, isn't he?
He's there to provide lessons for the rest of us, to remind us, to keep us humble, to remind us that even Matt Jarbo got over 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. And if he can, my God, anybody can.
What do you put out that tweet saying "fuck EFAP"? And I was like, what is your like? Why would you even? It's like, what are we gonna do with you? Like, what the? He's like I said, so interesting.
I saw the responses to that, which are that was so entertaining. I'm glad he did it, but we love EFAP here. And Star Wars Theory's response was perfect.
That was when Matt had asked him desperately to make a podcast or whatever, where it was like,
that was good. I gotta admit it was good. So shout out to Drunk 3PO. Shout out to Drunk 3PO for 2 Canadian pesos from Peter Han, but I'll give him a shout out too. We love Drunk 3PO here. Matt Whitaker for £10 says this: the Star Wars Theory situation shows that we are willing to go after anyone and everyone as they went after the largest Star Wars YouTuber. Hence the large backlash and nothing when it's us in the Phantom Menace. The Phantom Menace collectively was a large backlash. That's a lot of channels, a lot of people. It was ignored. They're acknowledging it now because we're, according to, I'll give you the truth here, Matt. We're out of political season. So they're not looking at it on political lines. This would be a much different situation if this happened prior to November. This happens prior to November. Yeah. You know,
I'm so happy to see my timeline filled with whether or not Mandalorian and Wonder Woman 84 are good. Oh, it's so nice to see that instead of constant politics.
Yep.
I missed media talk. It's been nice.
I think this reminded people that pop culture was still a thing. And like, listen, you know, there's nothing wrong with politics. I just don't do them that much here unless I'm talking about California. And until I move, there's not much to talk about.
Like, if part of my job is trying to keep it out, it doesn't help that I'm surrounded by it on social media. It's just
I know.
Let's looking for that, you know, episode 1 of Mando coverage. Where's that? Let's just like, anyone talking about it? I hope so.
And the media would have looked at anything Star Wars Theory did. Well, remember, I'm gonna get I hope I didn't get his name wrong. JonTron. He made a statement that was fucking misinterpreted as hell, and he got roasted for it. So do you think Star Wars Theory does this, or if he does this prior to November, how different would it be? A lot. How would it be framed by certain people? A lot differently. I think it's a little safer now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Wait, to be honest with you, I'm just, when I saw that he put that out, Pablo Hidalgo said what he said, I was just like, why would you even, like, what are you trying to, like, why would you say that? Because first of all, it's a super vague statement in terms of, like, it could be interpreted in a couple of ways. And of course, you don't want to say something that can be interpreted in the worst way, which is don't emote. It's like, why would you ever suggest something like that? Like, what's wrong with you? But why even bother putting a message there at all? Just leave it. Just be like, whatever, you know, moving on. It was like doing that ignited a shit ton of people.
And deservedly so. See, so he's got almost 3 million channels. You would have to think Star Wars would want to be familiar with him. They are familiar with him, meaning they're familiar with his story. Even I knew he used to have cancer. He had cancer as a kid. So you think, I'm not saying every YouTuber, but the biggest Star Wars YouTuber, you know a little bit about his story. You've probably talked about him. So to say that, probably knowing that makes it even worse. And yeah, it was nothing compared to what I've seen.
Well, so that's what I've been told. Like, I guess I've just been out of the loop on this guy tweeting like this at people, but I guess all of it, I just be like, your position in Lucasfilm, it's like, just stop. What you're supposed to do, it's funny because we criticize him for this, but like, Jesus Christ, put everything you say through a PR team, please. Like, it's just gonna help you out.
Yeah. Here's what he calls YouTubers. A tick. What is a YouTuber? There you go. There's a tick. People who keep tagging me in some IP kerfuffle I refuse to follow, so I'll just do my usual Frinkiac non-response. I owned Mickey Mouse massage parlors, then the Disney sleazeballs shut me down, or whatever. And there's his list of enemies with Odin, Jesse, that Star Wars girl, Anna, World-Class Bullshitters, Geeks and Gamers, D-Day Cobra, Ethan's on that one, Salty Nerd is in there.
How come I'm not in there? That's not fair.
Yeah, I'm totally not in there either. I'm a little feeling a little left out. But it's okay. I'll put him on blast now. Fandom always been like this. You have no idea how hated Empire Strikes Back was by some shippers for hooking up Han and Leia. Of course, he's joking.
So just because somebody hated Empire does not mean they're on the same level as TLJ's hatred. That's just stupid. Like, why do people? I love it when they're like, people didn't even like some of the reveals in Empire. It's like, of course, not everyone likes every film, of course. But you understand the difference. TLJ literally splintered the fan base. Like, there's no... it's known by the people who like it as the most divisive Star Wars film in history. It's like, we've all accepted this. Just move on. Like, it pissed off way more people than any Star Wars film ever did.
So, A New Hope, classic movie, arguably, with some, the best Star Wars film. puts Star Wars on the map, makes it this mega hit, changes Hollywood forever. That one film changes Hollywood forever, the Hollywood blockbuster. Now, it wasn't that film alone. It was building up to this. We had The Godfather before that, or 2001 before that, and then we had Jaws, which was, I mean, could have been argued being the first big summer blockbuster to where Hollywood started, hey, we got to release more movies in summer and shit. Star Wars does it. Star Wars is an explosion. Empire Strikes Back solidifies the legacy of Star Wars.
Yeah.
As I was a prime target, I was lucky enough to be 10 years old when that movie came out. So I'm like, boom, that's what you were aiming for. And none of my friends had a problem with it. I don't ever remember hearing anybody having a problem other than the cliffhanger. The cliffhanger was tough. We're like, 3 years? What the fuck? But we weren't mad. We wanted more. Nobody was mad about anything. It was that I remember. Now,
honestly, like, this is probably like they've talked about Red Letter Media, I think, but just thanks to Empire, I think Star Wars is just unkillable. Like, it's this legacy that stretches so far back in pop culture history. It's really hard to permanently kill Star Wars.
Because we're seeing this now, even with assholes like this. I don't know why. How do you get like this? If I was working for Star Wars and Star Wars was my favorite thing, I would just be fucking happy every day. But
to be able to actually write in the mainline Star Wars movies, I guess he's just bitter because everyone hated TLJ.
Yeah,
that's gotta be it, right?
Like, let it go.
I suppose I'd be bitter too, but I just can't see myself ever having written something like that. But maybe enough drugs, I guess, could get you to, maybe if you had your head chopped off, you'd possibly write something like that.
Maybe, because I've done a lot of drugs, and that still wouldn't make The Last Jedi
good.
Good.
Still, you would not have written a lot. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why I'm even a diehard Star Wars. That's why, even though I'm a diehard Star Wars fan myself, I absolutely cannot stand Star Wars fan base. They are some of the most whiny, toxic man babies I've ever seen. It's always been shitty, but there's been an enclave of scientists uncovering new strata of shitty, hitherto unseen. Always being so cute and funny.
I still stand by the fact that it's people. It's not Star Wars fans particularly a man, but it's just no, it's just people. They care about stuff.
Yeah.
And Star Wars is a huge fan base. So you get the loudest of people are going to appear louder than ever with any fan base. Because they say this, they'll be like, oh my god, the Doctor Who ones are almost as bad as Star Wars. Oh my god, the Game of Thrones ones are almost as bad as Star Wars. And oh, you know what? Star Wars isn't even close to as bad as the Star Trek one. And you're just like, no, it's just people. People are getting angry at this stuff. That's all it is. Because you're allowed to love stuff. Mm-hmm. You can't hate stuff. That's against the rules.
People worked hard on it. You know what? I've worked hard on a lot of shit that didn't work out. I worked hard on this car one time, and I didn't fucking tighten one of the lug nuts, and the fucking wheel fell off, and the customer was really pissed at the fact that I didn't complete my job.
Yeah, but you worked really hard.
Yeah, I worked really hard, though. I know his car was completely fucked up by my mistake, but I worked hard. He should have thought about that.
I mean, I think there's serial killers that have worked really hard.
Yeah, Ted Bundy worked his ass off, dude. That guy was meticulous.
Yeah.
Pablo Hidalgo's says our continued and debilitating obsession with our little childhood passions was caveman masculine until the dames ruined it. We're back to that one. And yeah, you know what's funny is the dames didn't ruin it. It's the guys who could be construed as dames because they're such little betas, but more importantly, they have no experience. So the writers ruined Star Wars because they thought they were writing it for women, but they have no experience with women or actual human beings. I would argue it's more than just women. It's actual human beings. No human experience makes you a shitty writer. It does, because your world is just what? Online interacting maybe, and having food delivered to you. now. You don't actually go out and do things. We used to have riders who would, go out on adventures, try to climb Mount Everest and shit. Now it's maybe walk down the street. But yeah, he's a troll. Oh, look, there's Az's. Good man. He put Az and Drunk 3PO's video in there. Good man. This is Ichibaka's Disney Star Wars is done, by the way. If you want to see where, all this is documented, it's all documented here. And then Data Racer 117. Follow at Data Racer 117 on Twitter. I'm sure most of you know already, but I feel obligated to say this because they are kind of the archivists of all this. And they do great work, and they provide a lot of content for a lot of YouTubers. And I will acknowledge that. Right. Louis the Plank. Hi. Hail, Jeremy, Drinker, Gary. Your stream is a great way to enjoy a Tuesday afternoon. Happy New Year's to you. Happy New Year's to you, Louis the Plank. Thank you for the $5. Paleo Geek Chris for $4.99. The KK faction of Lucasfilm just snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. They did. I couldn't believe it. But I could. It came sooner than I thought. I knew they would fuck up. I absolutely knew they would fuck up. They can't help themselves, and they're so pissed. They're so pissed. I guess the Access Media even backtracked from going after Luke and trying to back The Last Jedi. I think they've finally been beaten down. And now that the Access Media has been beaten down, these fuckers don't have long. They don't have a leg to stand on if they don't have the Access Media, which is good. Jeremy, you're my YouTube hero starter, the channel, because you said we need to add to the fight almost to 100 subscribers. Thanks for all you guys, says Night Send for $4.99. So we need to add to the fight almost to 100 subscribers. What? So is that your channel, Night Send? Did you get 100 subscribers? I'm a little confused about that, but thank you for the $4.99. Paleo Geek Chris for $4.99. Any way to get Star Wars Theory on Friday Night Tights for 30 minutes or so? I don't know. I don't know if he'd want to come on.
Does he do any kind of podcast with anybody? Or
yeah, I mean, I guess I could ask Paleo Geek. If you guys want him on, I'll ask. Certainly. Jeremy has talked to him in the past. I don't know the guy at all. But if you would...
There's been a bit cross swords here and there, right? Because I remember we played something from him on EFAP once that was he says some stuff that's interesting here and there,
No, he's gone after the Fandom Menace before. And other channels. Yes, absolutely. People can be critical. But what the thing is, like, we have crossover subscribers, and that's the one thing we need to always remember, is like a lot of people will watch him and watch us, and they can, traverse both spheres, and that's fine. That's totally cool. Yeah. I'll talk to the guys. It's up to, it's a committee thing. So, when we bring on guests, I try to clear it with the guys first, as much as possible. Could someone please bring in a consultant to teach the Girl Squad how to handle a firearm without looking like they're afraid of them or never held one? Which one? The Girl Squad. Brian Dolan for $5. What's that in reference to? I got to see what time that gave. Was that Wonder Woman? Maybe.
Don't know.
I don't know. A lot of women know how to handle firearms. My wife knows how to handle firearms, so it's all about training. It's not but yeah, maybe what it was a reference to the movie. Now, as far as maybe in The Mandalorian, I don't know. One of them was holding their it was Katie Sackhoff. She was holding her gun kind of funny in that one, but maybe it was, a stunt woman or something. John Sakuro, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it. The Oklahoma Bachelor for $4.99. And thank you, John, by the way, John Sakuro. Sorry, that was 2:00. Thank you for the donation. The Oklahoma Bachelor for $4.99. Great work as always, gents. Have you seen Another Life Netflix original? LGBTQ agenda push with Katie Sackhoff at the helm. Shameful. I haven't seen it.
Jay's reviewed season 1. It's one of the worst things that I'm tempted to watch it just because it looks so funny.
So it's that bad, huh?
Yeah, it's like Batwoman, I think, anyway.
My wife told me it was bad. She takes chances on all that stuff that I'll just go, no way. Nataku, that is 26 XXVI Roman numeral, maybe the 26 for $20. In my honest opinion, the sequel trilogy had potential. The characters had potential, but I feel that they can redo it in the same animation like Clone Wars. Same with Luke. Show lower cost and let me quote Gary, release them weekly. Yeah, you got to release all your shows weekly if you want people to talk about them. Imagine if they dropped the Mandalorian all at once. Wouldn't have had the same impact.
To be honest with you, dude, like I'm with you guys on the weekly thing. I'm so used to weekly, and you know what I like about it is because this happens every once in a while. I'm like, say for example, The Boys. I'm like, oh, I'll just wait until it's all out, and then I'll go through it real quick if I want to, or I can watch it as it's coming out. Mando, like it was so hard for me to keep up with Mando because I just had other things to do and stuff. And I was like, oh, thank God it's weekly because like I can actually stay in the conversation instead of just being left behind because I'm so far behind. But if all that dropped at once, the Luke scene, the Boba scene, the reveal of Ahsoka Tano and Bo-Katan, like that's just you're wasting it, I think. And I know that there's people out there who are like, well, I want to watch it all as soon as it comes out. It's like, yeah, just wait. You just gotta wait. Just wait a little bit longer. It's fine. You can watch it all at once.
Yep. Oh, I'm for my Mandalorian review, which will be out like on the weekend. I'm gonna binge it, and I have to admit I enjoyed the binge of season 1. To me, was better than watching it weekly. But you still have to watch it weekly because then MauLer and I and others like Batwoman, would probably be better if they dropped it all at once. But no, they're going to release it weekly. And then you're going to get that comedy gold from EFAP and MauLer and Az and Bull's Trek and shit. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. I gave up on it after 5 seasons or 5 episodes last year.
You need it weekly because you need time to process what they put out. And it's 40 minutes an episode, 22 episodes typically. See, because this model, it's crazy that model's still alive, to be honest with you, at least with like cable TV and stuff, I guess. But do you remember, did you watch Buffy when it was airing live? Like the episode, this just shows how much of a nerd I am. I Was Made to Love You, the episode where Warren is first introduced. It's like, it's kind of a goofy episode. Spike's like, I just want to get with Buffy, and the robot throws him around. It's kind of funny, and then the robot laments its life, its existence, and it powers down. Buffy's like, oh, it's sad, and Buffy learns that she doesn't have to have a guy in her life. It shouldn't be all about that. It's all chill. Then that last seed drops on you. She finds joy, and it's like, excuse me, and then it's like, yeah, next week you can find out what's just happened. You're like, what? This is like that's what it was like to consume so much TV, so many cliffhangers, and of course Buffy and Angel were designed for that. They were like, we have to hook them in to watch the next episode,
and that whole model comes from the movie serials. That's what they did, is they had these little Batman, Captain America, Superman serials, and they'd always end on a cliffhanger. That's how you got Raiders of the Lost Ark. And that was that whole model. It still works. It works because it keeps you trapped in. It's a story that never ends. That's why comics, all superhero shows should be on TV. Should be on TV because they're giant soap operas. They are giant soap operas for dudes that never end. It's a story that never ends. And you just recast the character. It could work. And I mean, it's too hard for Hollywood to figure out. But the one thing you Brits did right from the beginning was shorter seasons. On TV.
6 episodes, 2 seasons, and that's the show. It's just like, whoa. Because even when I was younger, I always found it weird that like 2 of my favorite shows were Buffy and Blackadder, and they are like complete polar opposites in length and format. But still love them both.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. But like Life on Mars and stuff, that's it's perfect. Children of Earth from Torchwood, the 3rd season, which I know a lot of people freaking hate. I love. And it's nice and short, and that's the way it should be. But like certain things like Batwoman, I don't think being short or long make any difference. I think it would be the same shit, but funny. And it is different. It's a lot different. But I'm also going to review Lois because I love Superman. I'm a huge Superman fan. So I'm actually going to try to and watch a CW show and review it. And seriously, I'm going to try I'm going to try to enjoy this one because it's Superman. And I know I'm going to hate it within, I'm guessing, a nanosecond, but we'll see how long I go.
My only concern about Batwoman season 2 is that it won't be as bad as season 1. I really hope it is, because that's why I was watching it. Like episode 3, I think it is, where she decides to go home and put on her makeup while everyone is dying because she wouldn't want anyone to figure out she's Batwoman. That's the funniest thing ever. Like, I love whoever wrote that is so inept that they don't even know. Like, the actual question to be answered there is, what do you value, your secret identity or people's lives? And you have to put that. And of course, our hero should choose to find any way to conceal themselves, but ultimately they've got to get those lives saved. But nope, she goes home and she even takes longer because she wants to get a wig. Like, it's incredible.
Wow.
And I can't wait for what season 2 might bring us.
Ooh. I think the new actress is a better actor. I think because Ruby Rose is a horrible actor. She's
staggeringly awful, and I'm sad that we've lost her because she was an incredible addition to the calamity that was Batwoman. And who knows, we might actually have an actress this time around, which isn't going to work as well because, I want all of the parts to be failing, not like some good and some bad. That's not Batwoman to me.
And, just the logic of how they're gonna explain everything so centered around Ruby Rose's character. Now it's gone, and now they're gonna have to just hyper focus on somebody else, because that's CW, right? That you just hyper focus on the main character, and that becomes the that's what Star Trek Discovery is too.
Because I can't believe I'm saying this, but the core drama of Batwoman season 1 is the
isolate that.
So like I said, it's hard to get these words out, but the core drama is that Kate Kane is Batwoman, being a vigilante in a town or a city like Gotham that needs that help, and the Crows are a force that's been generated because the police aren't good enough, and Jacob Kane is their boss, and he is the dad of this vigilante. What great tension we have between them. And the season ended with him backstabbing Batwoman to the point where he tries to shoot her down to kill her, and she escapes. It's like, in anything that's good, this sounds like, oh shit, that's, how's that going to be resolved? When will he find out that's his daughter? It's like, oh, she's gone now. There's a new character. You're like, what? But that's like what the whole show's about, isn't it? It's like, what are we doing now? It's like, because he's still in it, and he's like our favorite thing. He's so funny, Dougray Scott, because you can tell he doesn't give a fuck. And at the same time, he has such stupid dialogue to deliver. There's this one line that we love where he says, they find out they've shot her with a bunch of guns and all of the bullets went against her suit and bounced off. And this guy shows him a bullet from a Desert Eagle. And Jacob Kane goes, Desert Eagle, they can shoot through anything. Like, Rags is our gun expert. He's like, what? No, they can't. Like, what? He's like the boss of a private security firm, and he doesn't even know how guns work.
Doesn't know. And none of the people
also,
in the writing.
Referencing What You Bring, the legendary line from him. Yeah, we're really excited to get back to watching Batwoman, honestly.
And Doug Ray's, soul is, he's probably just happy to have a constant paycheck, and it's probably nothing to him.
Yeah.
But it must be soul crushing to go on that set every day. Who will they cast in Wonder Woman 3 as the villain? If we got Kristen Wiig for the second movie, will we get Melissa McCarthy and Tessa Thompson for the third? Maybe Louis the Plank for $5. That'd be awesome.
I'd be worried that they bring back Kristen Wiig's Cheetah. Who knows? Do you know that Cheetah's not an apex predator in any part of Earth?
I found that out from my chat on Friday. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. I was like, oh, rip.
Whoops.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I know they're smaller, like a tiger kick a cheetah's ass. But it sounds like sixth grade arguments. Like a gorilla could totally kick a giraffe's ass. Well, who knows? Critical Ramblings for $5. By the way, thank you. That was up there. Louis the Plank for $5. Hail Gary, Jeremy, and Drinker just finished another video debunking on Rhiannon Moonface Johnson and rewarded myself with a viewing of The Family of Blood. Oh, that is such a good episode of Doctor Who. That's probably David Tennant's finest acting performance. Between that,
which one?
The Family of Blood, the two-parter.
Is that the Slitheen again, or is that the one where he's?
No, that's the one where he's he's in the early 1900s and he's running from a family that has a short lifespan, but they live off the energy of the TARDIS. I'm trying to, it's been.
He's like lost his memory or whatever, right? He's got it.
Yeah, he uses the fob watch, so he becomes he like physically becomes a human, physically and mentally becomes a human, and Martha's there to protect him while he's at a boys' school. That's right before World War I, and he's protecting, and he ended up putting Earth in danger, trying to protect himself, because if they got the Time Lord energy, they could like do a lot of damage.
I would put up Waters of Mars as my his best performance, or at least one of them.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Really loved that episode. When I was into Doctor Who, I was so happy with this, like exploring the arc of, hey, what if he did decide what would happen with the timeline? What if he says, fuck it, I'm in charge? And it was, you know what, pretty bold, especially for a children, like, a show that's designed to be watched by lots of like young teens, and having the person you save kill themselves at the end. It's like, damn. Pretty bold and moving, and makes you think about what exactly they're saying with that episode and what he did and how it all works. And then you fast forward, and Doctor Who's a little bit different these days.
It's a little different. So far away from greatness. I was watching Voyage of the Damned, my favorite Christmas special, on Christmas, and it just reminds you, like, it's shot better. It's shot better 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Or 11, I think. It was shot better. It's crazy.
I'll tell you, man, like with Batwoman is evident. Like there's people out there who are making these shows who you'll be on set and they'll be like, right, get everyone in frame. That's it.
Yep.
You're like, oh, this is a shot. Like, is there anything you want to say with this shot? Like, how does it come together? The composition of all of it. And just like, well, I make sure we see everyone, right? Like, yeah, I guess. What about lighting? It's like, well, make sure you can see everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God. Lighting, a concept that was lost on Wonder Woman in that desert scene at the end. You can see a clear shadow on like the side of her face. It's like you're at 12 o'clock, right? So, and I put in my review. They have an outside shot where you can see an outside shot, and it's like, wow, guys, come on, hard shadows. It's not. You just put a big light above her. That's all you got to do. I don't understand. Even though it won't happen, I would love to see Heir of the Empire trilogy in CW. Oh, Clone Wars animation. I would like to see different animation in Clone Wars animation, to be honest with you. That's not my favorite thing about the Clone Wars, Nicholas. But I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea for them to like do animated adaptions of stuff. Why not? It's not like the brand isn't muddled and fucked up already. I mean, you can do stuff with it now. It actually makes you a little more free, but they're not going to do it. And the same people are there who fucked it up. So, I mean, again, Lucasfilm's going to break your heart. Pablo Hidalgo's still there. Kathleen Kennedy still there. Sarah B for $10. Hail, Gary, Drinker, Jeremy, and chat. Best wishes for a better new year. What a pleasant surprise to find this stream. Great chat. I listened to it at work. Have a most excellent time, lads. I know I am. Aw, Sarah, that's a very nice thing to say. Thank you for the $10. All right, I'm gonna have to wrap things up because I'm like I'm getting lightheaded as hell. Like I haven't eaten all day. Star Wars. TK not at post. I got a couple more I got to read. TK not at post for $50. Star Wars began with stormtroopers taking a rebel ship. That was our introduction to the Empire. We knew they would never stop the main characters, but they did present a threat. Mando's stormtroopers are Keystone cops. Han would have slaughtered them. You are correct. The first images I saw of Star Wars was a giant ship flying over the screen, and I had never seen anything like it before, and the entire audience gasped like they're actually seeing a ship. And it's hard to this was the 70s. So think of Logan's Run. Think of the movie Flash Gordon, which came out after Star Wars. Look at the special effects in that movie. That's what was the norm. And then compare it to Star Wars, and it's like it was shocking. You know, the only thing better to reference would be 2001: A Space Odyssey. Those effects were pretty good for the fucking 60s. They're amazing. And they stand up today because Douglas Trumbull is one of the greatest effects man in the history of Hollywood. He did Close Encounters. He did Blade Runner, stuff that stands up today.
The reason why the children of the 90s were watching A New Hope, like, whoa, this film is amazing compared to the films I'm seeing these days. And it's like, yeah, it really goes to show, doesn't it?
It does. That's how far advanced they are, and they will be. And the one thing, why the Mandalorian has a leg up on everything else is that new technology they have, where they can film on that studio. It's impressive. But I can tell.
I was surprised by that. I was like, whoa, this is better now. This is better than just screens.
Oh yeah, and I mean, imagine what you can do. Like, once everybody else gets the technology, now you can do like a legit Conan TV show, and it would be like probably look pretty fucking good. And you can do a lot of stuff now. I guess this is proprietary right now, so only Disney owns this technology. But once they find a way around it, other studios are going to copy it, and they're going to save a lot of money, and a lot of people are going to be out of work in Hollywood.
And I will say, I'm going to have to disagree with the super chat. Han Solo would not have killed any of the Mandalorian stormtroopers because he wouldn't have the chance. They would have killed themselves before he would have been able to raise his weapon. So, yes. I mean, like, come on. If they see him, they're like, yeah, there's no point. Let's just jump off a cliff, I guess.
Yep. I'm going to walk in to want to Cara Dune's punches. Okay, guys, I am sorry I didn't get to all the super chats. I am pooped. I need to, Raging Rhino will win it with Raging Rhino for $7 Australian. It's funny. They went after Star Wars Theory for liking it, then went after us for not liking it. What do Lucasfilm want? Can't like it. Can't hate it. They
want to like TLJ.
Yes. You answered the question perfectly. Raging Rhino, they want you to like TLJ and then shut the fuck up and just give them money. That's what they want. Don't ever shut the fuck up. Never. Your voice matters, and it's starting to matter a lot more. I think it's a big deal that this got written in Variety, and Star Wars Theory is going to get a bunch of subs, and that's great. Get a boost. Good for you, buddy. That's why we do on this YouTube. But I think the bigger picture here is way beyond Star Wars Theory. It's a lot of people in the fandom menace were like, welcome to the party. Hey, listen, if they got there late, they got there late. Doesn't matter. Now that if the media starts turning on them, that could bring real change. Now, the media doesn't matter anymore, but Hollywood doesn't know that. And with the new media is MauLer and Critical Drinker and Jeremy. That's where people go now. That's where I go. That's the first place I go. Like a MauLer video, Drinker, any of you guys out there, I sub to over 250 channels now. I watch all your videos. That's the first place I go. I'd rather go see you guys than anything else. There's no fucking The only time I go to an Access Media site is when they write about a YouTuber or they say something stupid, or I'll go to Bounding. I'll go support my friend John because John F. Trent's a nice guy, and I'll support him. So that's that. Modalicious for $2. Pablo Hidalgo, never heard of her. We'll end it with that. MauLer, thanks for coming on and staying this whole time. God, you crazy.
No problem, sir. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks to Critical Drinker. Thanks to Jeremy. I need to eat before I pass out because I'm losing it right now. And we'll make up the no super chat will be left behind. There will be a square up. It will be on Nerdrotic Live. I have a big one mostly recorded. I'll just add it to this. I'll try to throw in some special stuff. Should be up in the next 48 hours. Anything you got coming up? You just released something today, so I need to watch that.
Robert, yeah, this is the thing. MauLer, all kinds of things coming out. Mainline videos is still trucking away, still getting stuff done. You know how it is, but of course, it's been an interesting Christmas. We got loads of stuff done. Mando was obviously a big thing, but we did a EFA movies for Jingle All the Way and Batman and Robin. back-to-back Ani doing fun snow-related things. I don't know how to connect those two films. Mr. Freeze and Christmas. There you go.
Yes.
Lots of it was really just a chill, fun Christmas with everything going on. That's the kind of vibe you want to generate,
Yeah, and that's a good thing. I did those couple chill streams were nice when you came on Christmas Eve. That was fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
And people loved it. So thanks. Yeah, thanks for being on so much. And I will talk to you soon. And for the Critical Drinker, for Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, thank you all. Thank you to the Modrotics, Eric K, Jennifer Sisko, Chris Persia, just another red shirt, Nyla Shadow. Oh my God, I'm forgetting somebody. If I do, I'm really sorry. But thank you. According to Christy, all the Modrotics out there. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat. You keep the lights on. You help pay for producers and all the content here, and I appreciate that. And right now, I can't say thank you enough, because if it wasn't for this YouTube gig, we'd be fucked. And it's not anything I want to rely on forever. It doesn't make me feel comfortable. But thank you again. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow for the Nerdrotic Nooner. I'll be back, believe it or not. And a Mandalorian review is coming someday. Ciao, everyone.
Oh boy.
Nerdrotic.com.